Good morning, Shufflebus Nation. What is up? It's your boy Jesse back here with my good friend and co-host, who's always my sidekick, Neil. Neil, how are you today, man?
Good.
Good. Are you as
It's
excited as I
exciting
am?
Saturday.
Yeah, it is.
I don't
Mike,
know if
Mike
I'm
Reynolds
excited
is
as you
excited.
are.
I got a lot of energy this morning. I got a good night's sleep last night. Feeling good. So, Mike Reynolds in town, or in chat, going, let's go. Expecting some high level shenanigans today. Us too, Mike. We're super excited to see these players duke it out and see what they have come up with or playing. Obviously, we're going to have some decks that are leveled that have been played in other tournaments. So we'll break that down here real fast, and then we're gonna talk about just the field here. So ultimately, we had 23 players invited to this tournament. 13 are able to participate. So we are looking at a pretty good turnout, a little over half of the player base, which is kind of what you expect when you do these things. We're hoping next year to do more of these kinds of qualifier tournaments and even get more people invited so that we can increase the size of SBI as we go on. Um, let's go ahead and bring up, Neil, the tournament deck list, or not the tournament deck list, but just the player roster, because that has been hidden up to this point, just recently published within the last 5 minutes. So we have a murderer's row of players here. We've got Ask No Quarter, and we've got Easy to Remember Alex Walden, and then we've got Onk Gaming here with us today. We got Brandon Bowles, who's local Lincolnite to me, upside down. We've got Carl Testa, who has been a top performer at many of the qualifiers. Colin Dan, I think is Raja Had. I'm never going to get that right, Colin. I'm sorry.
I don't, me either.
More than most, Eli Moore, obviously his YouTube channel. You should be checking him out if you're not. You got Gorman C. Namrog, Joel Hampton, who is Tater Tot Eat A Lot, we're everybody's favorite potatoes here today. We got Nate Carton, who's the Weekend, obviously a very, very high level player. I don't remember where Nate finished out in Worlds, but he was definitely up there. They got Matt Leon, Paul Carrion. You got Cardboard Newt, who is not world champion Cardboard Newt today, and then you got the world champion Sam Nathison in the house. So yeah, this is a row, dude. This is a row. If you're looking at the screen right now, you're probably wondering, well, Jesse, why are four of these players dropped? Well, this is how the software works when you have buys. This is a silver event for Solforge, which means that if you are bringing a silver ranked deck, you get a first round buy. So these players are all bringing decks that have been proven winners at tournament levels and are ready to go. So they are not going to have to play in the first round. That shortens down their path to the potential championship by one game. If any of these players had brought a gold deck, which would be the next level up, which I'm not sure there's very many of these. I think the only potential gold deck out there might be somebody that placed high enough at Worlds to get that to happen. But I mean, I know that Sam's deck that won Worlds went platinum, which means it's basically been removed from the tournament circuits altogether, unless it's a gold level or higher event.
Yeah, until we get to the big time events.
Right, exactly. So Sam obviously couldn't bring that in, so he's bringing in a bronze deck, a deck he has not put to silver. So I would be interested to see what kind of spiciness he's working up here for us. But at the end of the day, these four players are going to have a shorter path to victory today, and obviously, any advantage you can take in this kind of tournament is going to be a good thing. Madungu and we can have golds. Well, they did not bring a gold today, so they decided only to take a 1 round buy instead of a 2 round buy, Mike, because they could have. Madungu and Weekend apparently have gold decks, so if they did, they could have brought those decks today and actually received a 2 round buy, which would have made things even simpler not simpler, but just shortened down the amount of games they'd have to play. Obviously, smaller tournament, you're not going to play a ton of games today anyways, but obviously any advantage is going to help you out here, just in general. So yeah, we have not looked at any of these deck lists, to be fair, other than just the ones that were the ones that were reported to us as silver decks, so that we could verify them. So we're not going to do that on stream pre-tournament. Obviously, there's no reason for us to start breaking down decks here. We will do that in follow-up coverage later this month, probably next week's Wednesday stream. So if you want to get more of a technical analysis of each of these players' decks, you can look at them yourself and make those determinations. Or if you want, you can watch our show on Wednesday nights. We stream from 7 p.m. Central to 9 p.m. Central pretty much every Wednesday. We miss a few here and there, but for the most part, we're consistent to about 95%, I would say, maybe a little bit more. So yeah, I mean, obviously, Neil, SBI is always a big deal for you and I, right? Like we spend all year planning this event, right? We build up all these qualifiers. We do a bunch of work to lead to this point, and players have the opportunity to sit down and compete against what we hope is the best competition in the game of Solforge today. I mean, we really do believe that we can put together a tournament that has the quality of player that's as high as what was playing at Worlds at Gen Con this year, and I think we've accomplished that. I don't think we've missed that. We've missed that mark.
Yeah, I mean, we wait all year for this, and hopefully everybody's excited for it because you got to work hard to get here, and it should be a good day.
Yeah. I mean, so it's kind of interesting. I was thinking back about this. I was reflecting a little bit because we did when we had a card game that we were publishing and promoting, we always did our national championship in November for that. And so I think we've been running high level, super competitive tournaments in November now for the better part of, I bet, 8 years. I think it's getting close to that, dude. Like, it's kind of crazy.
A long time, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, this has really been going on that long. Like, my wife's like, yeah, ever since we've been together, and that's been 7. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, wow, yeah. That's it kind of sunk in a little bit. I'm like, man, we've been doing this for a long time. But yeah, I mean, honestly, like, this will be our first time running a Solforge SBI, because up to this point we had been either our own game or Ashes Reborn, which we did for the last, I think, 3 years. But I'm really excited to see what happens with Solforge as we move forward, because obviously there's big things on the horizon. The Kickstarter is currently active on their side right now to fund the digital app for Solforge, and I really hope that that's going to lead us to even more players participating in tournament style events, right? Like, that's what, I mean, that would be the goal, and what you hope for is that it creates accessibility for more people, and that in turn that's going to ramp up the competition level. I'm very interested to see what kind of tools come out. I mean, we've been a YouTube streamer now for a while. My guess is if they do tools, it'll be for Twitch, which may force us back onto Twitch for our tournament coverage.
That would be unfortunate.
It would, but I'm not sure how else you would do it. I mean, if you watch like Magic Arena and some of that stuff, they have software that makes the viewer experience for card games just absolutely insane, and those tools just don't exist inside of YouTube. So hopefully we see that kind of thing happen as the community develops and becomes bigger, because I think that's that presentation alone is very much what you want to have when you have a digital tournament. Today we'll be doing our best to highlight cards and talk about cards and do those things. Obviously, games move at a pretty quick pace at this level, so if you're a newer player catching this either live or on demand later and you have questions about cards, my best suggestion to you is pause the stream or whatever, go over to the solforge.com website, and they have a card database, and just plug in the card that we're talking about, and you'll be able to take a minute to figure out what's happening before you proceed with the game. I just want new players, because I do think we'll have an influx of new players starting to watch coverage of tournaments, Solforge tournaments, because of the Kickstarter and because of the digital app coming. So I really want those players to feel like there's an opportunity here. Unfortunately, for new players, this is a tough tournament to follow, because things are going to move at quite a clip. They just generally do. These players are super experienced. They know the game in and out. They're not going to. We've seen it happen even ourselves, where we're watching and spectating, knowing all the rules, and going, I don't know what just happened. I got to work through that. So just know that's a thing that can happen here. Since we are live commentating, we don't have time to pause ourselves and sort of work out what happened. We have to kind of do that on the fly while the game is still being played. So obviously Neil and I are very versed in the game, but even us run into this from time to time with some of these folks. So just know that this is a thing that can happen. So Neil, any hot takes before we get into the first round on this thing?
I mean, not really. Like you said, we haven't looked at the decks list. I'm excited to get surprised.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know what anybody's bringing. Hopefully it's all competitive stuff. Obviously some of the decks are already silver, so we know that they have been played quite a bit.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree. I'm very interested in these things and what happens. So I'm going to go ahead and start our tournament here, doing it live on stream. So this will create our round one pairings. I'll set up the timer in just a minute. Okay, so looks like for round one, we've got Brandon Bowles and Carl Testa, Gorman C. and Colin Dana, Alex and Elijah more than most, Sam Nathison and Matt Leon at table 4, and then Joel gets the bye because we did end up with an odd number because of the 4 buys that were coming in. So Joel's getting an easier path without bringing a silver deck. He draws the lucky straw on this one here. So Tater Tot's got a little bit easier path here, but he's everybody's favorite Tater, so it makes sense to give him a little help to get there. So
I don't think in a tournament like this, even the buy matters that much.
no, I don't think so either.
Uh,
So all right, I am going to announce the pairings here, and then we are going to kick this sucker off. All right, so again, this will give players enough time to move into their respective rooms. We'll be joining Upside Down and Carl Testa in table 1 here on Tabletop Simulator. I better open up Tabletop Simulator. Probably would help, right?
it'd make it easier for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Not impossible, but it would be much more difficult. uh, all right. We will be eliminating Neil and I from the screen here once we get started. So just know that you won't see us for most of today's coverage. We'll just be voices in your head. Okay. Still waiting for the game we're going to watch to pop up here. Neil, have you had a chance to maybe pull up some of the decks that we're going to be watching here?
I'm working on it right now.
Okay.
I don't actually see the pairings yet. Oh, there they come. All right.
Okay.
I just had to refresh page. That was my problem.
Yeah. The software works that way for sure. If you want to follow along with the official tournament info, I will post that in the chat here. So y'all can follow the event through the Solforge software. You know, if you're not able to stay with us through the whole stream today, which we totally get, this is going to be a long one. You know, you can follow along when you step away, sort of like getting your score updates on your favorite teams, you know, which I'm going to have to do here in a little bit too.
So looks like Carl's on blue red Rumble.
Okay.
Just Pockromancer, a Betrayer Fire Fist.
That's kind of spicy.
Some guys. Yeah, it's okay. Doesn't really have, I guess he has a Steel Graft as like kind of a combo with it. Just a bunch of solid dudes. And I don't know which of the two Forgeborns he's going to be playing. They both look okay. Not ideal, but good.
Okay, I'm going to get our timer started so we can kick this thing off and stay on time. So we're going to set up a round timer. And we're going to start the timer now. Do you want to post in the Discord? Or do you want me to do it?
I can do it.
All right, just let them know what time has started.
maybe we will get a game to watch. So, like I was saying, Carl's
Still,
on Blue Red Rumble.
okay.
Um, Brandon is on Sparking Omni, Green Red.
Doesn't look like we've got a game up yet.
Right.
So Brandon's using a Sparking Omni deck.
Yeah, and I believe he will be playing the Korok. He has a Chaining Sentinel, a couple of Venerable guys, obviously the Omni. The green half has Glowhive, Swamp Moss, Vine Lash, Summoning Council, Botanimate. So neither of these decks are like just like piles of good cards because the Rumble doesn't really have like it has several elementals in it, but
Mm-hmm.
not like a bunch of easy ways to flip it. I guess like a Pokermancer can flip it, but it's not easy. And then the Omni deck is just like men, and then Omni and a Lightning Spark.
Yeah.
In fact, I think I played against this deck in our last event last month. And it really was just like a lot of good creatures. Having double venerable is makes your like cycle two so powerful.
All right, and we do have a game room up now, so we're logging into that game.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to have Carl on the bottom, who's C Testa on your screen, and upside down, who's Brandon on the top. It does look like we're getting decks loaded now, so they should be going here in just a few moments. The Oros deck, the Oros is the starting point here with a Cycle 1 or Cycle 2 Dark Forge Drain. Does he have the Forge Seal
He has a
Mantis?
Forge Seal.
Okay.
He doesn't have a Mantis.
All right. I was going to say, because that, I mean, obviously Forge Seal Mantis on Dark Forge Drain, we know can be absolutely
It's kind of interesting. I don't remember if he played Oros or not against me when I played him. But Dark Forge Drain is obviously powerful. His deck has 8 spells in it, so that's quite a few.
Right. Eight is
and
a
obviously
very
having
nice
having
number for this.
the Forge Seal is the kicker. Let's see if Carl has anything that. Yeah, Carl doesn't really have anything that punishes a Dark Forge Drain. So it's potential that if he makes like a giant Oak Father, that be very difficult for Carl to deal with it. Doesn't mean he can't win. He might raise it, but
Right. I mean, Rumble's pretty good at racing in general, obviously.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching. Obviously, I mean, Rumble Spark Energy was absolutely a dominant force. The Rumble Heart decks. This is not a Rumble Heart because he's got the blue side instead. But Brandon getting off to a good start if you're on the Dark Forge plan, because Summoning Council.
I assume Summoning Council is like the card he always wants to play in Cycle 1 if he's playing Oros.
Because the Cycle 2 version of it will let him get an Oak Father. All right.
Just level 1 Warmonger mod. Gotta pay the Cycle 1 price to get that card to where it's very powerful. And followed up with a sad little Sentinel. Yep. It is a chaining Sentinel, so he's going to get to play another card here.
Right, because he played a spell earlier, so he does get a free spell here.
Losing out on like the +1/+1 value on this Sentinel, he is going to get to level.
He gets
up,
1/1+ value because he's got a Summoning Council.
Right, but a 3/4 is just like not a very good card.
Right, agreed.
But playing the spell for free probably makes it worth it, and Oh, he
Didn't
didn't play a spell.
didn't have it, so he's just gonna play the big Fire Fist Uranti here and start working down this.
Yep, and he pings it so it'll trade with the, or it'll die to the Fire Fist there. Um, Upgrading the Sentinel doesn't do much. Upgrading the Chaining Adjective does because it lets him hit level 2 and level, and then at level 3 to let him hit any spell. Um, but not getting to play a spell off that Chaining Sentinel there, I think that's rough. Gets in a little bit of damage with the Wisp, but he didn't punish the Warmonger mod turn very well. When your opponent plays just make a 2/2 as one of its cards, you
Right,
really want to, punish them for it, but didn't happen
right. So obviously,
because he
Carl
also
takes a
kind of
little bit of
played that.
damage on the chin here, but this Fire Fist is going to stick around, and it can be a thorn in somebody's side, no doubt. So
Fire Fist is a good card, especially that he again didn't get punished for like only playing 1.5 cards that turn. He got the +2/+2 off the gizmo onto it, so it's like a very sticky level 1 card. Because it has defender and starts with, you know, 10 life or whatever. All right, playing the volcanic shard back. Uh for no volcanic value, but he did ping it with his own Fire Fist to kill the wisps, which was kind
which
of neat.
that's kind of a cool, definitely a cool ability. And volcanic, I mean, could be very meaningful for Carl in this as they go.
Like, volcanic is a fine adjective. It's not good here because obviously you had to do it prior to the spell being played, but so dealing 2 to the Uranti over there with his sparking on me. Because this volcanic shard back again is like a 1/3, and he had to use the Fire Fist to make it good. Like he did get a full cards value out of it, right? He killed the Summoning Council with it.
Yeah,
Um, so it's like 1.5 for 1 or something. We'll see how he utilizes the 1/3 body, if at all. I mean, if it survives somehow, it is only facing a 1/7 right now.
right.
If it survives and he gets to do the Fire Fist thing again next turn, then it's like very good value. And here's the Rumble.
Yep. Getting that rumble in place.
Yeah. And he puts it on the lane with the Fire Fist. So now he really has to prioritize killing the Fire Fist.
Right.
Which is going to be incredibly difficult with him being off Forge here and the Fire Fist in the back row.
Yeah.
Because he can just send Fire Fist to face his first action next turn and flip the
Is there any
Rumble.
is there any removal in Upside Down's deck?
We has a Lightning Spark, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, Lightning Spark would do it right now.
And a Botanimate.
And there's the Lightning Spark, so that will kill the Fire Fist. It's going to re-enable their Omni, and my guess is the Omni is going to kill the Shard back here, just through 2 damage to it, and then combat.
Unfortunately, this is 2 damage to you, 2 damage to me.
Yeah.
But I think that's a fine play. You're not under a lot of pressure now that the Fire Fist is gone. You are a little bit behind because your opponent has a 4/5 and you have a 1/4, but and with the Lightning Spark gone, your 1/4 is kind of a low power guy.
Right.
Though tap to deal 2 isn't nothing.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, Omni is Sparking Omni in particular is actually a pretty powerful card across the board. So
the package, it's such a weird card because the bad ones are kind of bad. They're all good if you do the thing where you go off, you tap it, play the card that untaps it, and tap it again, right?
Yep.
That's a great turn. But the other ones are just kind of okay because their tap abilities are worse and the cards that come with it are worse. Sparking is so good because the card by itself is good and the card that comes with it by itself is good.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely on the upper curve. First
It
legendary
has to be. It has to be one of the best cards in set one.
for sure.
Like the sparking version. I don't.
So
The other ones are good, but not
just playing a swamp
crazy.
moss for no value, no free value.
Yeah. The the swamp moss the hard way is a little rough. So looking at Carl's deck here, I'm trying to see if there's something that he has like a Windspark Elemental.
So
Okay,
Aetherforge
so he's not
Oracle,
even
just upgrading the Apocamancer. Nope, it's gonna pick a different card maybe. Yep.
this indicates to me that he's not even gonna try to flip the Rumble this turn.
Right.
Like he might play a guy in that lane, but it's not gonna damage face. So
Yeah.
I guess he has
Brandon. I mean the just the sheer amount of toughness that has been played by Carl here in the last two turns has really put Brandon on his back heel just from a winning the board in combat scenario.
yeah. It's kind of interesting.
He's
Gonna replace his Omni. Okay. I don't hate that because it already got a lot of value, but this spell had better be damn good.
Ice Storm.
It's and that's okay. You know, that's not a 2-for-1 because he spent 2 cards to
no, but
get 2 cards.
But it's also moving that Darkforge Drain up in power really quickly, right? Like
right. That it's a 2-for-2. And he pumped up his Darkforge Drain, and he gained some tempo out of it because he killed the thing.
And there's the Windspark.
Okay, so he does have the Windspark. This was the one card in his deck that could flip the Rumble. So
it's interesting that he didn't put it in the Rumble Spark Energy spot.
Doesn't have to.
Oh, because it's an elemental, right? Anytime an elemental deals damage, that's yeah.
And it's this is a good card. This is like, we talk about like the 4th card value.
Mm-hmm.
This is a card that really takes advantage of being the 4th card. Like obviously every card is good in the 4th card slot that you want to like surprise with or keep in play.
Yeah.
But this is a big surprise because it not only did it flip the Rumble there, it killed the Elementalist that he thought was going to survive.
Do you think Brandon should have potentially not replaced his Omni, just and took away? I mean, you can't take away that elemental play because he's off Forge, but like you put that other creature in a different lane, and you potentially force an awkward play from
I
Carl.
think it was fine. From that seat. If you look at the deck list, you say, okay, he's got one card in his deck that flips this thing right now, and it's Windspark Elemental, and I cannot play around it. There's going to be an open lane that it can go to. So we're just going to play like make the best play I can. If he has it, he has it. If he doesn't, great. Like, because of the nature of Windspark Elemental, where it's going to hit you and it's going to flip Rumble, there's nothing you can do about it. You might as well just make the best play to advance your board. So he lost a little bit of value by replacing the Omni, but he got value back by powering up the Darkforge Drain, leveling up Elementalist, leveling up Ice Storm for later in the game. I think it's totally fine. Going to Forgeborn Cycle 2 here. We have Enhance, which is play a Gizmo Minion, upgrade a level 1 in your hand. And we have obviously Darkforge Drain from the Oros.
Yep. Darkforge Drain, obviously.
Which I don't have. It's like +6/+6 ish.
Well, assuming if he goes to summoning council, it's +8/+8. So I mean, even a 16/16 Oakfather here.
Has he played 3 spells already? I was counting. Yeah, he played the Lightning Spark. He played the Summoning Council. He played the Ice Storm. So yeah, if he plays a spell, it'll be +8/+8. Plays 2 spells, it'll be +10/10. So here's the Enhance. Make a Gizmo. Put a level 2 Spirit Golem Conclave in my hand.
Seems pretty good.
That's fine. Replace with the Aetherforge Oracle. Getting a little bit more upgrade value there. Upgrading the Steadfast War Charger. Yeah. Jumping the War Charger is pretty good there because Steadfast is like bad level 1, good level 2,
Yep.
medium level 3. Um, so it goes from a 3/3 at level 1 to an 11/10 at level 2.
I know. Yeah.
So that's pretty good. Bring in a tank here for a moment. Staring down a squad of dudes, you're like very priced into putting something in the Windspark lane. Because you just don't want to let that trigger again.
Mm-hmm.
I I assume he doesn't care about the 3/1 Ether Forged. Like that's just kind of a nothing right now. When he's got Windspark and bigger Ether Forge to deal with, and another card from his opponent. Any turn you flip Rumble, you're just like, okay, this is a good start.
That's a big ice storm.
Yeah. Big old 16 damage spread out there, killing the Windspark Elemental. I guess it only actually did 14 damage because the Windspark Elemental only has 2 life, but Ice Storm is a powerful card. You place Spirit Column. Yeah, now that 3/1 is something. So what could he do? If he has the Omni, it's incredible. Is he to ping off that 11/1?
I mean, yeah, obviously, like he'd be way, way ahead.
If he has Summoning Council, it's also very good because you can put a Wisp in that lane. Anything else besides that, I think. I guess you could Stone Skin. No, that doesn't, because it'll just kill your guy. Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble if he doesn't have Omni or Summoning Council specifically. Oh, he has a Sparking Breaker, which would be really good here too, because that deals 1 to all other creatures. Just really, really want to get a nice little 2-for-1 on that 11/1.
Yeah.
But since he has yet to play a card, I assume he doesn't have any of those, or he would have slammed them into play already. Oh, he has the Omni.
Omni. Okay.
I don't. It took him a long time to make that decision, which is kind of weird to me, but obviously very good there because the 3/1 wasn't really an additional card, but after you put the Spirit Golem on it, you get that extra value. So the Rumble comes back in Exalt form, and we're going to go to Brandon's Forge here, not having used his Forge one yet, with Omni in play against his opponent's 2 Exalts.
Really hard to tell from this game state who's holding a slight advantage because the Spirit Golem Conclave is
I would say that like if I was a betting man, I would bet like 80-20 in favor of Brandon right now.
Really, even though he's holding the Rumble Spark, even though Carl's sitting on a Rumble Spark.
He's not sitting on Rumble Spark. He's sitting on an energy. Like,
right.
He has to do some work to get that flipped.
Yep.
And he doesn't have Windspark right now. So I guess he could play Fire Fist Uranti and that would do it right away.
Mm-hmm.
But like we know there's an Omni in play, and we know that the Forge Born ability of Carl is already used. So see, now we're sitting on a 2-creature advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Though he did play a card this turn already, and he still has Dark Forge Drain. Like that's really the biggest reason is because of the Dark Forge Drain. and any turn that he would draw Lightning Spark is crazy
Yep,
with
Stout
the
Prophet
Omni
here. Yeah, it'd be really
untapped.
interesting to see if Brandon can leverage a Lightning Spark here in this Sparking Omni to force another answer into the Sparking Omni lane.
Yeah, now I mean those are just odds. Like I would guess many games with that board state, Brandon would win. That doesn't mean he'll win this game.
Right.
As we know in Solforge, like there's if you have a turn that's awkward where you just draw a bunch of under-leveled cards and your opponent draws a bunch of on-level cards, like you just lose very easily
So
from any
this
position.
may be the Lightning Spark to kill the Stout Prophet.
I think that's fine. Like
Nope, he's just going to
he's
Stone
gonna
Skin.
stone skin it.
I like
Oh,
Stone Skin here.
he's gonna fight it with the yeah. I think that's fine. It was it was honestly pretty awkward
Ooh,
because
he's going to Dark Forge Drain here.
yeah, I think he should. I think it's time to put the pressure on. You know, your opponent doesn't have anything to do to the giant guy.
Do
He
you
just
do
has
it
to
to the
try to
Sparking
base it.
Omni? He's going to.
I think either creature is fine. This like pretty much guarantees the Omni stays in play, which is good because the Omni is a better creature to keep in play than the
No stabilizing or suppressing, right, over on
well, suppressing doesn't do anything, but there is no stabilizing.
Okay.
There's essentially
well, suppressing does if you're still on plan to later try to make a play like Oak Fathers with a Forge Seal Dark Forge Drain to close the game out, kind of a deal. So that's why I asked, because Oak Fathers can get hit by suppressing if it exists.
well, looking at this deck, I mean, there's literally nothing that's going to kill this 14-12 right now. There just isn't. I think he has some dudes that are at level 2 are like 11 power, but he has no removal spells, and so yeah, I don't know what he's gonna do. Just play something into the Spirit Conclave lane and make it big. Okay, Warmonger Bod's a good start actually.
Get your little buff.
Is he chumping or does he have something big? Okay,
He's
just chumping with the Warmonger mod. He gets to make a large Rage Warren.
Enough to trade with this Glow Hive.
Yeah. Yep. So he's just got to play a free card, got to block the damage, do a little bit of damage to that Omni. And
so now we're going into cycle 2, turn 3 with Carl on Forge and upside down
and
Brandon.
We're kind of in the same situation where at the beginning of turn 2, there last turn, where essentially he has Sparking Omni plus Dark Forge Drain in play versus the 2 Exalts.
Well, Dark Forge Drain is out of play.
Well, it's in play in the sense that it got used and the creature it got used on is still in play. Like the stats from it are still.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So we just have this like giant Omni staring down the 2 Exalts, which last turn we just had Omni with potential of being giant staring the 2 Exalts. And we'll see how they trade cards. It is Carl's Forge now, so he has a larger opportunity to flip the Rumble again. Though still has to work for it because this isn't a Dark Heart deck or a Vampiric or anything like that.
Right. So new Nova.
Yep. Nova, and he does 2 damage to the guy. So just whittling down the Omni there. It's definitely in range of dying to something now.
Yeah, the question would be, if you're Brandon, he doesn't have sort of specific removal, and it's going to have to be removal through combat. So here's the Oak Father and Wisp play.
Yep. See if he decides to try to fight the Nova with the Oakfather there. I think I would put Oakfather in a Nova lane.
He can do
He's just gonna
4 to the Nova, right? With Omni. I don't think I put in a
right.
Spirit Golem Conclave lane because, well, I mean, you
I
can, I
mean,
guess.
it like blocks the giant guy that goes there.
So he is not going to fight the Nova here, at least not on his current plan. My guess is he's got to turn to Lightning Spark. The odds are 50-50 for him to have it right now. So,
Right.
and he's got
a free
Swamp
swamp
Moth.
moth. Okay.
So this,
Yeah, that's a good turn.
so
And
this
he still
could
has a
turn
card
into,
left.
yeah, this could turn into the Lightning Spark to clear the Nova, and you know,
Yeah, it's not even necessary. Like,
no, it's not. But you could if you wanted to. You're just catching this Nova anyways now. This Omni is giving Carl a lot of fits for sure.
Swamp Moss Lurker is a messed up card. Card is not fair. It has to be the best life gain payoff. Maybe some kindred creature is, but Swamp Moss is so good. Put on the tank a little bit after getting just 3 cards placed in front of him and all at once.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing fair Solforge right now, you're in trouble, right? You've got to have something pretty unfair to do yourself.
He's got a Rumble in his deck, though. With that lane already occupied by an activated Nova, it seems very unlikely that he'll be flipping Rumble this turn.
Yeah, I mean, he might. I mean, obviously, getting to cycle 3 for Carl isn't all bad. You know, he has repurpose here coming in cycle 3, so like maybe you just try to live to fight another day.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's just looking at his deck, I can't foresee like a sequence that really gets him out of this. You know what I mean? Like,
well, you're especially at risk if your opponent is on. If you do have your opponent on Lightning Spark, like you're basically at risk of putting anything in front of that Omni that's probably just going to get ripped to shreds by a Lightning Spark and a reactivated Omni, right? Because I mean, you're talking about what is it, 12 damage at this point?
If he has Lightning Spark, you're essentially dead, right? Like, not literally, because again, he could just draw 5 level 1s in the next 2 turns,
right?
Both, but pretty close to dead if he has the Lightning Spark. So you just have to like play like he doesn't, like play to your outs. I was gonna say I don't think he has the Wind Spark left. Okay, so he's gonna play Shard back,
which he did not play a spell, so he doesn't get the Volcanic trigger.
Yep.
He doesn't have an easy way to trigger the Shard back now, but it will trigger during the combat damage piece.
No, it won't.
Won't?
It triggers off non-combat damage.
Non-combat damage. You're right. Sorry.
He's just chumping. Like,
that's a tough chump.
Yeah, but what else are you gonna do? Like, your other option is like play it in the Spirit Golem Conclave lane and it becomes a 9/10.
So now the question is, if you're Brandon in this scenario and you are holding Lightning Spark, do you just go face? You just go do 12 damage to face?
I think I would still shoot with,
because
I would not Lightning Spark Volcanic Shard back. That is not something I would do.
Yeah. That seems like
I would go Lightning Spark face, kill Elementalist, and then just let the Shard back die to Omni. Because you'll untap your Omni and then shoot the Nova with it.
Right. Yeah, don't shoot the Shard back.
But he's just greeting for damage, I think. He's gonna shoot the Shard back. No, he's shooting Nova. Okay. I don't understand the Lightning Spark at all. Especially,
yeah, I think that was definitely a misplay from Brandon. I think he'll go back and look at this on video later and go, "Oh, that was silly. I should have done that."
There's some at least like defense of the line of like Lightning Spark plus Omni the Shard back, even though it like nukes your team because you get 14 damage through. But Lightning Sparking Shard back then killing the other guy doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
So we get Bark Skin up. Is that what we get on the Nova? Yeah, Bark Skin. So this will help protect the Omni for another round, assuming it doesn't die to some sort of out of combat damage source.
Yeah, I mean, even with what may have been a misplay there, he still has a like a dominating board state here.
Well, and if he does draw his level 1 Forge Seal, he's just going straight to face. Like if he does draw the level 1 Forge Seal, this
Again,
Oak
I'm a little
Father.
confused by this sequence. I don't. Let's see what he does.
Well, it's cycle 3. He could have redrawn Lightning Spark, right? Like
I guess that's true. If he drew exactly Lightning Spark, I don't know. I honestly, I still wouldn't do it. Like I would let my opponent decide if they're going to play a creature or not before I did it, because again, looking at his deck, there's just nothing that.
Okay, so he's going to Toxic Spores.
There's just nothing that deals 4.
This makes me think he's on a he's on a Lightning Spark or he's on a Forge Seal into a big Dark
He's
Forge
just really
Drain.
scared of his Omni dying, and maybe he's not like paying a ton of attention to the deck list. I'm searching again just to make sure I'm not dumb.
It's all good, Billy. We know how it goes, man. Thanks for showing up. He said he wanted to play, but there are other things going on, unfortunately. Yeah, man, that life happens for sure. We would have loved to have you in the tournament.
Yeah, there's literally nothing in Carl's deck that would have killed the 14/4 in one action. So I would have just left it untapped. And just played, I don't know, a creature or something, and just seen what my opponent did, and then decided where the 4 damage went. And also the Toxic Spores, he only got half value from,
right?
By playing it there. Yeah, there's the Ice Lance Magus. Like if you just waited on either of those 2 cards, this Ice Lance Magus is useless.
Right.
But again, I'm not sure that any of it matters. Like he's so far ahead that.
Well, and he was kind of put in a position where he had to play a card, and you want your first card when you're on Forge to be your weakest of your 4 options, right? So.
Right, but that was like that was a play that was made in a, and now he's gonna. Yeah, he just wants to keep Omni in play at all costs. That's the line.
Seems that way, but he's going to Barkskin here too. So I mean, that's definitely gonna it's gonna protect that Oak Father and that Omni here. I think that's really good. I mean, like, because I think if you are still on a cycle 3, like Forge Seal to Big Oak Father here, like he's on that play. He's got a lot of spells in there. This Oak Father is going to be, 20 or 30 points and just end the game.
But I think that, again, it's just not necessary to do.
Right.
Like, you could save that for another turn where potentially there will be a big combat you want to win.
For sure.
Because he's not threatening lethal anything here. Carl's at 38. And
he's threatening 28, though. I mean, that's a big hit.
Well, it's like 3/4 of your life, and one of it's going to get blocked.
Sure. Most likely the
and
14.
If one of it's not going to get blocked, that means your opponent has something crazy to do.
Sure.
Right? Like,
yeah. So a new Volcanic.
That's so tough. Playing a 2/14 into the.
Yep.
Like, again, this is what I was saying, where like essentially none of this matters.
Yeah, Carl is probably in an irrevocable state here to get back out of this game.
Yeah, like I said, I can't even like imagine a sequence of cards that he draws now that gets him out of this.
When my FBI analytics say this is like a 95% win for
it has to be
Brandon now.
It would have to be like a Pocromancer in the Rumble lane, followed up with Warmonger mod into a giant guy.
Well, because you have
that triggers the Apocromancer,
yeah,
and uses the repurpose. So like that's like something that could do it almost. But so if he plays,
we'll see. Now Brandon's in the ideal slot here at cycle 3 turn 2 because he's off Forge, and so if he does have the Forge Seal on this off Forge turn, he can Dark Forge Drain into any unchecked creature here. So like,
right. So not only is he already just crushing on board, he's got like his combo in the pocket still.
Right. And 24 life, and I think there's probably at least 8 spells in the discard now.
He's played three ice storms, 2 summoning councils of toxic thing.
Yeah, that's what I was getting, and 2 lightning sparks. So
I think 10 spells, because 2 lightning sparks and the fight card.
Yep.
And
a stone skin. Yeah, so he's probably 10 spells. So yeah,
yeah,
you're looking at a +20 to whatever creature goes unchecked here.
And we haven't seen the chaining sentinel either.
Yeah, that's
since cycle right 1. That card is also quite good in this board state.
Yeah.
Like
extremely good right now.
I mean, Brandon's deck is really good. I got very lucky to beat him because I in the tournament last month, I put him to exactly 0 with some Apocrymancer triggers, like during a turn that he was going to kill me.
Sure.
But his deck is very good. I mean, remember when you asked me who I thought was favored, and I said it was like 80-20?
Yeah.
Hindsight makes me a genius, but
yeah, I understand. But yeah, this is man, Carl's got a decision to make here for sure. We got 13 minutes left in round, so in 3 minutes we'll call out.
It's just tough because essentially Spirit Golem Conclave is nothing.
Right.
Like it was like almost something. The last 2 turns had like the potential to be something, but now that he's so far behind in the race, it's just nothing. Like Brandon does not care at all if he puts a creature in that lane, even if it's ginormous.
So he does Nova down the Oak Father.
How much does Nova do?
I don't know.
Just 5?
Yeah, it's
pretty, 5 per elemental.
Pretty beefy.
God. That card is absurd.
Yes, it is.
Like, I know we spent a lot of time talking about the Rumble Spark.
He's going to repurpose
the Nova Elementals is also very good. Right. This, like I said, one of the things that gets him out of this is like some crazy repurpose turn. And
so the question here is, does Brandon have the Lightning Spark now? Because I think you've got a Lightning Spark that's Nova, knowing that repurpose is a thing. You've got to go, okay, kill Nova now or I'm dead. And 14, I mean, the other way
he
can kill
Nova,
dead,
but
he could Stone Skin here too. He's got Stone Skin or Lightning Spark as outs.
The other thing you can do is, if you don't have interaction like that, is you ignore it.
Sure.
So you like let him get his 2-for-1 off of using his Forge ability.
This would tell me that he's gonna kill it.
Right. He's gonna try to kill it.
With a
oh god.
Ooh.
With little extra value.
Yeah.
Don't put it in that
with a free creature into the Uranti.
I would not put it in the Spirit Golem Conclave lane, but
no, I think that's a mistake, but maybe he's not thinking
but it's like a minor thing. We'll see. It's just once you play a creature in the lane with the Spirit Golem thing, all the stuff I said about it not being a card or mattering, now it does matter because he can underdrop in that lane and trade.
Right.
But again, like I said, one line is just to ignore the Nova, because he'll repurpose it.
Gonna Vine Lash the Nova.
Okay. I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
The Nova would get repurposed at using his Forgeborn, and then
so here's second card
would
from
kill
Carl.
The 6/5.
So I'm sure the Omni's dead as a doornail now. But the thing you have to remember is if he kills the Omni in combat, meaning he puts a creature in front of the Omni now, the Swamp Moss Lurker could potentially get Forge Sealed into the victory here because he played another spell. So he's up to plus 24.
That's just another case of like, you can't beat it, so don't play around it.
Right. There's the Steadfast Charger.
Yep.
To catch,
which is fine.
This will kill. This will trade Omni here. So let's see what second card is from Brandon. Because if Brandon is on Lightning Spark, like it's just GG's. But if he's on a Forge Seal
is game win. Lightning Spark is game win. No, it's not. Lightning Spark is not game win.
Lightning Spark is not game win, but it puts you at such a high.
It'd still be good.
Upside.
Like,
because I think Lightning Spark at 3 does 12, right? So that lets you put.
Like Sentinel is very good. Just any creature in one of the other 2 open lanes, just is still puts you at a big board advantage going to the next turn.
Right.
And again, anytime you draw Forge Seal, like you're
There's
he's got Sentinel, so
yeah. So
does he have another spell to play too?
If he's
what
got
if he plays
spell,
Lightning Spark?
Like if he plays Lightning Spark, then he just drew all the cards, man. Like that good on Brandon.
It still wouldn't be as good as Forge Seal.
I think
that has to be your best play. I can't imagine that not being your best play.
No, he's gonna. But you would get.
But why wouldn't you just chain into the Lightning Spark?
Right. I don't know.
Am I crazy? He played Vinelash this turn, right?
Well, this is actually lethal because he does the Omni's damage to Carl to take him to 20, and then Sparking Omni and Swamp Moss Lurker make it. But you would still have that anyways, even playing the
right. You still have a Chaining Sentinel play.
So just in case you had your math wrong, the Chaining Sentinel would have been still the correct line. But this does go lethal here.
You'd still have a Chaining Sentinel with power and toughness of like
a billion,
like 25-25,
right?
In this lane, just in case he does something. But
But yeah, that is lethal for Brandon.
What's going on here?
Oh, they were just talking through the plays.
Okay,
it's GG's because the Omni
he doesn't get to play.
The Omni does.
He doesn't get to play an additional card.
Right. The Omni does 4 damage to Carl directly, and then he's got 14 and 6 between the Lurker and the Omni for the 20 to win. So.
They were talking about he could have played the 4/14 and not died because that was not a creature that died to Lightning Spark.
Right.
But he wouldn't. So, yeah, the 4/14 would have been a better play, I think, slightly, because it still kills the Omni since the Omni's doing so much.
But if you Spark, because Spark is 12 at this level.
Spark is 10.
10. So the Omni and the Spark would still kill that. So if you go Sentinel into Lightning Spark,
and then he'd take 20 and go to 4.
Right.
You just don't die that turn.
Right.
If you play the 4/14, you do die that turn if he has the Lightning Spark and you play the 11/10.
Right. That's you're correct. It does preserve you for one more turn to play.
Yeah. And since they both trade with Omni, they're essentially the same creature in that lane, right? It doesn't matter what they're.
Oh, Chaining level 2 is only a level 1 or 2 spell. Mike is adding, so he couldn't play the level 3 Lightning Spark off of that. So
that makes sense then.
Yep.
At least that makes sense now.
Thank you.
But it didn't matter. He got a lot of value out of that Omni. I think this level 2 Omni activated 4 times. Is that right? Because he played it in turn 2, cycle 2. So it may have been more than 4 times because he might have untapped it.
Yeah, he didn't. I don't think he untapped it. He untapped it with a Lightning Spark. Level 2 Lightning Spark and level 3 Lightning Spark. So he activated that level 2 Omni quite a bit.
5 or 6 times. So that's just like 20-24 damage out of that guy.
Right.
Besides whatever he attacked for.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. So fun game to watch, man. That was a fun game to watch.
Yeah, that was a game that is like, what I've been saying for a while is like cards that have to stay in play over a series of turns are not very good. Well, the reason for that is because there's so much removal and like lots of things don't stay in play for many turns. When those kind of cards do stay in play for many turns, that's what happens.
So it looks like Sam and Matt are still duking it out right now.
Yeah, let's maybe jump into their game if it's open just for a few minutes while the round plays out.
Trying to pull it up here. Maybe it's done and they just haven't reported yet. No, it's still going.
They're still in the game 4 room.
Okay. Well, this is a board state.
I am loading in.
I'm not even going to try to guess what's going on here yet. Chat, I'm sorry. We're getting a disintegrate from Mata on the tops. Nathis is down to 1 card in hand. So should be the second card play for the turn. We're bugged on what turn of cycle it is because we're joining mid game, so I can't tell you that.
Well, there's a tapped Blight Witch in play, level 3 Blight Witch. So we just have no idea if it's
Right.
the second card. This could be his like he could have just played 4 cards on his first
I'm
action
basing it
because of
off
the
of
Blight Witch.
Mata's hand because he was playing the Disintegrate and had 3 cards left and was off 4.
Okay.
So that was where I was
All right.
getting there.
So Nathis is at a hefty life total.
Yep.
And he has a Blight Witch in play still.
With a zombie
Both
brute to sack to it.
okay. Cycle 3, turn 3. Both Forge One's already active. Then going to an army commander for Nathis next turn and Whirlwind, give 8 and move it for the Korok. Let's see. Nathis and Natalie. Nathis playing Army Commander Krogius, of course, with some stuff. And Madeline playing. Who's got a Kindred Operator in his deck?
Flameshaper Savant here, level 3.
I'm not sure that's where you want to be. All right, level 2 Krogius.
This is just prepping the army commander, right?
Right. Because he doesn't want to play a level 1 card right now.
No.
He does anyway. Was it the deal 5?
Yeah, he deals 5.
So he can kill the 6/3, which I would probably do, I guess.
It takes away the Blight Witch play for second card from Nathis.
That's right. That's why. I mean, Nathis is going to play several cards. I just wants to kill the Blight Witch. Okay, he's going to let him Blight Witch if he wants. God, playing level 2 Krogius, then Army Commandering the big Krogius, plus playing a card, plus Blight Witching away the 0/15 for whatever is just all the things. He's going to play Mantis level 2. So he's going to get to Life Drain. He's going to kill the 5/2. Gain some life.
Now he's going to Blight Witch the... I mean, he'd probably Blight Witch
the Mantis away
yeah,
now,
for sure, yeah.
We're not in cycle 4 yet, so you can't actually do the Army Commander right now.
Right.
But yes, I would definitely Blight Witch Mantis away if he's got spells to play. How many do you think he's going to play? I think just 1.
Yeah, probably just 1. But there, I mean, he could have 2 spells in hand. I don't know how.
He has 8 spells in his deck.
Yeah, probably just 1 then, which is plenty good. If he gets number 2, it's probably insane, especially with a Circe's Call. Wow.
Well,
there's the second one.
Interesting that he played Circe's Call. Like, oh, I guess it didn't matter because he's going to fill up here.
Yeah.
They
all get aggressive too.
Yeah, is this going to kill him?
I think it's death. Yeah, he's dead.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
So in this case, it didn't matter, but normally you don't want to play the Circe's Call first. This, I guess he did because he wanted the guy from Circe's Call to get the Infernal Ritual buff.
What did he take damage from?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I know. I was just trying to figure out what he took damage from there. Blight Witch is so good. It's so good.
Yeah, take 33, I think.
33 and die. Yeah. All right. So we'll let those guys get reported here. They finished up before the timer expired. So that
was neat.
Okay, because then I got to finalize the round once they're submitted. All right, so I'm going to finalize the round. And then before I advance the next round, I got to add the drop players back in. Undrop player. Undrop player. So now we get the whole host for round 2 here. All right. Go back to pairings. Huh. It shows them as losses. That shouldn't be, should it? It should be wins.
I don't know. You should do whatever Alex told you to do. Because
he didn't talk about this. I'm gonna change them to wins.
honestly, I can't. I'm a little flabbergasted that in the 7 months or whatever we've had since Indy and the buys are such a problem that it hasn't been fixed in the
All right.
program.
Here we go. Next round. All right. Here we go.
We get to watch Ben and Eli. That'll be fun.
Yep. So we're going to get Eli and Ben. That's More Than Most and Onk Gaming. Both are YouTube creators. And
just like great friends of the channel.
Yeah, for sure.
These guys are both big community members and just great for the game.
Yep. Absolutely are. I'm excited for this game to come up. Let everybody kind of get moved into their various channels here, and then I'll start the round timer.
So it looks like Eli is playing Infinite Stitchers.
We kind of figured that might come, right? Like,
and Ben is playing green purple with, it looks like a bunch of good spells and an Echo Pup.
Echo Pup?
Spite Maiden.
We haven't seen Echo Pup. It's a new one.
I like that card a lot. I
Me
mean,
too.
It's also one that goes infinite with a Betrayer. He does not have a Betrayer one, but the level 3 Echo Wolves goes infinite with additional level 3 Echo Wolves of another color.
All right. So we've got Onk on the top and More Than Most on the bottom. It looks like we've got everybody in rooms. So let's go ahead and do at here. All right, there we go. And we are off with round 2. So let's set up a round timer. Start the timer now. There we go.
So we got Nyx and Circe.
Battle of the Necreums. But we got...
well, this is going to be... when Eli's on Infinite Combo, it really just becomes like a race. It's very, very difficult to disrupt the double Stitcher combo because the Stitchers like build themselves.
Right.
So it's very, very resilient to...
A Camouflage Shambler coming down from Eli here. Ben's first card play. Yeah, I mean, we watched this on stream at the last Shufflebus qualifier. Like, you got to play against it, and he got the combo to pull off, I think, on turn 2 of cycle 1, maybe? Wasn't that when it happened? Maybe it's turn two,
No, so,
cycle two.
I think it was turn 1 of cycle 2.
Turn
But
one, cycle two. Yeah.
uh,
So there's the
he's
Echo
got the
Wolves
Echo.
making another Echo.
Why is it a 1/1? That's weird.
Because these cards that come in from out of the play, like Rumble Spark, just default to 1/1. So we do see the first Stitcher come down.
Yeah, the old no value Stitcher. Just I mean, besides the summoning value, of course.
Right.
So in order for this to work, he has to get both Stitchers in play.
There's a Spite Maiden into a free spell play, which is going to be a Botanimate on the Camouflage Shambler. One way to stop shambling. Into a Zraswil. So
yeah, Ben's deck is really good.
Ben's deck is like firing away here.
Stitchers. It has a Necrovive. It has a Dissonant Siphon. Has a Feral Instinct.
Really cool
it has
start
like
there.
Just all the free spells.
Yep. Really,
as well
really cool
as a Shambling Drake, a Forsaken Shambler, Swamp Moss Lurker. Like this is a very, very good like green purple life game. So we'll see if he can run him down. He really like this is a game where he needs like the Swamp Moss Lurker right away. Like just he just has to apply the pressure fast.
Right.
Which he's doing okay. He has the card Twin Strength in his deck, which I think is like normally a very bad card. But against Eli's deck, it might be good because it just like it's like a bad overrun.
Yeah.
I can't make 2/3/3s.
Yep. Eli just continuing to stick with the plan, which he has to, right? Like he's got to.
Eli's plan is just like block until I draw the additional Stitchers. He also like it is a 3-card combo. You can't just have both Stitchers. He has to have Stitcher plus Harvester.
Right. Feral Instinct here on the Drake. Gives it 4/5, 3 armor, and breakthrough. This Drake is definitely not dying.
Yeah, Feral Instinct's a very good card.
You like an Army of Darkness here? Me too, zombie minions.
You can't. It's cycle 1.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like there's been a lot of cards played, but that's just because Ankh played a bunch of free cards.
Yeah.
The Infernal Ritual was actually super good because it converted a bad creature that was blocking a 2/2 into 2 creatures that are trading for larger guys.
Right.
So that was a nice little 2-for-2 block upgrade there. And 50 life is a lot of life to work with. So, and Eli's played this deck a million times. So
Thunderstomper.
He just needs to figure out yeah, that's a great Thunderstomper right there. It's not quite going to kill the guy, but it is going to survive. And the zombie was trading with the Spite Maiden already, so good value there off the Thunderstomper activation.
Mm-hmm.
Couple
Drake's mobility could come into play here for sure.
Wait, what happened here?
Where did we get a Wisp from? Does the Echo Wolf make a Wisp?
No. Oh, okay. So it was the Feral Instinct.
Oh, yeah, because he broke through for damage.
He didn't break through for damage, but he shambled, so that triggered it.
Got it.
Next time this deals damage to a player. That's why I was confused, because he didn't deal any breakthrough, but the shambling triggered.
The shambling triggered, yep. Because he lost a creature. Yep, makes sense.
Yep. So wide board state advantage for Ankh, but all his guys are kind of crappy. Let's see. He has a Ghastly Renewal in his deck. Ghastly Renewal is probably very good in this deck because it has
The Ghastly's in the discard
Four.
pile, though.
Oh, it is okay.
Yeah.
It has like 4 or 5 scientists, so you always get the double almost.
Makes a mindless zombie. What did he make
I
that
think he
from?
played. I think he played the Ghastly is what
Oh,
happened.
because the Echo Wolf didn't kill it. They're sorting it back out.
Oh, okay.
The Echo Wolf only did 2, didn't trade the zombie. Because it was a 2-2.
Yep. All right. So what's he trying to do? I mean, ultimately, I think because he hasn't played or seen the Harvester or the Purple Stitcher. I think if he plays those 2 cards in sequence, he will win the game. Well, not literally win the game, but I assume Ankh will concede. Okay, so there's the Stitcher. This is not the order that you want them in, I don't think, but okay. Stitcher, stitching, Stitcher, getting Spell Sprite.
Yes.
Solforge at its finest.
And then stitch out the Spell Sprite with the second Stitcher into the Camouflage Shambler.
Yeah.
If he plays Harvester,
Yeah.
this is probably it, right?
No. Well, no, he can't. He can't win from this position with Harvester. He would have had to have the Harvester in play already, to do the loop because you need something to like one of the Stitchers has to be in the banish pile, and the Harvester needs to be in play, and then the loop needs to happen. Here we just saw like not a loop, but a string of them. That would indicate to me that he does not have the Harvester, or he would have played it first and played Citra as a second card. But maybe he was afraid of that zombie dying and then the Stitcher's not working.
Yeah, it's possible.
And he could just wait until next cycle to do it, though that's a little risky because your pieces have to like stay in play for a while. And
So this is a Carnivorous Tarot.
Replacing an Echo Pup with a Tarot. Gaining a little life, Tarot gets a little bigger.
Tarot's an interesting card.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Like they didn't print the Kindred keyword in set 2. So it just like is the Kindred replacement.
Yep. So there's the Lightning Spark to crush the Tarot out of existence, to electrocute him.
Get a Shamble there, and then one more card for Ben.
I'll put the Drake. Makes sense to put the Drake there.
Yeah, he wants to keep the Shambler alive. I think, I don't know, that it's so hard to tell because it's going to be really hard to win the game if you don't kill the Stitchers. But if you can, you should try not to, so that they're not in the banish pile to do the stupid stuff.
Right.
But you can also replace them, so you kind of like.
And we do a Necromancer.
Okay, there's some good value there. Gets to trade with the dinosaur and upgrade a card.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of Necromancer is it? It's a vampiric Necromancer.
Yep. So he dealt the 2. Yep. He upgraded.
Oh, that would have been good if the Tarot had survived. Get a little extra pump on the Tarot. Good sequencing by Ben. Obviously can't play around the Lightning Spark. A bunch of
shambling triggers
shambles.
Here. 3 and
the shambles
3.
Just
so
all cancel out.
Yeah, they all canceled there because it's 3 on 3 there. So we go to cycle 2, turn 1 here with Ankh on the Forge. Both have a Shambler in play.
He has Life Drain, and Nyx has make 2 3/3s, which is actually like the perfect thing for the combo deck because he needs a minion to go off.
Right.
And he has it just, on demand there, printed on his Forge Worn now.
So for those folks that are watching that don't know, this combo is not a kill your opponent infinite. It's a gain infinite life combo. So
which in essence in this game is a kill your opponent
right,
combo.
because of the tie break,
Um,
you could
right.
essentially
So
take all 50 minutes to essentially play up to a billion life, and then
because the tiebreaker at the end of turn 3 cycle 4 and at the end of time is who has more life, you just win because you present the loop, announce you're going to do it 50 million times, and then it doesn't matter what your opponent's doing unless they have like the
I'm gonna botanimate the Shambler again.
the Shambler like Indomitable Fiend combo to like infinite you back.
So far, up to this point, Ben has been doing a good job of making it difficult to play the combo. There's a Stampeding Ice Crusher with Aggressive and Breakthrough.
I mean, I kind of hate to say it, but essentially nothing Ben has done has any effect on Eli at all yet.
No, not yet.
Like,
but he's not letting pieces of the combo stay in play to make it easier to set
well,
up.
that
right?
doesn't matter. That's not a way you can beat it. You can beat it by killing the Harvester specifically. And by beat it, I mean you can delay it. But because of the nature of Stitcher, the combo pieces need to be in the banish pile, which you have no control over.
Sure.
I mean, it's like crappy analysis to say that, but the only thing that Ankh has done that has any effect on Eli at all so far is attacked his life total.
Yeah.
And he's doing that okay, but he has proceeded to do 11 damage. And there's some world where Eli never draws the sequence.
Right.
Because you kind of have to draw Harvester plus a Stitcher in the same 5, or you have to play Harvester as your 4th card off Forge. So like, okay, so here's the Harvester.
This would indicate we're definitely going to see the setup.
I mean, Eli knows more about this than me. I'm not sure you're supposed to make the 3/3s the turn you play the Harvester.
Well, I think one of the reasons you would do that is if you're worried your opponent can get you with multiple spells somehow. You don't want to walk into a Necrovive and like some other spell, like he's got Life Drain. So like if he Life Drains into Necrovive, like he would be.
I guess yeah, Life Drain plus Necrovive is a reason to not. Is it okay? So here's I think he's gonna win because I think he's gonna play Stitcher and
yep, that's the combo. So
yeah, so he puts the other Stitcher into play and a spell sprite into play.
Mm-hmm.
Just for people that want to know. So because of the Harvester, whenever a scientist dies, he gets a 3/3, and whenever the red Stitcher comes into play, he gets a 1/3. So every loop he gets 3 bodies. The purple Stitcher has, when it comes into play, sack a creature to.
And Ben did have the Necrovive, so that's
okay. Yeah, that's good play by Eli.
Yeah.
To play around the Necrovive. So you net a body every loop because you're getting a 3/3 and a 1/3. The 1/3 coming from the Summoning Stitcher and the 3/3 coming from the sack ability on the purple Stitcher.
Mm-hmm.
And when a scientist dies, make a 3/3. So you sack the other Stitcher to the Hematovatic Stitcher, making a 3/3 when it dies. And then you stitch it back because each Stitcher puts the other Stitcher into play. And you just do that loop over and over.
Right.
And each time, because the Hematovatic Stitcher gains you life, you gain 3 life until you're at infinite, and then you just kind of like pass your turn until it's cycle 4, turn 3, and then you pass your turn and win. Because you go to like infinite minus 100 if they've attacked you a few times, but they're at, 40.
All right. Let's go find another game.
And infinite minus 100 is greater than 40.
Right.
Want that.
So let's go to Nate, the weekend's game.
Okay.
Their table 2. All right, so we've got Alex, easy to remember, up against the Weekend here. Looks like Weekend is on a Nova deck, probably Rumbleheart, just based on the fact there's a purple half there. So, not sure what we've got on the other side for easy to remember, but it's a purple red deck as
All
well.
right, so Weekend is on Dark Heart Rumble. Got a Flame Jet, Elementalist Ritual, Grave Pack, Dreadbolt, Summoner, Elementalist. Yeah, this is a very good Rumble Dark Heart deck. And then the Alex deck is a ton of removal spells. Necrovive, Om Nom Nom, Conflagrate, Disintegrate, Lightning Brand, Primordial Slam, Light Witch. Ooh, I like that it has a Grimgaunt Predator, and I love the Grimgaunt Predator in the heavy removal decks. It's very easy to get it to connect.
I know.
Um,
With the changes to Rumbleheart, I mean, is it in it? Are you in a position now where like removing the Rumble embodiment like makes sense? Like, you know what I mean? Like we always said no because it was so easy to like re-trigger it, but now you can't re-trigger it off the Dark Heart. So
well, you still can.
you got to
It
play it.
just
It doesn't trigger
you have to
itself though.
right. The combo is still super good.
Sure, yeah.
Like it's not it's I don't know 10% worse than it was. The change they made didn't really nerf it that much. It just made it make more sense how it worked. Uh, it's like they like made the rules more intuitive. They didn't make the rules more fair.
Sure.
So it is weaker. It is weaker than it was before. It's still extremely powerful. I mean, it looks like Alex has a pretty good board state here, honestly. Um, the level 3 summoner is very good. Oh, he's gonna play the Dark Heart though. Okay. So here, like you were saying, here we would see
Normally you just see the
the
smoke
Rumble
come right
flipping
back
back
out.
just
Right.
back into itself. Now he has to play a spell to do it.
Which is very likely with him being on Forge, no doubt.
Yeah.
There is the Flame Jet.
Is he doing it for free? He is doing it for free because he's ahead on life.
Yeah,
I assume.
yeah, I would definitely do that for free because he gets life back from the Dark Heart anyway. So
Yeah. I was saying the board state looked good and it did, but if he just has Dark Heart for the combo, then it's very difficult to win. You were asking if you should kill it. I mean, I think you still have to try to kill it, but I mean, this is kind of a tough spot now
yeah,
because you just have like 10 things you need to kill now.
yep. And that level 3 Nova is really punishing as well.
I think, I mean, from this, if you're sitting across from the Rumble's Dark Heart situation, I don't think the decision to whether or not to kill it has changed very much.
Sure.
So the situations where you would want to kill it but can't are fewer now, but they still exist. Because like right now, he could choose to play a removal spell on it, right? Like his deck has a million removal spells. But you know your opponent has an additional card to play and a lot of spells in their deck, so you kind of don't want to do it. If it was his fourth card, like in the fourth card position, you're much more priced into like wanting to kill it.
Sure.
In general. But he has a Primordial Slam. Okay. Damage to a creature. You have a warrior. He does have a warrior. Doesn't matter very much.
Interesting that he chose the Spirit because he can't block it and he's at 7, I guess.
Yeah. There's another guy. Does he have? I mean, like I said, the deck has a million rule spells, so he might not die this turn.
Steadfast Caller.
Oh, that's fine.
Staying alive,
Yeah,
fighting.
I mean, you're in trouble now mostly because of the dark heart, not even so much because of the rumble. Like the rumble is bad for you, but uh
So Korok's got is completely turned on here.
destroy one of your creatures to play a creature for free. We'll see if he does. Oh, okay, this is really good. Betray or Batterhide to turn the dark heart off.
It's really, really
Uh
good.
yeah, that's very good. And an undeady, don't forget. I love that card.
I do too. There's the Reaper.
And the undeady sack to Soul Rip to play the Reaver for free. Ooh. Oh, the value.
That's
Welcome to Value Town.
that's a big one.
And it's a vampiric one, so it puts him like at a more comfortable life total.
Yeah.
And your Rumble's probably not triggering this turn. This is a big swing in favor of Alex, actually.
Yeah. Alex is
That was
really.
that was an incredible sequence of cards for
Yep.
one action phase.
Yep. That was pretty sweet. You're still Demolish is still turned on to take away the Raging Giant or the Stormcaller, so you still have just removal on board right now. But you're right that I think it's going to be harder to get the advantages you need. The Spell Swarm is as a good start.
Yeah. To your point, that was already in play, and because he already had a creature that it could kill, like there's not a lot that you can do about it.
Right, so he's
All
going
right,
to
so
move the Reaper
he
over.
calls the Reaper out of the chump block lane, knowing that creature, at least right now, is not demolishable.
This really does put put the weekend in a position where he's got to use the Demolish on the Raging Giant now and block
Yeah,
the Reaper
he
lane.
might have something else, like his deck has like Elementalist Ritual or whatever,
Right.
or Grave Pact. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think using your Demolish now is pretty good because I don't know, it's really hard to say, right? Because I hate using my Forgeborn like right away.
Sure.
Um,
There's a Grimgaunt Predator that will also connect here.
right, the stealth on the
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, that was a hell of a hand to draw when you were looking pretty behind to the Nova Darkheart Rumble.
So this is actually going to kill the Darkheart. That's pretty
Right.
wild.
So he plays his own Reaper. Reaper battles.
Yep.
They're even both Vampiric Reapers.
Yep.
Yep, and he does demolish the giant. Um, I assume Grimgod is going to kill the. Whoa, what happened?
You reloaded.
I assume Grimgod is going to kill the Darkheart. That feels like the correct play to me.
Yeah.
Trades on the collar with the spell swarm there. Reaper trigger, Darkheart down. Yeah, very, very, very good turn for Alex. That was an incredible hand to draw. Just, I'm not sure you could have drawn it up better.
No, it looked very favorable there. Batterhide's such a hell of a card, dude. And a Betrayer Batterhide here for Alex is a added value, right? Because you're gaining access to it.
Batterhide is a very, very good card. That is factual.
Yeah, and you're gaining access to it without needing to play green.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of these red purple value decks. I like a deck that Summoner is good in. Um, a lot of the problems with the spells matter decks is that
Flame Jet. I mean, this is just a way
um,
for the weekend to win, right? Like if does he have Lightning Spark?
um He does not. He has Conflagrate that goes to face.
Okay. He's
But
got a mage in
I
play.
mean, he's also just like got, you know, things, right? Like,
All right. So first card from Easy to Remember here. The Arrogant Summoner is catching the level 3 Vampiric Reaper right now. Only way that would change is if he played a Stormcaller again.
yeah, I mean, 15 life is not safe. Uh, obviously, like you have to deal 15 while not taking, more back. So you have to be able to deal 10 more than your opponent.
There is the Stormcaller.
Okay, that's interesting. So now he's in a decision point where he needs to figure out if he can win this turn
Right.
because that summoner will almost certainly win the game if it doesn't die.
Right.
Like just making an additional 6/6 next turn will probably be enough to just, keep you ahead.
Being a Dreadbolt the Caller. That's a good
Yep.
Dreadbolt.
Yeah, trade level 3 for level 3 when you're ahead. That's where you want to be. Now he plays generic giant guy because the 6/6 is lethal.
Mm-hmm.
And a bunch of trades happen. Okay, so uh we're at cycle 4, turn 3.
Yep.
And
It's win or
we
die
have
now. Literally win or die.
well, right. So your goal is just to do 10 more damage to your opponent than they do to you. Starting with this is not a good start.
No.
This is what happens, like where you see them like the decks have that great, like he played that incredible hand, right? That
Right.
it didn't put him in a position to win. It just like brought the game back to even. Oh, and then he just gained a bunch of life. Now it seems very, very unlikely that Alex will be able to do it. If the game went on, maybe he'd be able to win, but do Lightning Spark face?
No Lightning
No,
Brand?
Lightning Brand. No mage. Yeah, so he just this was his like bad hand where he drew all level ones and um
Yep. All right. Looks like Namrog and not Cardboard Newt, not World Champion Sam have a game up. So congratulations to the weekend for getting through that one. That was a pretty tight game for sure. But let's jump over to Namrogs and Cardboard Newts here.
right.
Wow. This game.
My game is also doing some weird loading stuff. Okay. So again we see Rumble Darkheart.
This looks like a mirror Rumble Darkheart, maybe.
Maybe. I'm bringing the decks up now. We got
The Rumble Spark has Night Aspect for stealth on it.
Yeah, that's this might be the same deck that Sam played at Worlds.
Okay.
Because he had the Night Apothis and the
That's right. I remember covering that now.
yeah, so no Rumble from Gorman. Just like Darkheart, 8 spells, all removal spells deck with a Spite Maiden, Elementalist, Stormcaller. So just this is just like a good spells matter deck.
Right.
And then obviously this is I'm pretty sure this is the Worlds deck from Sam, that Chaining Ice Crusher, Elementalist, obviously Rumble, uh Darkheart, and Sarazal the Deceiver, some removal spells. Life totals are close, but the looks like the Rumble deck is doing its Rumble thing and getting some card advantage.
That's Newt on the bottom here, so he's currently up there. Spite Maiden could potentially turn this back in favor. Although
that would be a hell of a spell.
Yeah, to take the damage here from the Spite Maiden to do that. Maybe he's just choosing to play the Spite Maiden to no effect. Oof. That's a lot of Exalts in play. And a free Neck Revive to start. Darkheart will trigger for a drain, right? Because he played Neck Revive.
Yeah, it should.
And that was a free Neck Revive, so he's got another card to play now.
Wait, what happened here? Did he play the Neck Revive off the Spite Maiden? Oh,
no,
you can't.
No.
So did he not play a card off
He
the
did not
Spite
play
Maiden?
a card off the Spite Maiden. He just
Okay.
chose to play a Spite Maiden without
I got a little confused.
the effect. Like, Darkheart may just win this game, but it seems dicey for Namrog to go that way because the opponent's got a level 3 Darkheart in play right now. So if you're just slinging spells and trading, he's going to come out on the other end of this. So here's a Pyre Song. This is a big Pyre Song, dude.
That card is like... Oh, and he got a free master
Adept.
It says Adept, yeah. Yeah, Gorman's deck is sweet. Like, what is this 5/3 in this land? Do you see his face down card?
Yeah, it's a Rageborn Eruptor. It's a 7/6.
It looks like a face down card to me for some reason.
Why did the Rumble trigger? The Darkheart didn't connect for damage. What'd I miss there?
I'm not sure.
He had the Rageborn Eruptor in play.
Okay, because stupid face down Rageborn Eruptor. Why aren't you a real card for me?
I was like trying to figure out, I'm like, where did the Elemental trigger? Because the Darkheart didn't connect, but it was the Rageborn Eruptor with Breakthrough on the other side there. That did its thing.
I'm chatting with Eli over here about stupid stuff.
Yeah. Level 3 Darkheart. So if you want to win on the spell slinging plan, having 2 Darkhearts in play is not a bad way to go. I'm just going to put that out there. Here's a new Runescar Pit, though, so this is going to help quite a bit here, because this is going to be 8 damage per spell.
The Darkheart. Like, this is a dark heart battle. This is going to be like who plays spells,
Yeah, so it's going to come
especially
down to whether or not.
since Newt is off Forge. Gorman spells already win the race. When he's on Forge, his creatures can win the race.
Right.
But right now, only Newt's spells can win the race.
Yep.
But it doesn't look like Newt's going to die this turn because he's got all the non dark heart lanes blocked.
Right.
So he'll get a Forge turn also.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because it really comes down to whether or not there's 2 spell plays available to Gorman here. If he can play 2 spells, then Newt is dead. If he can't play 2 spells here and can only play 1 spell, then Newt is alive into the next round and potentially up another 5 life. So he'd be at 8. So it's only netting 3 here. But we'll see what Gorman's got in the tank here. What's the cycle 4 ability on his Sunder? Play 2 spell swarm minions. Not probably going to help him too much in the face of a level 3 Darkheart and a Zombie Brute. But, I mean, I guess if you do have a 2 spell play, making the 2 spell swarms, they're 3/9s. And so you would get like 11 damage output and they'd survive into the off Forge turn, and they'd be front row to block stealthers so that he can't sneak through. But you are going to take 8 from this Rumble Spark and probably 12 because of the stealth. So he is going to activate it here into a Lightning Brand.
Yeah, so this is just a big like board Lightning Brand, obviously,
Right.
because it
and that was free, so he does have the second spell play here. If he can play a second spell, oh, he didn't have it. Okay.
Yeah. He did have a pump all my zombies guy, which is kind of funny.
Yes.
Because it did cause this spell swarm to die to the one guy.
Wow. And these should have taken more than 3 because he played.
He did play a spell, yeah.
He did play a spell, so they should have taken 4 more, right? Because of the.
I think they all should have triggered once, but I'm not sure.
Should have taken 3 more.
I don't think it's probably going to affect the outcome of the game. Because now we're in a situation where even if Newt plays a spell, one spell still kills him.
Yeah, so they would be down 3 more. Yeah, I just want the game state correct. You just don't know how that can play out. So 1 spell is the end of the game here for Cardboard Newt.
All right, so he plays a Grave Pact. So okay, this means 1 spell doesn't kill him because he both gained life off a spell and killed one of the dark hearts.
Yeah. There is Azrath's Will into a Cersei's Call, and that is going to be the end of the game, though. Wow. What a way to end it. What a way to end it.
Yep, 2 spells will kill him. That's how Dark Heart games go, man. That was how like the old set 1 Dark Heart games always went, right? It was like this big life swings back and forth until somebody plays 2 spells.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's craziness for sure. But I mean, you're right. Like that's just the way those games work out, and they are fun to watch though because you never really know what's going to happen because there's not as much information on the board states, right? So you're just kind of waiting to see what comes out of hand and how that impacts the outcome of the game with those dark hearts. Looks like we have all games submitted for round 2. These guys are cooking along, so we're going to finalize round 2, and we're going to go next round. All right. So for round three, we get the pleasure of kicking off watching Gorman and world champion Sam Matheson. So we'll have an opportunity to watch the world champ live on stream here. Um, don't see his game yet, though. There we go. Give everybody just a couple of moments here. I timed out from the client. That's weird. Do I have you, Neil, or did I lose you?
You hear me?
I got
Everything
you.
good?
Yep. Just making sure I wasn't having stream problems.
I think we're good. Did the round finish?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on to round three.
All right.
We got Nathis and Gorman. Namrog.
That'll be a good match.
Agreed. We just caught the tail end of Gorman's game.
Gorman's deck is good. I've played against that deck before too. I think it's the same one he played in the last Shufflebus event. He crushed me. And obviously we saw like the very tail end of Nath's game in round two also.
Yep.
Green purple life gain stuff. Get the deck list up.
Yeah, very, very interested to watch this game play out. Obviously, Nathis plays at a super high level. We talked about that in our Worlds coverage. If you missed that, you can go back and catch that on our YouTube channel. It's available. It's all live coverage games, so not tabletop simulators. So if you prefer watching live games, that's one of the few times we've had an opportunity to cover live games. But the tabletop simulator environment is great for getting people from around the world together in a reasonable fashion. And so here we are at Shufflebus Invitational with world champion Sam Nathis on the bottom and Gorman C, who's an incredibly strong Solforge player, sitting on top here in the green. So we'll see here. We just watched the tail end of Gorman's last game where he was able to squeak out a win through the Dark Hearts. Nathis doing what Nathis' deck wants to do, which is gain some life and put this Glowhive Siren into play right out of the gate.
Blowhive is a hell of a card in turn one, cycle one.
Yes, it is.
Like,
especially if you have the Swamp Moss on the back end of it.
Yeah, no Swamp Moss in this deck. How could he play that? He has a Vampiric Geist that would trigger the thing. Honestly, this deck does not have a lot of life gain in it.
We get a Elementalist down.
Yep, just the level up Elementalist, no Elementalist value.
It also
But
it survives the combat and potentially trades with Glowhive over 2 turns.
this is, I mean, I'm looking at the deck and there's not a lot of life gain, but this is a really bold play here because you're essentially saying like you don't have a life gain card in hand, right?
Yeah.
If he has a life gain card, this is just like throwing his Elementalist away.
Right. Into a Blight Witch.
Has,
you know, sack the Glowhive. Wow. Into a Cersei Skull.
Hang on, we're backing up. Let's see.
He was so confident about it. Now he's thinking it through. Maybe he doesn't want to do that.
I mean, I think he definitely wants to play Blight Witch. This seems like a Blight Witch centric deck. Um,
The question is whether he wants to activate Blight Witch now. Because you're right. Like, he could survive this combat fairly straightforward.
well, right. So sacking your 4/8 to play Circe's Call is a big downgrade. It just upgrades your Circe's Call for later.
Right.
So that's like a deck quality play. It looks like he's just passed to Gorman.
Well,
here.
we've definitely seen Nathis make deck quality plays where you have to see the big picture.
Agreed, but I think that's a like there's a balance there, right? Like you can't just say like, oh, my deck quality goes up. Like there's a big cost to making that play, and I agree with this. I don't think that you should make that.
Light Maiden into Lightning Brand into Burnout. Wow. So
So
you play the Lightning Brand.
Yeah, pretty sweet. Yeah.
You make a spell sprite, and then you trigger one spell sprite there into the Burnout.
Yeah, sometimes you just play 4 cards on turn 1.
Yeah, you know.
So one thing, I don't know what the last card is, but potentially he could have played all 5 cards this turn if he had done Spite Maiden play first and then replaced one of those creatures with the Yeti. And if his last card's a spell, he could have played all 5. I would say that indicates his last card is not a spell.
Right.
Let's see what he discards. He has a Vampiric Demon.
Yeah, Vampiric Demon not going to probably help you there.
It's like a fine guy. It's just not as good as playing 4 cards.
Right. That's what I mean.
It's a better guy than Elementalist.
For sure.
But his deck really wants to have leveled up Elementalist, so you're kind of priced into doing that. That playing Elementalist for no value instead of Demon is a deck quality play that, like, you know, is a very obvious one.
Right.
All right, so some stuff happened.
He played a Pyre Song.
Nathis is behind by a few cards here. Because he got to play so many spells or whatever, those spell sprites are whole cards. They're not like a half card. They're like a real threat.
Yep.
That's going to trade for something.
Yep.
Oh, man. This is so sweet.
It's an elemental hit, right? He chose Mage. Yep, he chose Mage.
Interesting that I guess he just valuing the Glowhive Siren over the 7 damage. It's probably about the same. Like, you're essentially saying, like, I'll pay 7 life to make you spend another card into this Glowhive Siren.
So we got, I think it's Gorman's turn. He looks like he's in the tank a little bit here.
Yeah, Gorman is a great guy, and he's a very good player. He does play kind of slow. Not like in a bad way, like not in a way that I believe he's cheating or like taking too long or whatever. That one thing that I think is kind of applicable to Gorman that I hope he'll take it as a compliment because I mean it as a compliment. But like, there's a Magic streamer that plays pretty slow, and the other like Magic streamers kind of talk about him, and they're like, it's really frustrating because he's so good. So like when you play online, people don't, at least in Magic, it has become kind of a thing where the newer generation of Magic players, because they grew up on Magic Arena and not playing Magic in person, they don't respect your time. They're like, I have a rope, so as long as I'm within my like time limit the game gives me, that's what I get.
Right. So here's a polymorpher.
And that's just, yeah. So we see the polymorpher for good value there on that. It's going to trade for the 9/1 and downgrade the 7 power guy. But so these old pros all talk about him, like, it's really frustrating because he takes a long time to make a play. So you sit there and it's always the right play. So like, not only do you have to wait, but you always get blown out.
But there is a difference between paper Magic and processing the table information versus Arena, for sure, and digital card games in general.
Well, it's the comment about digital card games, like when you're playing against an anonymous opponent in Arena or whatever, like you're much less likely to, feel the need to do anything outside of like whatever the game constrains you to do. You don't have to take into account your opponent at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we have that issue with Tabletop Simulator because you're like, it's pretty close to playing against an additional opponent. And a lot of times we're in voice, like today we're in voice, so they are communicating. And it's totally fine. Like Gorman plays at a good pace and obviously is very good. But it's just kind of become a thing where since Hearthstone came out, digital card players just like don't care about their opponent. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's kind of sad.
So
because even in like
Magnavora's Basher.
Yep.
That's pretty good against Gorman. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, it is in the sense that it will probably trigger. It is not in the sense that it's just a 5/6 or whatever. I guess it's pretty good size for cycle 1, but
into a Forge Seal. So he's gonna Death Touch the Frankenbomb.
Oh, that's good.
No Spirit in play.
The Frankenbomb was going to be a nice little 2-for-1 there on that Spirit Reaver if he didn't get to do that.
Because Spirit Reaver is not a spirit, so he does not get the life gain off of that.
Yeah. Nice card.
Missed the ball on that one.
He's not a spirit, and he's wearing like some kind of pasties or something.
He looks pretty spirity. I'm not gonna lie, but
he's a beast warrior.
He's a beast warrior.
See, he's not a spirit. He eats spirits. That's he reaves them.
I got it. Yep.
All right. Here we have a Cutthroat Geist trading the whatever guy was there for the Magnavore and trading with the thing. So we're going into cycle 2, no cards in play, very close life total.
Empty board, nearly similar life pools.
Slight deck quality advantage to Gorman, who played a lot more cards that cycle than
that will reap dividends not only potentially in this round but in the next round. So we'll see how that works out for him. You still have to draw those quality cards, but you improve your chances immensely when you play as many cards as he did.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think the long game favors Nathis just because of the Krogius Army Commander thing.
So I think he baited that Death Touch. I think he played the Death Touch, or I think he played the Sorcerer Gorman did just to get the Death Touch, and then we get Shambling Walker, which
but what would he want to have him play more than Darkheart Sorcerer?
I don't know, but I think you have to get it out, right? So just makes a single zombie breed off the level 2 Circe's Call.
Since his second card was Circe's Call, I don't believe that was a bait. I think he played it first because he wanted to get the drain off when he played his spell as his second card. But I also think that Nathis was correct to Death Touch that because Darkheart is one of the cards that races him the best.
Sure. into a Magnivorious Basher here.
This card's actually sweet and very, very good in this matchup, like you said before.
Yeah, it's extremely good.
I mean, it's probably going to die here, but it is going to 2-for-1 him.
Yeah. And it has breakthrough here, so if it doesn't die out of combat, then it's 2-for-1 plus damage on opponent. So
yeah, I guess he doesn't have a lot of like extraneous pingers or anything. So I mean, if he kills it, he's going to have to use a whole card on it. And then there's another Glowhive. Glowhive is just,
Glowhive.
just
like one of the best cards in the game.
You just can't win the race against Glowhive. You just can't. It's like
it's one of the best cards in the game.
It's like pretty big, and it gets bigger, and it like gains you a bunch of life, and
it's common. So it's everywhere.
Yeah. It's everywhere in set 1, right? They didn't reprint it.
No, it's not been reprinted. It is a monster creature, for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy that the card is very good by itself, no other synergies, but it also is just good in the synergy decks too.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of cards like that are like, very good in the synergy decks and also good, just a good play into an empty board with no synergy cards in your deck.
Right. Gorman back in the tank here, thinking through things. He's trying to figure out how he gets out of this mess. Staring down a board of creatures. The Walker not too scary, but the other two are definitely a problem.
So the way that he doesn't have a lot of 2-for-1s, right? So he has like Spite Maiden. Right. So Spite Maiden into spell is a way he can catch up. He also has Adept, so 2 spells plus Adept, or he has Elementalist that's like Elementalist into spell. So those are like a few ways that he can shore up this board state. Just playing Demon is not going to be on that list. It's a fine guy, and it does force him to
it forces him into another life gain scenario. He made a similar play last cycle, right? Like he made the similar play last cycle, said, hey, play a life gain card or else, we'll have 2 combat trades and I'm good with that. And it's just a trade up if that happens, but that's a big if.
Right. It's always risky to do this, right? So
especially into a Mantis.
He's just gonna death touch it.
Yep. Mantis Force Shield Death Touch is pretty sweet.
Yeah, the deck's very good. The Circe is the perfect Circe, right?
Oh yeah.
As Death Touch, then Life Drain, then Army Commander.
Right.
And so pairing it with the half that has both of the green reuse spells.
Well, and you can access if you're on plan with Mantis and Forge Seal through the game, you can access Army Commander early because of the Cycle 3 Mantis or Forge Seal. So he's not on plan for Mantis. This was a level 1 Mantis, but I know he played Forge Seal in Cycle 1, so very possible that we could see an early Krogius Army Commander here this game as a finisher, which we know that Nathis likes to do. That's obviously the kind of deck he used to win Worlds. Just making a 2/2 in front of that Glowhive. It's pretty rough. Taking 11 damage.
It does kill the Magnivorious Basher also.
Because it deals damage.
It's kind of funny. Yeah, when it takes damage, it'll deal 1 to everything. And
yep.
So again, we just see like pay some life to get a card kind of play. So that was like a cute little 2-for-1 at the cost of a ton of life.
Wouldn't it have also done 1 damage to the Glowhive additionally?
It did.
Oh, it did. It's a 2. I'm sorry. You're right. 2/2.
Yeah.
So I did 3. You're right. Brr. I think I need more coffee. 3 rounds of streaming.
So Nathis with essentially like a 1-card board advantage. He has like some blockers, I guess, but his Mantis survives, so he has an additional death touch on on tap. Never mind. He has a huge board advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like that other game with the Omni, like cards that gain value from staying in play, I think are dicey because there's so much removal running around in the format. But when they do survive, boy, are they good. Because Gorman just can't play a level 1 creature right now.
No.
Okay. Sigmund is a pretty good sized guy, and it's got a little guy to eat for some value there in front of it. Here we see a vampiric creature to pump the Glow Hive.
Mm-hmm.
Apply a small amount of pressure. That's not like a big threat or anything, a 7/3 in the back row.
No, it's a good first card, though, when you're off Forge, right? Especially when you're up on board. You don't really want to put your powerhouses into play necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, you still... I would think I would want my second best card in my hand to be a little better than that.
Sure.
But it is safe and fine. I don't know. We'll see what Gorman does. Again, all the cards I listed last turn are like the kind of cards he goes to draw. Elementalist plus spell, Spite Maiden plus spell. Adept plus... I guess he can't play Adept this turn unless he gets another free spell from somewhere.
There's another Spite Maiden.
Okay, so Spite Maiden plus spell is good. And he did manage to play no level 1s this turn, so the Mantis is turned off. One thing to consider about the Vampiric's play there, the Vampiric Geist, is that he didn't play a spell. And in Nathis' Seed, I don't think you want to play a spell because Circe's Call is another card that you're a little worried about. That's like a 2 or 3 for 1 that could be a comeback spell.
Right.
So you don't want to play spells that are unnecessary that pump your opponent's Circe's Call.
Gorman plays Spite Maiden. I think he's thinking about whether he's going to activate that ability or not. He hasn't taken the damage yet, right?
No, I mean, I think he has to. Like,
yeah, I agree. I
feel like if he wants to win this game, he needs to play. Okay, so he Spirit Leashes. What does he Spirit Leash? The Glow Hive. Yeah, that's pretty good because it saves the Spite Maiden too.
Yeah.
He does not have a Spirit to leash. Spirit Leash is a weird card. Do they leash the Spirit, or is the Spirit the one doing the leashing?
I don't know.
Because if you're leashing the Spirit, why does it get stronger?
There's Raswill. Make a mindless zombie into a shifting polymorpher.
Okay, so that he replaced the Mantis, knowing that it has no value, and just played polymorpher again for no value other than putting power and toughness into play.
Right.
And obviously Zerathwell is just a very good card. Just the free 3. Is it a 3/3 or a free 3 or a 3/3 or a free 3?
It's all of those. It's every one of them. Yep. All right, so we got Frankenbaum and Spite Maiden still in play. Big shifting polymorpher sitting there. The Vampiric Geist is still a threat as a 7/3. The mindless zombie is not a threat right now.
But like we saw, Gorman played a few, like at the cost of his life total. He's taken a lot of hits to the life total this game, but he has done a good job of just like playing enough 2-for-1s to get back into this because we saw him enter that turn like 3 creatures in play for Nathis, 0 for him, and then we started this turn with 3v3. So they're all of similar value.
So we've got a life drain online now.
Yep, and the Korok has I'm sorry, the Sunder has Gathering Storm, and Gathering Storm is a big equalizer as well.
It is. Gathering Storm here is going to be tough, right? Because you're so far behind on life. but it can equalize
Well,
the board, which I think that's what you want
right.
to do to try to beat Sam here.
So I don't think like if I was Gorman, I would not fire off my Gathering Storm unless I knew I was going to play 2 spells.
Yeah, or 3.
You have 3, right? 2 spells minimum. So you have 3 turns to do it. Oh well, in the turn that I drew the
the burnout.
No, sorry, it's burnout. I thought it was the lightning thing, the lightning brand. But burnout is fine to just play because he might have a creature as a second card.
If he's got a second spell here, like a lightning brand, like he could go into 3, but then I think you would want him to activate the Gathering Storm there, so he's gonna life drain.
Yeah, we don't want any nonsense with the Sigmund Freud because the Sigmund Freud again has the potential to be pretty powerful 2-for-1, just like it was last turn.
Yep. Into Blight Witch.
That's big. Let's see how many spells you think he's going to play.
Oh, this is just.
You can only play 1 off the level 2.
Yeah.
Never mind.
It's like only 1, but it's a Botanimate, and he's going to Botanimate the. That's an interesting Botanimate.
Oh,
into Zrathwil, that's why. So he'll trade a Zombie Brute into Zombie Brute. Yeah.
Yeah, this just keeps your Polymorpher.
Now, if Gorman has a Circe's Call, like, are we just...
If I was Nets, I would not think that Gorman had a spell as a second card because he didn't activate Gathering Storm.
Right.
So, also he showed us the card he is like going to windmill slam the level 3 Sigmund Freud into play. Which again is just an incredible card.
I mean, you can put it in front of the Vampiric Geist for sure. Like, that's still a play.
You can also put it in front of the Blight Witch. Like, replace your... Like, lose a little bit of value this turn. I guess you'd take a lot of damage.
Yeah, you're already going to handle the Blight Witch.
You would die if you did that because he has 7 and 14, yeah.
Right. So you have to block the Vampiric Geist. You can't really go in front of the Glowhive Siren with that Sigmund. But
how big is level 3 Sigmund? I don't even know.
Not 14, 12.
I'm sorry. I keep calling him Sigmund Freud, but it's Dr. Frankenbaum is what I mean. He's at 913.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess you're just blocking. So it's funny in this case, with the exception of the stats, the level 2 is actually better because I think you'd rather have a 6/6 than a 7/3. But I guess it's a Vampiric 7/3, so that's something else. Yeah, Vampiric 7/3 is probably better than a generic 6/6. Sorry to anyone that's confused by my scientist name mishap there. I've been meaning Dr. Frankenbaum every time I've said Sigmund this game.
Their art is so similar.
They're both like
zombie scientists.
Dorky zombie scientists, yeah.
Yeah.
But Gorman in the tank here a little bit. Under a lot of pressure here with the Glowhive after him gaining that life. Now his decisions are more difficult than just slam Frankenbaum into play.
Yeah.
Because obviously he has to block something, or he'll die.
We did see Gorman upgrade Pyre Song. Not that it would matter in this particular hand if it's in his hand, but he could put a chump blocker in front of the Glowhive for a try to draw Pyre Song on cycle 2. Because the way things are working out, the Pyre Song would hit literally everything on the board that's still alive after this round.
So I think it feels like he doesn't have a lot of plays that are better than level 3 Frankenbaum making a Vampiric Geist, right? So if you took 14, you go to 7, Vampiric Geist comes into play, you go to 9. Your opponent's at essentially infinite, and in this board state, you can't attack his life total anyway, so I would only worry about my own. And I think, I don't know, it's just tough not to make that play.
Right.
But he's got 3 other cards in hand. So if he has something like Elementalist into spell,
I mean, Elementalist into spell would be good here too, right? Because you still
get that would be better.
Because I don't think you can probably deal with the Glowhive.
What does the
Unless
level 2 unstable breaker do? Deals 2 to everything. So unstable breaker. Okay.
he's
So
gonna make the
he's
Frankenbomb.
decided that Sigmund or that Frankenbomb is the correct choice. Which I think is probably right. So Frankenbomb goes to 6. He will get to put a Vampiric Geist into play. And it'll take 14, going to 7. Chooses not to put it in front of the Polymorpher. Interesting. I wonder what his plans for Polymorpher are. Can't have a lot of plans if you have no cards in hand before you see where it goes, but
There we go.
it was a
Should have taken 7. Took.
yeah, like the creature it fought is right next to it.
So we're still not right though. I mean, Frankenbomb didn't have plus health. Did I miss that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, there were no effects played after it happened. Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Yep.
Just want to get those things right.
Well, this it could matter a lot.
That's why I said you want to get those things right. Unless
the last time the like random health from the burnout or whatever made no difference to the outcome of the game, but this definitely could. But we're in cycle 3, turn 2.
Yep.
We still have the Gathering Storm.
Yep.
Gorman has played Burnout. He still has Necrovive. He played the Spirit Leash, I think. I don't know. There's going to be a turn where he draws a Lightning Brand and hopefully another spell in his hand, and then he'll Gathering Storm will be very good.
Yeah, because he can pretty much wipe this board.
The Lightning Brand's a little dicey when you're at 9 and your opponent's at 62. I'm sorry, not Lightning Brand. The other thing. Flame Jet.
Yeah, I don't think he has a Flame Jet, does
Lightning Brand is never dicey. That's just good.
Yep. Lightning Brand's just...
He currently does not have a mage, though.
Yeah.
Man, I'm really just fumbling the card names this match.
At least we haven't fumbled the Nathis. Sam Nathison versus
That's
Cardboard
much more understandable than fumbling the card names. When Nathis takes like 19 game actions in one turn and we don't know what they are.
No, I'm talking about the Cardboard Newt Nathis scenario that I did.
Just which Sam is
just
which.
Switch the Sams.
It's a Sam switch.
Is it got turkey and lettuce and tomato?
It's got Sam's in it.
It's got Sam's, just Sam's. So some updated results from round 3. We have Weekend pulling off a win at table 3. Ankh pulling off a win at table 4. We have Joel pulling off a win at table 5. Still no result from the Eli Brandon, which makes me think the Infinite Combo didn't go off, so they're probably in a dogfight over there. Seeing level 2 Darkheart come down into a Shifting Polymorpher, that's going to make that Darkheart into a Wisp minion.
Very good.
It's extremely good.
Darkheart was one of the ways that he doesn't die. Now he is in a lot of trouble.
Um,
I mean, he was in trouble before, but Dark Heart was like a way that you don't lose the game.
yep.
Now I'm not sure that
There's
that
your
exists.
anti-elementalist, so we might see that
Okay.
that spell sling start to happen. I think you got a Gathering Storm here, right? Like he's just a Spirit Leash.
I would not Gathering Storm for one spell. Like, you have to think about how this game actually ends.
But yeah, but if you Gathering Storm
The
here,
number,
you get to crush the Polymorpher, the level 2 Polymorpher off the field, reduce the Glowhive Siren by 6, and make your Wisp +6,
see,
+4, plus
if
no,
it was me,
6 and 3.
I would just Spirit Leash the back row shifting polymorpher there and play for next turn. Because you have to think about the number of outcomes where you use your Gathering Storm right now for some like piddly value. Like many of those games you're still probably going to lose. The number of games from this position that you're going to win is low, but I think all of them include you having a multi-spell Gathering Storm turn. So you just have to play for that outcome.
Yeah, but you could have also, if you were going to do that, you could have also Gathering Storm take the level 3 Polymorpher off the board with that one spell, which turns the Gathering Storm into a removal of the level 3 Polymorpher. And you could do exactly what you did here, which is reduce the Glowhive Siren and chump it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I like just Spirit Leashing the Glowhive. I think I would have let the Glowhive get jumped and Spirit Leash the Polymorpher and just said go and hope that I don't die. All right. He's got that guy that's
Can't
gonna catch the. It has very little effect on the game.
Choosing
He picks
Scientist.
Scientist. Yep. Okay.
Scientist, what do you see? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it would be a better board state for Gorman right now if there was a larger Glowhive and no Polymorpher rather than just a smaller Glowhive.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But I think if you didn't have access to it any other way, because here's level 2 Mantis in to destroy the Frankenbomb.
You have to think about the games that you're able to win.
Sure.
So Mantis is not in the calculation at all because like you probably don't beat that card in this hand, and you're just like, okay. So you just like make the best play to your outs that you can, and I think not Gathering Storming is the best play to his outs.
Well, I agree with that because he does still have a level 2 Pyre Song. We've never seen the level 2 Pyre Song, so it could still come up here in this hand. It still has meaning right now, but it doesn't.
Pyre Song is a reason that. No, because the thing still would have taken 2 damage from the.
So he's
going
to Gathering Storm now because he's final.
Well, yeah, now he has to because it's turn 3. But let's see if he has a bunch of spells to play. I hope he does. It'd be cool. Like if he gets the board state back up. Okay, so he's is he doing it for free?
Yeah,
going to 2
because he takes more than.
I mean, you can. You're allowed to. You go to 2.
Yeah.
He chose not to do it for free. So that I think that means that he's like very dead.
I think so too.
Because okay, so he chose to just replace the thing now that did this thing, and
so now the real question is, does he have like the lightning brand enough burnout?
This is why he needed to do it for free, I think, because unfortunately we know that Spite Maiden and Elementalist are gone, so I don't know he can get a free spell out of anything else.
Well, he can't out of the lightning brand, right?
Does he?
No, he doesn't have a mage in play.
He has to have a mage. He might have a Circe's Call. That would be something. I don't recall if he played Circe's Call this cycle yet or not.
Ooh, looks rough for Gorman here.
Yeah. Like, just one of the problems with the Spells Matter decks is that it doesn't play to the board very good. Gorman's deck specifically does, because he has multiple guys that play a free spell, and the Adept and the Circe's Call, and the Necrovive. So like he has a lot of spells that play to the board very good. But in this game, we just saw it happen where, just either due to the number of free spells that free like creatures that Nath has played, or okay, so there's the Circe's Call.
Am I missing something? Doesn't he?
Well,
just
he's got
die?
5 damage to shoot at something from the.
Right, but he's still got to put something in front of that glow hive, doesn't he?
Well, he could shoot the glow hive. He's thinking. You're right. If he chooses not to gather and storm the glow hive, he has to block it. But
I guess he's got another free play,
7.
right? Because the Circe's Call is free. So
not blocking the Circe's Call is not free. This is his like last turn. So not blocking the 7/5.
Circe's Call level 3. Circe's Call is free, dude.
Oh,
so
I had no idea that it was actually free.
Yeah. So he's got another card play. So if he plays another spell, he gets to eat the Decasaur, but he's got a Chaining Adept instead.
It's a combat adept, yeah.
Yeah. If you played a spell this turn, this is free. So now he can play another card for free here, whether it's a spell or not. We'll see.
He can play another card as his regular card for the turn.
Right.
The only card he's played so far are free spells. Okay.
And this is an Unstable Breaker.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is a very good turn for Gorman.
Yeah.
I had no idea level 3 Circe's Call is free. That card's very good.
Circe's Call is
I assumed that it was just very good when it cost an action.
No. It's insane. Yep. That's a good catch. A good turn for Gorman to get back up on board and try to fight back into this thing. He is still down by a long ways, and now we have the Army Commander online. So I don't know if we had a Krogius upgrade up to this point, though.
We haven't seen Krogius, I mean, he just needs to put level 1 Krogius in his discard pile or whatever. But he hasn't played Krogius at all this game.
So
okay. Elementalist.
Into a Burnout.
Playing Burnout, okay.
Makes the Spell Swarm minion, and then it gives all of his creatures +4 attack.
Right, Gorman's deck is sweet. I like.
We have Summon the Swarm, and then the Army Commander. So
yeah, Summon the Swarm not looking very good right here.
Not right now. I would say not. But don't play Summon the Swarm right now.
Summon the Swarm is a good thing to have in the back pocket if Nathis plays 3 or 4 cards this turn and kind of cleans the board up. You can just refill. But you have such a hill to climb in 3 turns to catch up on damage.
Right. Shambling Walker.
Okay. How big? Walker's -4/-4. Okay, so it is going to kill that thing. And it's a Shambler, which is rough. Shambler is a way that you die even after filling up your board with stuff.
Right.
All right. Play a free spell off the Elementalist.
So that's one way to minimize the shambling effect here.
What just happened?
He played a spell for free.
What spell did he play for free?
I don't think he did. He had already played the spell last turn. He just activated it. It was the
right, he played the Burnout. Okay,
right,
so he just forgot to tap it, and then they tapped it.
So there's your level 1 Krogius. So we will see the Army Commander here.
Next turn, yeah.
No, now.
Oh, wait, yeah, because it puts a level 2 in. Yep, okay. Yep, no reason not to catch that Elementalist with your Krogius. It's things impossible to kill, so. God, look at the mitts on that guy.
On Krogius?
Oh, it's just like his shell he's coming out of, I see.
Yeah. He's come out of his little seed.
Mm.
And this should be GG's here. Don't see how you beat the 30-20 Krogius here.
We definitely can't do anything to kill it. So can he?
He's got to do like 90 some damage.
Yeah, that probably does it. I don't know. I'm looking at I'm like trying to see anything. But yeah, Progeus will probably be the nail in the coffin.
Easy to remember picks up a win on table 6. So that's been reported now. So we've got 4 of the 6 games reported. 2 remaining. Brandon and Eli still going at it with 5 minutes left in the round. Obviously, this game is on the tail end here with Nathis in the driver's seat with his Krogius in play now.
Yeah, this one, I do not foresee a sequence of cards remaining in Gorman's deck that get him there.
It's going to do Gathering Storm.
No, call the swarm, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Summon the swarm.
Summon the swarm, yeah. Cool deck until you run into a level 3 Krogius.
Doesn't stop the deck from being cool.
No, I know. That's what I mean, though.
I'm not sure that Nathis needed Krogius to win this game. It's just like the most efficient way that the game ends.
I agree.
Vampiric
Demon.
I think it could have been any card that he army commandered, and he would just essentially like Gorman would not be able to close the gap between 60 and 4 or whatever in 2 turns.
Into Zraswell.
Funny that Zraswell is a May, so he just played Zraswell to do nothing other than trigger spell swarms.
Yeah. Which is not a do nothing. But it's still definitely.
Well, the spell itself he chose to have no effect. It just there were other effects in the game that triggered.
So there's Pyre Song.
Pyre Song, okay. Yep, he did not get 17 toughness in front of the Krogius, so he will die to this.
Too bad Pyre Song can't hit Krogius, huh?
And he's got an adept.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, maybe
he had a lot of sweet stuff to do, but
place the Cutthroat Geist.
Yep, and that was the concession, I believe. So.
Yep. Looks that way.
All right.
Looks like Brandon and Eli finished up. Looks like the win does go to Eli. So the Infinite Combo deck still remains undefeated. Nathis picking up the win here, staying undefeated as well. So we will get round 4 going, which will be the final round of the Swiss. So this will be the last round of Swiss, then we'll cut top 8. We'll figure out where we stand on that top 8. We'll take a small break in the streaming service to refresh and give everybody a chance to gather their wits before we go into top 8 matches for the afternoon. So far doing good. We're 3 rounds through it, right at 3 hours on live. So I mean we've been motoring along here. All right. Go next round. All right. We have okay. Let's get everybody in their rooms, their respective rooms here. We, Neo, are joining the Weekend and Nathis. This will be a match. Got real quick final round update. We've got currently 3-3-0s. We got Nathis, Eli, and Nate all at 3-0. We've got a bunch of 2-1s right now. These are going to be your bubble players for the top 8. So we'll see how those all work out as we move forward. Looks like top 8 might pick up 1 2-loss player, potentially. Maybe more, because you get, just kind of depends on how that all works out. So. Are you on mute again, Neil?
No, sorry, I'm
okay.
looking at standings and joining their game. Their game is up.
Okay. So we just got done watching Nathis play. We've seen Nate on stream earlier, so we've had a good variety here on the stream side. Okay, let's go ahead and kick off the round here. There we go. And away we go. Final round of Swiss, Neil. Got any predictions on this match? And
so I know that Nathis has said in the past that he thinks the Rumble Heart decks are good against decks like this, which I think I agree with. So Weekend is probably like favored somewhat, but I mean, if anybody can do it, obviously it's Sam Matheson.
Yeah, we watched him do that in the finals at Worlds, right? Like,
yeah, this isn't the same deck at all as the one he played in. Like, it's very different, but
correct. Yeah. I mean, and obviously that deck, like we talked about at the front of the stream, that won Worlds is now Platinum and not a legal deck for this tournament. So he's got a variation on it, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would even categorize this like as a variation of his Worlds deck. They're the same colors, but I don't think they're the same deck at all.
Well, like, I mean, there's still kind of a similar approach, right? Gain life, play Krogius. Like,
that is a terrible simplification of all green purple decks, and I hate when people do that. Like, this deck is missing like the Necromancer stuff. It's
sure.
Its army commanders are way weaker. I mean, this is a Mantis Forge Seal deck, right? Like,
yeah.
Which there was those cards in the Worlds deck. But the Worlds deck was like this like heavy deck quality machine, and there's none of that in this version. Like, it doesn't have the Necromancer, it doesn't have the drone.
Probably help if we brought the game up. All right, so
I'm watching it. He the first card has been played, and it is
Lightning Tamer from Tamer. Yeah, from Weekend. Yep, lane 1 and lane 5 here. Just immediately getting the Glow Hive again. Nathis living on turn 1, cycle 1 Glow Hives last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for that to ever be bad.
Yeah, I agree. Weekend is an extremely seasoned and competitive Solforge player. Plays in just about every tournament that you see online. So
He
very,
does
very
play a lot
solid.
of Soulforge. I mean, if there's anybody that plays more, it's Sam, but Weekend also just puts in the reps all the time for sure.
And these two squared off in the semifinals at Worlds, if I remember correctly, in Elementalist Ritual with the Spell Sprite in play. What a great way to, be able to trade that Glow Hive out with a Spell Sprite.
What were the most chosen here? It was just damage and increased damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So just deal 5. Yeah. Still pretty good. I mean, that card is bonkers, right? Like,
yes. And it just gets better as the game goes on. So the fact that you can trade your Spell Sprite with a Glow Hive Siren, like, it's not very easy to do. And Elementalist Ritual makes that easier. So, Botanimate the Lightning Tamer. Interesting that he chose a Lightning Tamer. I guess, can he not choose the Spell Sprite itself?
Oh, you can. I think
so then he goes Wrath's Will in, and you could have saved your Glow Hive there, right?
Trade.
Yeah, I guess. You could have definitely saved the Glow Hive in that sequence instead, though, and still come out on top on the other Tamer, right? No, you wouldn't have come out on top on the other Tamer because you left with a mindless zombie.
I mean, this just is the best number of cards traded in Sam's favor there.
Sure.
Same in the tank here just for a minute.
Yeah. I mean, he's in an awkward spot, right? Like, you don't want to give away too much position or give up too much information about your hand.
I think it mostly just like indicates he has a lot of similar power level cards in his hand.
Well, that's what I mean. So, like, you don't want to necessarily lead down. You don't want to necessarily paint yourself into a corner with the next card you play. But Blight Witch is definitely not that. Blight Witch is just.
Does he do it right away?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
I think he's worried about some removal on Nath's side into a Circe's Call.
Okay, that kind of explains like tanking a little bit there. You're just like trying to decide if you think it's okay to wait to get an additional 3/3. But he's decided that just making a 3/6 and upgrading Blight Witch and Circe's Call and also adding 2 toughness to his existing zombie is good enough. And I think that's fine. It's a very conservative play.
Yeah.
But because you know that there's a ton of spells in Weekend's deck, and also potentially spells in your hand.
There's the Ice Crusher with mobility 1. Always great. Mobility is a good ability overall in small doses, but it is now dead to a Mantis.
So that makes that also a lot better. Like, if you know that you have what is essentially a Dreadbolt on tap, you need to like make your plays first, because you want that to be your second card, so you have something to target with it. So losing out on the potential Circe's Call value just doesn't even matter when you're going to get ridiculous value out of your Mantis.
And you're going to get ridiculous value out of Circe's Call later anyways, as well.
Right. Just and now Weekend's in a spot where he has to decide, like, do I try to fight this Blight Witch, or do I have to just like eat the...
Well, Elementalist is one way to do that, into a Flame Jet. Played the Flame Jet for free.
Okay, I was like, Elementalist doesn't get to play that card, but it is just a Flame Jet. Okay. So he chose not to fight the Mantis. So either needs to kill Mantis now, or Mantis is going to eat the Elementalist.
No, it can't. It's on a deploy. It doesn't stay. Oh. So Mantis doesn't activate again. It's just a 1/3 now.
Well, that's good. That would be busted.
Yeah, it would be busted.
All right.
So Mantis is just a 1/3 creature now. It doesn't really matter, but it does give it
has immense value with a Blight Witch.
With the Blight Witch, exactly right. And that's
all right. So here's a Rumble guy.
Rumble. We're getting the Lightning Spark, or Rumble Spark Energy. Interesting, he puts it in front of the Blight Witch. Maybe he's got the Dark Heart? I don't know. You would think you'd reverse that order if he had the Dark Heart.
I don't think that I would put Dark Heart in front of Blight Witch, because that just like means Blight Witch gets to stay and play. Though maybe he doesn't have anything better, so at least he blocks the Blight Witch. Because I don't know.
I don't either.
He has. I'm trying to look at what does he have here that's going to flip it this turn. Anything?
Blight Witch sacking the Mantis.
He has Vampiric. He has Vampiric Reaper, which he can put in that lane, and that would flip it right away.
Group Meal making a mindless zombie here.
Group Meal's a pretty good card. That's a deck quality card that I had not considered when I was looking at the list.
Upgrading the Walker and the Basher. He's got two zombies, the Blight Witch and the mindless zombie here.
Yep. I like that card a lot. Never a great one, never a bad one.
It's not too bad when it's free.
Well, I mean, any spell he would have played there is free, so you can't really make that comparison. But,
sure.
Just a good value card.
So that was all done pre-action. So now we get his actual action card. Into an Infernal Ritual.
All right. Even some more zombies.
And makes him aggressive.
Infernal Ritual is very good in this deck.
Yeah,
that was
so
how we saw
good.
him win that game we only got a glimpse of it in round one.
Yeah.
It's a big threat when game goes late, especially with like Blight Witch and other nonsense that.
And there's the Reaper, so we are going to get the trigger.
Seriously, call. Yep. So that having the Vampiric Reaper there is very good. That's one of his best sequences. Is in cycle 1 playing Nova Elementalist second card Vampiric Reaper to flip it right away.
It's amazing how much power Nova has for what that card does. A 4/5 is wild.
Well, so in a large number of game states, it's just a 4/5. Which is a fine level 1 card. Like, obviously the card is extremely good. It's like actually busted, but as simply a level 1 play, it's a fine amount of stats. It's just that he also happened to have the Vampiric Creature, so then it goes crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like reasonable level 1 card 4/5. And then if you put a little work in, then it's just bonkers.
We got Death Touch online for CRC now, although it's pretty much always online with the Mantis Forge Seal. And then you've got Lightning Seal from the Korok here, which is give your creatures +2 this turn they get aggressive. The +2 aggressive might actually matter off Forge here. It just kind of depends.
he has the good turn sequence for that, where he's gonna have 2 off Forge turns.
Mm-hmm.
So like right now it doesn't do very much, right? Like it could potentially move forward 1 open lane card, but if he does it right now, it's just, it's essentially just +2 attack. The aggressive part doesn't matter.
Right.
But because he has 2 off Forge turns this time, he can save it and try and like decide like this is big enough now, and if we make some card trades or whatever in 2 turns, I can do it and have a big off Forge swing. But
yep.
He's also very like motivated to do it now, also, depending on how Nathis decides to play blockers.
Magnivorious Basher comes in here.
Another matchup where that card is good.
Yep. Agreed. Because the embodiment wants you to play spells, but Basher says, I'm going to punish you if you do.
He might be life drain, or he doesn't have life drain yet, right? He might be using Death Touch this turn, but I would not do it now. I'd wait until after Weekend takes his first action phase.
Yeah, you want to see what card you get to Death Touch. I mean, right now you can only Death Touch the Elementalist or the Reaper, right? Because it's a cycle 1 only card.
Yeah.
So
the Korok aggressive thing is actually pretty good against Death Touch in this particular situation. Now he's really priced into Death Touching because the double Reapers like will get maybe a little out of control.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Does the Vampiric Reaper triggers itself, right? Yeah, it does, absolutely.
Right. Vampiric Reaper's a pretty good.
So at the end of the day, these are, because of the 2 in play, it's +8 every time a creature damages an enemy. So
yeah, that's why it's a 13/9.
Shouldn't the other Reaper be +5 from where it's at?
No, it only triggered off itself.
Off itself, okay.
Because the other one wasn't in play last turn when he played it.
No. It says when one of your creatures damages the enemy player, give it +3. Oh, right.
So at the time that Vampiric dealt damage,
the level 2 Vampiric dealt damage.
Right. The level 2 saw both the level 1 and the level 2 abilities. The level 1 only saw its own ability because there's a Balker in that lane. The Blight Witch is in that lane at the time.
It has nothing to do with it because the Vampiric triggers it. So
right. So it got one trigger from itself.
Right, but shouldn't it got a trigger from the level 2 coming into play and dealing damage?
No, because it happened last turn. It's not a Shambler or anything. It's a Vampiric. It only vampires once. There was no
right.
At the time that level 1 Vampiric Reaper came into play, it was the only Reaper.
Right. No. I understand that. So it got the +3 there, but when the level 2 came into play, the level 2 Vampiric Reaper did damage. And Vampiric Reaper triggers off any creature dealing damage. When one of your creatures damage, give it +3. I got it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Not all your creatures +3. It. Give it. I have to read cards. Spirit Reaper. All right. This will kill this Reaper.
And slightly shrink the other one.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunately a pretty weak second card for Nathis there. Also, I think it's supposed to be in the front row, but I don't think that's going to matter either. All right, so he plays Elementalist. This might be pretty so if he has a kill spell for the 3/3 or the 9/7, I guess. Either of the any
I
of the
think you
blockers.
got to kill the 9/7, but it's Flame Jet.
Okay, so he's just playing Flame Jet. That's kind of a weak Elementalist, but it's fine because you still did it for free. I was just gonna say, like, he has the option to Korok, but I would not Korok now. Well,
no.
maybe.
Well, maybe because you can. The Elementalist can. Well, I guess you're going to trade anyways, right? No, you're not. You're down 1 point, so you could Korok
buffing the Elementalist to trade with the Basher is a reason to do it.
Nope, just
but he chooses not to. Okay, see, I think I agree with this. I think you're okay. Like your deck is definitely the aggressor, and you put yourself in a position where, on Forge now you're going to apply a ton of pressure because you have Reaper in the front row and it's already big, and you're going to have an off Forge turn then next turn where you get to do the Korok thing,
right,
and potentially just win that turn. All right, Lightning Tamer.
This gives you a Spell Swarm, which is great.
Interesting that he chose to put the 1/4 in front of the Basher when it.
I think that tells you he's got a spell to play.
Well, right, for sure, but like, it feels like if you're gonna take 10 from it anyway, why not just take 14 and put the Lightning Tamer in the middle? Assuming we're gonna play a spell as our second card.
Yeah,
because then you just have more attacking threats.
But the spell could be like Azrath's Will.
I guess if it's specifically a spell that makes a creature, that makes more sense. But I don't know. Weekend, I'm sure, has made the correct play because he's very, very good.
And he has his hand
And
information. We don't have that.
and I am bad, so I assume that he's correct and I'm not. But uh, that was my line of thinking, was like, because the thing has breakthrough, you're just gonna take damage from it anyway. Why not put another threat for Nathis to block when you're threatening to just go ham?
Go ham. That's a bold move, knowing that there's probably a second spell play here that's going to increase that embodiment. So you're just willing to trade the embodiment and the Geist here, because the embodiment likely
it's just the largest amount of power that he's able to block because the Reaper has stealth.
So there's the Vyric's Embrace.
Okay, yeah. If you have a removal spell for Basher, then putting it there is actually better because you know that he's not going to have a blocker as his first card.
Right.
Like, he's not going to replace Basher. All right.
Group Meal makes a zombie.
I
Gets
don't
to
know
upgrade
that
one card.
I don't know that Group Meal's going to do it here.
No, but it does kill the Reaper, which is a threat.
Reaper. I guess Reaper doesn't have stealth, so he'll trade with Reaper. He's going to get Reaper trigger on Spell, Swarm, and
Lightning
Tamer. He's going to put a Rumble Spark into play. And then he's going to be off Forge with some large guys already in the front row and the Korok thing on tap.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect setup turn for weekend. This turn 3 of cycle 2 here.
Like, 30 is not out of the question here.
No.
He's already showing 20.
The risk he's got is he's still at risk of... Now, nothing he has in play right now is level 1, so it can't be death touched by a Forge Seal. If he plays a level 1 out there, then that could be ripped by the death touch, but...
Yeah, playing Mantis, I guess, is big because it's a chump blocker and it's a life drain. So that's like a big swing. And obviously he also just has other stuff. Okay. Got a little back row wisp action there.
Yep.
Good, but not ideal.
No.
For Nathis.
Little Botanimate. I mean,
Okay.
this is a soft card for weekend, but obviously knowing that you can get the +2 and aggressive here.
Yeah, he just wants to, like, and agreed, like, if this is his second best card, you would hope that your second best card is a little better than that, but 7/5 is fine when you know that it's going to have +2 and aggressive.
Right.
That's why the Botanimate feels so bad, because it just becomes a 4/2 in the front row.
What was it before?
Obviously,
it was bigger than that. So you're.
Oh yeah, it was an 11.
Yeah, you're
power guy.
Life,
like,
yeah.
It's just like the worst possible removal spell it could be because it left him with a body. And this is the situation I was talking about. Like, you just like leave for the Korok. Oh, okay, this is big because he has the Mantis, so he gets to make a chump blocker, gain 6 life, kill an attacker. That was a big life point swing.
Yeah, it's going to depend on what this next card from Nathis is. A Spite Hydra. Oh, this is a big Spite Hydra. Into that.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, this wasn't like an insane turn for weekend. It was a good turn for
it's still
weekend.
13 damage, yeah, I mean.
But Nathis did a good job of weathering that storm, and obviously Mantis was most of that. He did have an elemental deal damage.
Yep.
So
what was the elemental that dealt damage?
What did he block?
He blocked the Arrogant Stonefist, which was the only elemental that was in play. But
what lane was the Rumble in?
It might have been in the Spite Hydra lane.
Yeah, because that's the one that did it. All right, so here's
just another big dude. Here's another big dude. Do something about it.
And it's very likely that he has an interaction spell as his second card here. I guess we're in cycle 3 now, so there is another life drain on tap, as well as an Earthen Fists. Earthen Fists looking pretty good here. since every lane is covered.
Yeah.
It's like not great on the Wisp because then you trade, but
I
most
mean,
of
I
the
think
other
you're going to
dudes.
see if Nathis is, or yeah, if Nathis is going to life drain, it would be just on the level 1 Arrogant Stormfist, which feels pretty soft. You don't get much
I mean,
out of it.
that's still pretty good. Is like essentially gain 15.
Yeah,
Like
no, I'm not taking anything away from it, but it feels soft in this. But I guess you're down 5 creatures to none.
right. Like what else? Okay, so
Spellwalker
he's
is
got
good here.
-4/-4. That's good, and it's a Shambler. Okay,
So he hit Element. Oh, just 1 creature -4/-4. Yeah, so that allows him
yeah.
to save that. Okay, and he'll take the health damage here just to deal 9.
Yep. Pumps up the Rumble Spark, and then he just plays another guy. What guy is it this time? 6/3. Give your guys +2. All right. So then he has the Rumble battle the
No, I think he had
Walker.
the Smash Fist because he slayed, didn't he? No. Yeah, he
Is that the
did.
lane it was in? What
Yeah,
lane
because
was the
he
Walker
took
in?
only he only took 1 damage to the Smash Fist, so he should be able to +2 something here. I think he's just trying to figure out what he wants to +2.
Oh, it doesn't have to battle across from itself?
No. Battles any
Oh,
lane.
that's neat. Okay.
It would only be if it says battles an opposing creature, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought it said, but I never play Korok. Because Korok is stupid and Sunder's awesome.
I think they missed the +2 trigger, unless I missed it when he applied it somewhere. Maybe he gave it to the Smash Fist.
You did not go to Smash Fist. I don't know. It probably doesn't matter. We'll see. We'll see what they do. Let's see. He gave it to the Spite Hydra.
He did.
Because Spite Hydra was a 7,
Okay.
and now it's a 9.
Then I won't do anything else. I was trying to figure out where it went. Glowhive.
Okay.
Gonna drain the Smash Fist. Yep.
All right. And the Glowhive is a giant now
Yep.
from the life drain. Taking 23.
And Glowhive die? No, it
Nope. It goes to 1.
won. Uno mas.
All right, Mr. Matheson, what do you have?
Yep.
Because
This is the turn, right? It's got to be this turn.
that Wisp has done, like we were talking about, I was talking about the potato bait, that Wisp has done 8 damage to him now.
Well, it's better than the 15 or something you'd have taken off the.
We obviously
Spellstorm.
just be dead, but
Yeah. But that Wisp has been a thorn in his side.
just illustrating the downside to Banana Mate, because that card does have a downside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, just talking again about how good Rumble is. This wasn't even a crazy Rumble game, but his like you were saying, his level 1/4/5 did just draw him 2 free 8/8s this game.
Right.
Over the course of the game.
Yeah.
Nothing like 2 free 8/8s.
Well, now, I mean, if he's got a level 2 Rumble, he just blows the Glowhive Siren out of the water, too.
Well, yeah, obviously there's more text on it. I just specifically, I was like trying to look back and count how many cards the Rumble was, but just a nice little 3 for 1.
And that's probably its lowest value. There's Big Group Meal.
What does Big Group Meal do?
Play a Zombie Brute. Upgrade a card in your discard pile for each zombie you have in play.
Then you may play a card in your discard pile for free. So you can upgrade a card and then play a card for free.
Yep.
Pretty good. Might be too late, but pretty good.
Maybe. Might be able to upgrade. Like if he's got
And
a
after he plays
Croagus.
Infernal Ritual here, play Infernal Ritual, sack Glowhive, put a 10-6 in front of both those other guys. Oh, he just plays a glow high for free. Okay. That's good.
Mathis fighting back, staying in this game.
He's still potentially lethal by Rumble Spark if there's a spell played. But obviously he has another card.
Did he play the level 3 Infernal Ritual or the level 2?
He didn't play him for
Oh, he
he
didn't.
upgraded it with his group meal, I think.
Yeah, that's what it was group meal. Thanks.
Vampiric Reaper.
Quick update, Eli gets through round 4, remains undefeated. Gorman gets through.
I don't know how you beat that deck. I'm not sure that it's possible.
Gorman gets through with a win on Ankh. Joel takes a loss to not Cardboard Newt. Not world champion Cardboard Newt.
So here we saw a vampiric from Nathis.
Yep.
To make a big blocker and again pump the glow hives. Got the old 22-1 in play.
I mean, you gotta respect that, right? Like weekends.
Well, yeah, for sure. You're at 23. Like it's most of your life, all but one of your life.
But I mean, you can make a single spell swarm.
Puts any guy in that lane, and but it's still good though, right? Like it's forcing him to use a card,
right?
And it's forcing him to use a card that isn't progressing his victory, because the way that this looks, unless he has some kind of like overrun type thing, he's going to lose every combat.
Yes. He won't lose every combat if he plays a spell here, but
that's true. Then the Rumble will trade,
which I think you're happy trading Rumble into a Vampiric Geist.
But you're only happy with that if you play a spell that kills the 22-1.
Right, I agree. Right. Yeah.
So he could play like, I don't know what level his Dreadbolt is. Oh, okay, that's better than even
Grave Pack, the Glow Hive.
Okay, so he says, I'm okay taking 6. Because I'm gonna have an Elementalist in play next turn. He chooses to put it in front of the 11-1.
Interesting choice.
I think that's good because, again, that's an easily removable blocker.
Yeah.
And Nathis is not going to replace it.
Right.
So if you're planning on playing a rule spell of some kind, then there's fine.
12 life left for Nathis, 17 for weekend. We are in turn 3, cycle 3. We've got 18 minutes left in round, so plenty of time here.
This game has been sweet, actually, because like Nathis has been just like slowly like grinding the life totals back together.
Yep.
He had started off with a big life total advantage, then weekend did a bunch of stuff. Specifically cycle 2. I'm sorry, not cycle 2. Specifically cycle 3, where he did his. No, it was cycle 2. His lightning speed stuff.
Spirit Golem Conclave, buffing this Reaper bigger.
Yeah, that's a big old boy.
Into an Arrogant Summoner.
That card's so good.
Yes, it is.
Summoner, I think, is like a big upgrade to the Spells Matter decks from set 2. Like, just it allows them to do their stupid stuff while still playing to the board. And it's just very good.
So Nathis now has to answer this Uranti Elementalist and this Vampiric Reaper, but we can still got one slot left.
the Elementalist is not lethal. And Sam has the last card this turn. So he could easily just block both. He could play a removal spell. But he's going to play a Blight Witch. So now all kinds of stuff are on the table.
Yep.
Doing it right away. All right. So Blight Witch in the open lane, activate right away.
I think you're going to crush the zombie away. Maybe he takes the Glow Hive.
I think there's justifications for either.
Yep.
The summoner is like
into his Wrath's Will.
Okay. Why would we do that? And put it. I'm excited to see what he does after this. Is it a Circe's call?
Could be.
It kind of has to be because
there's two spells.
Essentially, what he did was tap Blight Witch, upgrades Wrath's Will, and move his 6/6 to the back row, so it's not going to kill the summoner. Oh, I bet he has Infernal Ritual.
Yeah,
because that'll move the thing back to the front row. It didn't make a lot of sense to me to put it back in the lane with the defender, so when there's no combat, because I don't think you want to have another turn of summoner going off.
No, I would imagine you don't, but who knows? I mean, he can't take. He can take the 6 from your anti-elementalist, but he can't take the 17 from Reaper. So here's a Howl's Wrath. Gives the Reaper now. If he does have Infernal Ritual, then he looks like a genius.
This is such a weird card, the Howl of Zith. Okay, so he's got Mantis. So he can play Infernal Ritual here.
Yes.
Off the army commander. Oh, he's getting Polymorpher.
Well, he's getting a level 3 Polymorpher, which will take the Vampiric Reaper away.
Yeah, still very good. Okay, neat. And this is a Hypermantic Mantis. That's why it's so big.
it's enormous. I was looking at its stats. I'm going, how did a Mantis get so big? But it's big.
Yeah, this was really good because now, I mean, he does have to deal with Summoner again.
Right.
Which is not ideal, but it only makes it 3/3. This has been a wild game.
It's nuts.
This big swingy haymakers back and forth.
At demolish, destroy a creature with decreased health. So he's got that option for the level 3 Polymorpher into a Shambling Walker.
Oh, and he's got the answer for the summoner even. Look at this. White Witch still untapped. All 5 squad. I wish I had kept track of how much life Nathis had gained this game. Let's see if I can calculate. I'll be able to get close, I think. So 4, 9, 15 off the Glow Hive, 12 off the life drains. I don't know, something like 25 to 30. Okay, Spite Hydra with the buff.
There's the Infernal Ritual.
Trading out the 14/3 for a 6/6. Buff his zombies.
Okay. Can the weekend stabilize this?
Unfortunately, there is no pair of creatures that isn't lethal for weekend. So yet he can only leave one creature
Well, if he plays a
unblocked.
vampiric, right, he gets back in it because he could vampiric into the
Uh,
Rumblespark lane.
yes, but again, he would he would still die to that even. Like he can only leave one lane unblocked and survive unless he gains some life. Oh, but he has the Korok, so he can kill a guy and then yeah, with the double creature he can
Right.
block and go to 3 or 1 or something.
So I think his mistake was putting the Spite Hydra in front of the Hibernating Mantis.
Yeah, he just put it there because it was like a very effective block, but
Right, but having the
um
Demolish on board, you needed the Spite Hydra in front of another creature like the Walker or the Blight Witch.
yeah, and that's again that's just to survive,
Right.
um, not win
Correct.
necessarily. I think this will do it.
Yep. I would agree. It looks that way.
I feel like they're just talking stuff out right now about the potential lines, and we will see a concession for weekend. A big yawn from me.
Yep.
Not because this is boring. That was actually a very exciting game. Just because I've been sitting here for 4 hours.
So I think they're just probably talking it out now. There is one game still going on. I don't know where it
Yeah,
sits.
weekend said we ended. By the way, yeah. Okay, so let's see if we can watch the last game that's going.
It is between Carl Testa and Rahajad. All right. Entering table 6. Looks like this one might be done too, because I show
Yeah, I
Rahajad
mean
at 0.
we're at the last 10 minutes around, so it
Yep.
doesn't surprise me.
Yep.
And honestly, everybody is like we didn't have any rounds at a time. We had a couple go close, but everybody, as always, has been prompt at arriving at their match and played within the time limit. So thank you all for that.
Right.
Makes running the tournament so easy and smooth.
Okay, I am going to put the stream on hold here because we have all the data submitted. So I want to finalize the round and do the top cut, and we need to have a quick players meeting with our teams here and see how they want to handle the top cut rounds. Probably take a small break and be back for top 8 action following that. So stick with us. Go get a drink. Take whatever time you need, and we'll be back with top 8 and more Shufflebus Invitational action. We'll see you all in a few. Welcome back, Shufflebus Nation. It is that time. It's top 8 action for the Shufflebus Championship Invitational, our first ever Solforge Championship, silver tournament level event happening right now over Tabletop Simulator. We have the 8 best players from the Swiss rounds made it through today. And those players are world champion Sam Nathis and Nathis Gaming, Nathis Son, sorry. Eli Moore, More Than Most, taking the 2nd seed. The Weekend, Nate Carton taking the 3rd seed. Gorman C. and Namrog taking 4th seed. Brandon Bowles, the Upside Down, taking the 5th seed. Ben Throm from Onk Gaming taking up the 6th. Alex Walden, Easy to Remember, taking up 7th. And our favorite Tater, Joel, taking up the 8th spot. Man, you know, I got to tell you, I'm gonna get a little proud of my locals right now because I got 25% of them in the top 8 here at Shufflebus Championship. So, congrats to Joel and Brandon for
That just makes it sound like you're colluding.
Wow. No,
I'm just saying, like, you're like, oh yeah, 25% of the people that live close to me made it top 8 in my event.
Maybe the Lincoln meta is just that strong, Neil. It's very possible. Maybe it's a rising tide raises all ships around here. So, but yeah, it's exciting. I'm excited for these guys to be able to face off against one another in what will surely be some pretty amazing Shufflebus action. I think just the quick hit is obviously don't take your eye off Sam Nathison. We're going to watch him here in this first round, but the real one will be can the Stitcher deck from Eli, who's sitting in the 3rd seed right now, or 2nd seed, can it show up at the final table and can it bring it all home? I think it's a very good shot.
I think the question is what can beat it.
Well, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that, but that's a topic of conversation for another time. We're still in the middle of a tournament, and obviously the results will be important. So let's see what happens. Let me tell these guys to get fired up and get started here. So let's see if we got tables up yet. We should.
Yeah, I'm in Nathis's game. That's Nathis and Tater at table 1.
Okay. Okay. And mine loaded funny. Let me exit out. Be right back. Nope, still messed up. Oh well.
Mine worked fine. I guess Joel's not in. I mean, maybe mine is broken too.
I just have like random decks underneath the
deck
piles.
It's got stuff in weird places.
But I'm fine. It can make it work. So, okay, I'm gonna tell everybody to get started.
Get the deck list up here. We did just watch Nathis in the last round, playing green purple. We haven't seen Joel on stream today.
Nope, this will be our first time with Joel. No, again, this is my collusion part. I'm colluding to have locals on our live stream. That's what I'm doing. But my board is all messed up. We'll see if his is too. They may have to reload this.
Mine is broken again, but
we'll see if it updates when they start playing. Because I have like creatures on the board or not creatures, but like stats and stuff.
Yeah, if they put stuff in the lane, maybe it'll fix
it. That's what I'm hoping for.
So looking at Joel's deck here, he has red-green stuff. He has some removal spells. He has Azure Mech Mage, Nargath Commander, Thundersoar, Terra Charger. Just like some generically good red and green cards.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing crazy. I mean, Nargath Commander is a good combo with Thundersword, I suppose.
It'll be really interesting because obviously Joel's made it as the 8th seed through the Swiss, and
And what was his? He must have been X2.
Yeah, he was X2. There were 2
Yeah.
or 3 X2s that made the
There were
cut.
3, yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, we did get the board to clear here. So we get a Vampiric Geist right out of the gate. A little drain action from Nathis. Joel going into Uranti Elementalist in the same lane.
Yeah, just getting his upgrade there and trading. There's very few things that would cause that trade not to happen there, and I think you're pretty happy with that. I think that Joel's gonna have a tough time against this deck. His deck doesn't have a lot of
Shambling Walker, which will power down
that thing I just said that was tough to happen happened.
Welcome, Sam. Sorry that you missed the cut by 1 there. That's rough, but glad you're here. So here's Utera Charger. This is a really good Utera Charger killing that Walker.
Yeah, it's okay. Utera Charger is like always good. It's nice when there's like a little guy to pick off like that, but small advantage to Nathis in round 1. The thing about the Charger there was that Charger didn't do very much more than what the Walker did. Like they were both kind of like a 1.5 for 1 and just kind of broke even. But
I wonder if you would have been better off charging the Geist, just going 1 for 1 with the Geist and leaving up your
so you would end up then with a 2-3 versus a 1-3 going into this round.
No, you'd had a Uranti Elementalist.
Yeah, but it was a 2-3 though.
Yep.
The Uranti was. Which that would also have been fine. Here he's got
there's the Forge Seal going to kill that Thundersword immediately.
Yep.
And has a Spirit in play, so he gets a little life off that.
Oh boy.
I mean,
I still find the text on that card to be very humorous.
The Spirit Reaver is not a spirit, but the Vampiric Geist is. So make sure you're geisting your Forge Seals.
But
Newt says he's glad he dodged an Aethys. Well, I mean, we kind of wanted to see a battle of the Sams, Newt, and I'm not gonna lie, but it would have been cool. So Talasan here for Joel, Betrayer Talasan.
This is a double Talasan deck, so he just plays Talasan and immediately activates it, no thoughts.
Well, I mean, Nathis' spells are generally require a little bit of setup, right? Like the Zras Will, the Infernal Ritual.
This is any card. This isn't.
No. Oh, Talasan is any card. You're right. I'm sorry. So this is less impactful. I was thinking of the Reveler. I think Reveler is probably better than Talasan in general.
Oh, absolutely it is. Reveler, not only is the effect on Reveler better than the effect on Talasan, but Reveler is a forge, so it can have other dumb stuff going on.
Like dumps in the truck. There's the Infernal Ritual.
Okay.
And we've seen Nathis do this in the past, right? Where he takes a big power creature, but he does it like that in order to essentially gain a little life on the health side.
Well, he also just like 2 for 0'd him, right? Like it was a trade of like 2 cards and no action for 2 cards.
So this is a what kind of Colossus? Furious Colossus?
Yeah.
Cool card.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a lot of stats for a level 1 card, and you can essentially like flip its power and toughness kind of to if you want to.
Right. Going 7/4. So if Nathis doesn't put anything in front of it, I mean, you're not really going to do that in this particular sequence of events because you've already passed your turnover. So just playing the 5/6 straight up here.
Well, he still has another card to play because that was off the Talasan.
Oh,
Nathis is going
to
play a card.
You're right.
And then Joel's going to play a card, and Nathis is going to play a card.
That was still just all first card play for turn 2. You're right.
Yeah, Talasan does some strange stuff.
Well, I thought he played Taliesin. Oh yeah, but he played the Furious off the Taliesin. Okay. No, but now
Right.
how's he only have 2 cards in hand then? I think we played 2 cards already. This is the last card of the round.
What was his other card? Oh, he played Thundersoar. That's what happened. His first card was Thundersoar, and it got
Forge Sealed.
Forge Sealed.
Second card
And
was
then he
Reveler.
played Taliesin. And,
Or Taliesin, yeah. So the
all right,
Colossus does
so-
connect for a little bit there. Commanding
Yeah,
Slime
and
getting some armor.
it's like generically a better card than Armored Slime or whatever. So
Yeah.
tiny advantage to Joel coming out of that round.
Nathis is in the tank here. I don't know. I wonder if Joel and Nathis have played. Because Joel wasn't at Gen Con, so I don't know if they've ever played at a higher level event like this.
I feel like they
there's
both
Mantis.
played enough that they've probably played.
Just living off the Mantis Death Touch. We've watched Nathis just use Mantis as a removal card basically all day into a... What is this?
Yeah, that's what it does every game, because that's what his level 4 spring ability.
Joel playing Dinos. Going Blight Witch and a Botanimate.
Yep. Getting super value out of that Mantis when you get to sack it to Blight Witch.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a very good sequence for Nathis there.
Into another Taliesin.
Taliesin, and he just activates it. Taliesin is it is good against these kind of decks that like play their whole hand out, because
So
like
it's
the cards
refreshing
left
Dechaosaur.
tend to be weaker, but a 7/5 is no joke here for free. You better have a good free card to play off this.
Yep. I agree.
Because the Taliesin isn't even doing anything to the Blight Witch here.
No, it's not. It's not trading with Blight Witch. It's not catching it. It's just... But he played that so confidently. I thought he must know what he wants to do for his other card. But obviously, this Dechaosaur is really throwing him for a loop somehow.
This deck also has a Reveler in it. Has a Magnivorious Reveler, which is a pretty good Reveler. Nargath, yep. Okay, Nargath Commander's fine. I think that Nathis got the better of that Taliesin there.
Yeah. Although Joel is up 1 card on board to Nathis, but the Blight Witch is still in play, which is obviously huge.
Right. I mean, I don't know that Nathis is winning. I just mean specifically in that Taliesin activation.
No. Yeah, no, I know.
Okay, so we just have Taliesin right off the bat here. I'm sure Joel has played this a lot more than me, because I haven't played a lot of Taliesin recently. But usually you want to wait until later with your Talisins, I would think, unless he has some combo he wants to play right now. Ooh, playing the Magnivorious when you're off Forge as like the first card in play is pretty good.
Yes, it is.
It just sees the most cards played, especially with Taliesin going off here. Like potentially it's going to see, I guess we know it's going to see a Taliesin card and Joel's next card. It might see an additional card even to get Magnivorious. All right, Patriarch.
Another Patriarch. This is just Dino synergy.
And we're getting
Deal 3 up
3 damage to 2 creatures.
Into Utera Charger.
Utera charging the thing.
I mean, do you Utera the Dechaosaur? Oh, this is only the one. Well, he could have a battle again. He could battle the Dechaosaur if he wants to.
I probably would.
Yeah, I think so too.
Joel has chosen not to, it looks like, but
wonder what that reasoning is. I guess he can, because it's going to die no matter what, and you don't have breakthrough on it, so the Nargath commander can't really pump it. Newt St. Taylor's favored just solely because of dinos. It may be true.
I
There's
think Newt is
another
just biased.
Taliesin. There's just Talisans flying everywhere.
I told you this is double Taliesin Reveler deck. Like I I don't know. Joel's got a lot of cards in play right now, which is interesting because I feel like Nathis's cards off the Talisans specifically have been better every time.
There's the Circes.
Just for one though, I think, right?
Yeah, I think you're correct. No, it's 2 because he played.
What was the other spell? Oh, he played Botanimate.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, I said, I think that Nathis's Talisan cards have been better than Joel's Talisan cards, but he's behind on board a little bit, which just means that his regular cards have been better than Nathis's regular cards.
Right.
Which is kind of funny. Or at least they're not good at fighting 5/4s or whatever Talisan is.
Joel going into another Talisan.
Play his additional Talisan off of Talisan.
There are currently 3 Talisans in play, folks.
Well, he won't play another one, right? Like he won't play
Reveler. No, he's got to be out
he
now.
Won't get...
Yeah.
Well, he could have the Reveler, just you're not going to Talisan Reveler to play with it being your last card.
He doesn't activate this Talisan. Well, he hasn't yet anyways.
Yeah. I think he'd be a madman to do so. I don't know. We'll see.
Nope, there's Mantis for life drain.
Little life drain here on the smallest Talisan.
Yep. Mantis and Talisans trading.
A bunch of trades and one Talisan survives.
Yep. Wild. All right, so now that shenanigans is over, what happens
I'm kind of
next?
sad all those Talisan dies. I would just wanted to see him just like play 4 cards as in his first action phase, you know?
Would have been pretty funny.
The only thing that would make this deck better is if it had a Crux as the Forgeborn. Crux has like a Talisan like ability, right?
With Mind Over Matter?
No, not Mind Over Matter. Crux has one that's like in cycle 1, it's your opponent makes a gizmo and you play a level 1 card, or at cycle 2, it's like your opponent plays a level 1 and you can play a level 2 or level 1 card.
That's a pretty soft pack, like first card play, Pax Blessing, but I guess you're planning on your opponent activating Talisan, so maybe you're just like play my like third worst card because I got
making. I mean, I would not play that way. Making a 5/5 is pretty weak though.
So we just see that 5/5 get eaten by a level 1 disintegrate. Makes sense.
Newt has told me the ability I was talking about is precognition.
Precognition,
yeah. Which is a sweet ability, by the way. Crux has all the coolest Forgeborn abilities.
So Joel in the tank here, I think, right? So Joel.
Yeah, but when you have a Talisan in play, like, no, it must be Nathis actually, because Nathis made a 5/5 and it got disintegrated, and then now he's gonna play the ooze.
This is a big ooze.
It's fine. I mean,
it's gonna trade. This Talisan is gonna trade, right? Yeah.
The picture on this card is really bizarre.
The commanding ooze or commanding slime.
Yeah, the slime art. It's like eyeballs in a bubble. But so, we saw essentially like +1 for Joel going into this turn, but Nath is up 21 life, which is like probably the value of a card. Um, and I don't think that I don't think that Joel's deck has the ability to pressure Nath's life total. Like
Right.
he can do a bunch of stuff and he can put a bunch of bodies in play. He doesn't really have any like breakthrough dudes or
Well, I think there's an
like
inevitability
shamblers
to
or something. You know what I mean?
right. I mean, there's an inevitability to Nathas's deck just in the Krogius play in this matchup, right? Like
Right.
at some point, the Krogius is going to happen.
And
Even
that's kind of why we've seen just multiple times like Nathis like even
Twin
downgrade
Strength. I
guys just
love
to
Twin Strength,
block.
dude. This is a great.
Eh.
I love that card. I mean, I know it's
That
not
that
like
does seem like a Jesse card, but
it's a good card when you get to play it for free. You know,
every card's good when you get to play it for free.
yeah, yeah. But I mean,
Except for Muthrall. Muthrall's not even good enough free. All right.
I mean, Furious Colossus
Furious
is good here. I like this.
Yeah,
this
it's a
play.
pile of stats. Like again, Joel's ahead. Like we're just waiting to see whether Nathis dies or not, kind of, you know?
Yeah, well, for sure. We did see the level 2
Because
force seal go by.
I Joel has been making good trades and like, slowly gaining card advantage to the point where he's, 3 cards to none here. But he just like how's he gonna kill him?
I mean, I wish I could give you a straight answer to that, Neil, but I don't have one for you.
Do you think it's twin strength?
Maybe.
No, it's not. That card
I've won games on Twin Strength. Thank you.
this deck is like a super Jesse deck. It also has a Wolf Star Djinn in it.
Oh, I love him.
I know you do.
He's my favorite tater. Oh, there's the
Okay,
Reveler.
okay.
Magnivorious Reveler.
Yeah. I mean, Nath is choosing not to play a spell? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, no spell to play for Nathis into a spiked Carapace.
Well, or he just decided not to because he doesn't want to pump the Reveler, I guess. I think I would have played a spell if I had one, so.
Furious Colossus needs to take 2, right? So he needs to be at 8.
God, I've never looked at the picture on this card, this Spike Carapace. It is a sweet one. That is an angry Triceratops. Oh, did he Furious the thing?
Apparently he had armor on it from
Because he played Spiked Carapace on the Ice Crusher, and it gives all your guys 2 armor.
Yeah, makes sense. That's sweet. Pretty funny.
I guess. It's fine. Like, again, like I said, Joel continues to make these good combat trades.
Well, and I mean, to be honest, a level 2 card that's an 11/10 right now. I mean, it's not a pure 11/10, right? Because you had Spike Carapace giving it some value, but yeah, I mean, honestly, and you played the Spike Carapace for free off the Magnivorious Reveler, right? So now this Reveler is saying, hey, play a spell, and you make my Reveler bigger too. So, like, he's kind of holding Nathis back even in that respect.
Yeah, this has been a good turn for Joel.
Magnivorious Reveler is kind of cool because it really is like a potentially one-sided Reveler every time. It just depends, right?
Yeah, I mean, most of the time it's just a 5/6 Reveler, right?
Which is fantastic stats for a Reveler.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, a 5/6 for level 1 is good stats, and it has a good ability, so that's fine. But saying that it's probably 10% of the time it's a one-sided Reveler.
Sure.
Right? Like 10% more than normal. Because sometimes Revelers are one-sided just because your opponent doesn't have very many spells in their deck.
Right.
But 10% more than a normal Reveler would be your opponent has to think about the keyword on that Reveler. But yeah, it's a fine card. And the Spike Carapace was good there, I guess. What is this? Geist? Yeah, Vampiric Geist. So the Colossus was the correct size to kill the Vampiric Geist. Yeah, Joel's still chugging away here with the card advantage, but Nathis is gaining life. I believe he started at 57 last. Yep. Just blockers. Just blockers until I could put a Krogius into play. But I will say that Joel's deck is playing better than it looked when I was reading the list. Like the I was really worried that his many Talismans or whatever were going to be kind of one-sided against him, which I guess I still think that Talisman activations were, but it just come out that he's just like put enough stats into play every turn that he's generated himself a few extra cards.
The red half of this deck looks really stout in terms of just creature power.
Right.
So
and it just has like 2 very good removal spells and 1 reasonable removal spell as its spells. Like I think it's a very good red half.
Yeah, I mean, a new Terra Charger is essentially a removal spell too, right? So
yeah, the green half's pretty good too. The spells in the green half are kind of meh, but the having Utera Charger plus like Uterodon Mauler's a good card. The Magnivorius Reveler we were talking about is a good card. Colossuses are still furious.
Yep, they're largely furious.
How big does this one get? Becomes a 16-13.
Yeah. Yep. Just piles of stats that Nathis has to answer. That seems to be
the guys are so big that like his life drain is. I mean, he's gonna kill 11-4. I guess that's pretty good, but that 11-4 already got a couple cards of value.
Yep. Into his Wrathswill, which is a free.
Yep.
Zombie Brute.
That's probably a play that is very common.
Circe's Call, so fill the lanes.
Yeah.
Just starting to see Nathis' deck do what it's supposed to do, right? This does make the Korok's lightning speed a little sad right now. Obviously, you don't want to do it here on turn 1 of cycle 3 when you would get no combat value, but another Ice Crusher here making a spell
Ice Crusher is a good card.
Yes.
Like aggressive with reasonable stats and a Forge Word, like that's pretty good.
Yep.
Oh, we're just going straight to combat here, okay.
But that was enough to still keep Joel trading pretty healthy on the overall board with Nathis here.
Nathis went +2 cards that turn, right? Because before it was Joel 3-0, now it's 2-1.
Right.
In reasonable guys in play to start the turn, but like Nathis is still gaining life also.
Correct.
Not that like the only thing that matters about his life total is that it's not going down, I guess. Like him getting to 80 or whatever doesn't matter any more than him being at 20. Really, when it comes down to winning the game or not. But again, just Joel with the card advantage, but not the ability to pressure life total.
First game of top 8 has been submitted with Ankh taking down Weekend. Ankh advancing into the semifinals. Weekend's day is done.
That's kind of crazy, actually.
I agree. Awesome.
I mean, obviously they're both incredible players, but I didn't think that Ben's matchup against Rumble looked very good. But maybe he just made enough free cards because the Ankh deck was like a very good green purple life gain deck. like the play free spells payoff stuff, Swamp Moss and things. So maybe he just like chump blocked it enough times and made enough card advantage to beat him. So we have a Patriarch in play here.
Yep. So
See if he gets a little.
See if he
He
gets
has
any
yet to
value
get
off the
any.
dinos.
He has yet to get any Patriarch stats. But here's his chance.
Into a
Nope.
Reveler.
Oh wait.
A Talisan.
Yep, there's a dinosaur.
Into the Thundersaur.
That's dope.
622 Thundersaur with Breakthrough.
Rar.
Let's see if Nathis has got the Botanimate answer here.
That's a big Godzilla, man.
It is a big Godzilla.
It doesn't even take any damage yet. It's a big Godzilla.
Yep.
This is the gameplay that Newt came for.
For sure. Newt is over there just laughing away with giddy joy like a kid at Christmas.
Ankh has updated me that one deciding factor in their game was there was no rumble to be seen. It did not get drawn in the match.
That definitely will hurt a rumble deck.
Yep.
You don't draw
it sure will. I mean that's something that we had always talked about with the rumble decks after Indy earlier this year, was that like if it doesn't draw a rumble, it doesn't do very much. And we've gotten to the point where the decks are good enough now that they do something, but it is a big hamstring when you miss on Noble Elementalist. But still, congrats to Weekend on a great day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, top 8.
Like, when was the last big tournament we didn't see Weekend in a top 8?
It's been forever,
quality
dude,
of player
for
that
sure.
he is.
Yeah, I mean that's just not a thing, you know.
So here, big full board, lightning speed, like, is fine. No breakthrough guys, but he's probably going to get through the couple guys. We'll see if he chooses to do it. Walker, yep, nice little 2-for-1 there. Gets to kill an Ice Crusher or shrink something, and also lock the Thundersaur without dying and without giving it a ton of power. I guess one thing that, like, I've been saying the whole time, how is Joel going to attack his life total? I mean, having multiple level 3 Talisans, I guess level 3 Talisan, level 3 Talisan, and potentially the level 3 Reveler, if he plays it this cycle, it'll be level 3 next cycle. Does give him just a ton of free cards in this late game.
Yep.
Right. His deck quality is high. Well, both decks are high quality right now because of the Talisan activations. They've both played a bunch of extra cards.
Right.
But it just, when you have a Talisan or a Reveler or whatever, you just get to make 2 high level plays at once, because it's obviously not symmetrical anymore when you get to level 3.
Right.
That's one way just to apply a lot of pressure, which we're seeing right here, where he just like played Talisan mid giant Godzilla, because the 1310 is not an ignorable card either.
Correct. Yeah, I mean it's an interesting it's interesting to watch it play out, because I do feel like Joel's win condition is really on the back of these Thundersaurs. And I do think that he just makes enough large threats that you as an opponent are stuck not really being able to trade combat with him. So unless you can get up on board through strict removal, which I mean certainly Nath's deck has that in the Force Seal, Mantis, Death Touch, and then into Life Drain. But when you got big creatures, Life Drain is very much less of an impact. Although, I mean, again, we talked about like there's just a potential series of inevitabilities that happen here where at some point we're going to see this army commander get us a Krogius and win the game because the life totals are down far enough. And to your point, Joel has not been able to really convert damage into Nathis yet. I mean, Nathis still up a considerable amount.
This was a big hit here.
Right.
He cracked him for 14.
Yeah.
And also still cleared the board down to like him having a large advantage. So we're gonna start seeing it. I don't know if he has played both. Did he play both Mantises already? We'll be able to do an army commander this turn if he drew it, or is he still on level 2?
I'm not sure on that. I have not seen. I think he played a level 2 Mantis, and the hibernating Mantis is a big stat stick. We've seen that. I'm sure that if he's got his Blight Witch or any of these other things that he's been touting, in past matches, like this Walker's not going to survive because he knows he's just going to take a lot more damage to the face if Thundersource sticks around. And right now he's facing 8 damage in that lane versus tanking some amount of damage if he just throws out a 3/3 or 6/6 zombie brute instead.
I mean, I don't think he's going to replace Walker unless he has something crazy happen.
Sure.
Like he might, like you said, he might sack it to Blight Witch.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Because the difference between 8 and 9 is not that big a deal. But
I would be curious to see if Joel's got his Reveler, his Magnivorious Reveler. The Cycle 3 ability is still online for Joel here. So right. If he can stay
the lightning speed, this is the same thing we saw in the last match with Nathis and Weekend. The lightning speed is because he's off Forge here, gonna be big, even if Nathis removes a block or whatever. He has 2 cards to play and a lightning speed to use.
Yeah.
Mike, this is the first round of top 8.
Yep.
So we had 4 rounds of Swiss and then.
So this is number 1 seed Nathis playing against number 8 seed Joel. Tater Tot Eat a Lot.
Nathis spending a lot of time in the tank this turn, but it's understandable. He's behind a significant amount. Not in danger of dying or anything right now, but behind. I guess the lightning speed, you never really know what could happen. So maybe you're in danger of dying. I mean, I don't know what you could possibly have to do, Mike, that's more important than watching the Shuffle Bus, but I guess.
Or playing in the Shuffle Bus?
Yeah, that's true. That's even worse.
There was some really great Swiss games we got covered, for sure. So it's definitely worth going back and watching the rounds 1 through 4 action just because there was some really interesting stuff happening. Number 2 seed is the Infinite Stitcher deck from Eli. We'll see how he comes out of this round. So we did get.
You still think that Joel's going to win just because of dinosaurs?
So Gorman, we did get the table 4 game. Gorman picking up the win over Brandon upside down. So Team Lincoln loses 1 here. I guess we're all in on the tater tot plan for him to win out here.
Still a great event for Brandon there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like we talked about before, Gorman is an excellent player. He's very, very good.
And obviously we watched Gorman in that last game be very methodical and almost take the win off of Nathis. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. Here's the Blight Witch we were talking about. So Let's see if Nathis goes there. Oh,
Yeah,
so we
and
go straight to an Utera Charger. Oh, this is a big Utera Charger.
he gets to kill them both.
Yep. That is a big Utera Charger, man.
That card is busted. Like,
Yes.
it's just,
Technically,
I
I
don't
think it's
know.
supposed to
It's
be in
one
the
of
back
the
row. There was no
um
almost. It was closer than you thought, man. I really do think so.
um yeah, I don't know why we don't talk, like, I talk about Utera Charger all the time, but it's one of the very best cards in set
I
one.
love Utera Charger.
It's so good.
I told you I've been trying to build a really good, like trying to find a really good Utera deck that has Charger and Venom Chalice, and then trying to find a Betrayer Charger because I think it's that good. Like, I think you can.
Well, I mean, Utera Charger is definitely that good.
It's really good with Venom Chalice. I'm gonna tell you now. It's really good with Venom Chalice. I promise you.
Yeah, it's fine.
I am never sad to go Venom Chalice into Charger.
Right. I just think that, like, obviously that's a good combo because you get a little bit more out of your Charger. But
You also can generally
like,
remove a creature that you don't want to have to Charger, so you can actually like remove with Venom Chalice, then Charger in for another removal, and you're up pretty significantly.
well, so if Venom Chalice is rule, it's just a 1-for-1, right? Charger tends to be a 2-for-1. I did like Charger is just so good on its own, and they're like the percentage of game states where Charger plus Venom Chalice is significantly better than just Charger is low. And it's just because Charger is so good on its own.
Sure.
It does obviously make the Charger a little better, but not like maybe it makes it like 10% better, right?
Yeah, but I mean, making an already good card 10% better is never a bad thing. Gorman says it's a great card, but we're reserving broken cards for things like Rumble and Krogi, or Summoning Stitcher. Summoning Stitcher on that list for sure. I think Rumble is in an okay spot right now, and Krogius is.
I mean, Rumble's still busted.
Yeah.
Like,
but I think it's in an
and
okay
Krogius
spot.
is still busted. Well,
this commanding slime is going to live. That's crazy. Well, maybe. We're just seeing a Reveler play now, so it may not.
Firing off the Talisman, see what we do.
Like, right now, this is second card play, right? This is second card play from Joel. So what you're going to see is just a huge smash hit here from Joel, potentially. He's getting the free card, which is the Twin Strength, which, cool. Like, just more power. Like, I almost would Twin Strength that Charger. It's not going to live anyways, but you get to clear the slime then with the Charger.
Yeah, I think that, what is it, 3 extra damage to face as opposed to killing the slime?
Yeah.
4 extra damage to face is probably what I would have done. But that was his Talisman card. He does get to play.
Oh, he's just got to disintegrate.
Okay. Yeah, that's better then. If he has the way to kill the thing elsewise, then obviously you want a Twin Strength to.
So he's connecting
damage.
for 26, 40, 53. Wow. Wow.
Yep.
Woo, boys. That's a spicy hit right there. Woo.
Yep, that was all the stuff I talked about Joel not being able to attack face apparently apparently was just
you just
wrong.
Have to wait long enough for Revelers.
It just needed the Talismans to come online. The level 3 version.
They're backing up.
But we see that like play style from a lot of decks. Like, it's kind of like how Necromancer works.
I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Nathis here. Like, I want to be really clear. Like, but how does he come back from this board state? Because here's another Summoning Ice Crusher. He's not even going to play the.
Well, now you probably don't.
Right.
I mean, his last 2 draws were weak. Obviously, like, the cards he played were weak. And Joel's just been firing on all cylinders. Not I mean.
So here's an Pterodon Mauler.
Is that an upgrade?
It is an upgrade because it's got breakthrough. and it's just another breakthrough creature in replacement
Oh,
of the Talison.
it's an upgrade because of the Patriarch. That's why.
Right.
I was like, there's no way it's bigger than level 3 Talison, right? But when it gets
is.
+6/+6, it is.
And breakthrough. Nuko and Dino Diff.
Yeah, the Patriarch has been a thing now. Like the first two Patriarchs died right away. This Patriarch has seen 3 dinosaurs come into play now. It saw the Thundersaur and the level 3 Ice Crusher and this Pterodon Mauler. So you've definitely got your value.
Does Joel have another Reveler still? Or a Talison, I mean?
Yeah.
He's still got the Betrayer Talison, right? Like
potentially. I mean, he played level 2 red Talison, so level 3 red Talison is in his deck somewhere.
I mean,
I don't think he'd play it now.
No, I mean, but I mean, looking at this board, I mean,
I guess if he has a good spell to play, he could replace the Ice Crusher, the level 1 Ice Crusher.
Nathis has 10. To tank 21 damage, 22 damage to survive, and still block the other 3 creatures. By the way.
Yeah, I think he's dead. I don't know what you want me to say.
I just
you have figured out what numbers
I'm trying
are greater
to figure
than
out
9.
what count as Sam. I mean, if anybody can do it, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, table 2 has turned in. Eli did not make it into semifinals. Congratulations, easy to remember. Advancing to semifinals and knocking the Infinite Stitcher deck out of contention.
I wish we had watched that game.
Yep.
I wonder if he recorded it for his stream.
I hope so. I hope so.
I just want to know what happened. Like, obviously, there are games where you don't draw it.
Right.
It's just, the number of games you don't draw it is so low.
So
because
we're going to see an army commander into level 3 Glowhive here. Is that the play? Oh, there's the Disintegrate just popping the Glowhive immediately off the board. So you can army commander into level 3 Glowhive here, but I mean, that's not going to be enough.
He'll go to 19 and still die by 1,000.
Yeah.
I assume the number that Joel's attacking for is roughly 1,000.
its exact number is 40, 55, 68 right now. But here is level 3 Glowhive. So it'll be less than that. Because, stuff.
Right. It'll be 988 damage. Because he'll block 12 of it.
Yeah, it'll be 56 to be honest, but it's enough. It's enough. Now he can still play another card here and tank some other hit as well, so it'll be lower than that. But I don't think there's enough anyway for Eli to save himself from this Thunderstorm.
No, Nathis, not Eli.
Or Nathis, yeah. Sorry, we're more than most was being talked about in chat by Sam. So, yeah, I mean, look, like this is kind of wild, kind of a wild sequence of events for Joel getting the advantage and potentially knocking the 1 seed out. This would mean that the 1, 2, and 3 seed all lost in round.
The difference in the seeds in a tournament that has 13 people cutting in the top 8 is like essentially meaningless.
I know. I mean, Nathis is still.
So he made a bunch of blockers. He's not going to die.
Nope, not yet.
How many of these things have breakthrough? I guess maybe
the only one is Pterodon Mauler because he got rid of the Thundersword.
Okay, yeah. So he's not dead. He didn't take roughly 1,000. He only took
2.
Like 2. 2 is a lot less than 1,000.
Yep.
And we're within Krogius racing range here now.
Correct.
Barring like.
But he uses Army Commander to make that level 3 Glowhive. So.
Oh yeah.
So I think the only way he could do that now is through the Mantis.
He'd have the Mantis.
Yep. He hasn't won yet, Newt. Hasn't won yet. I mean, Nathis is fighting hard here.
With the Patriarch gone, what's the he has level 3 Thundersword, but level 3 Thundersword is not going to do it this game because it won't have time to get big before the game ends. He has other Talison, so he could play like Talison Furious Colossus level 3,
He's
and
already
that's
played
like
the
a
level 3 Furious Colossus too.
oh, he did. Are you sure?
Yep.
Oh yeah, right. Okay. So what does he have? He has level 1 Wolfstar Jin, level 1 Petrifying Slayer. He has Reveler level 3. Um, he has Nargath Commander. Okay, there's the Thundersoar. Azer Mech Mage level 1. Elementalist level 2. All right, making a 7/7 or an 8/8 or something. How big does it get? 8/8? Okay, Elementalist level 2 into Armor Up Dinos thing. Give a creature +6/+6. So that the Thunderstorm will be reasonably large. It's in the back row right now. And all the guys get 3 armor.
Mauler does not have breakthrough anymore. So
Right, or else he would have put +6/+6 on that guy.
yeah.
And Magnivorius breakthrough guy is actually going to deal some reasonable damage to Joel in what is a close race of life totals.
Well, especially when you look at it and you're trying to figure out what's happening, and you go, okay, well, we only got one more turn of play here, so the life totals have meaning. So it's going to be 17-15 in going into the final.
Right. This game is extremely close. Obviously, some advantage to Joel because he's got a bunch of permanents already in play.
Right. The question is it enough? And
right, but does he just draw Croakius and Mantis in his hand?
yeah, but Croakius goes back row, so it doesn't actually break through. Because he's off Forge.
Because he's off Forge. Interesting.
So Croakius is not a win con now for Nathis. It was last turn.
I wonder what he has that is one then.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what
he's
we got left in the decks.
5. The glow hives are gone.
Mm-hmm. He's got a level 1 polymorpher.
Level 3 vampiric Geist left. 10/12 drain 5. That's like a card that's good right here. He has a Botanimate he could draw. That's a card that's good right here. Circe's Call or Infernal Ritual. Those are like some big ones.
No Charger 3. It's used up. Charger 3's been used. Like, the density of these decks is way down here, right? Like, in terms of quality.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only real threat that Joel has left is Talisan and Elementalist.
There's a Wolfstar, which
he's like hovering a level 1 Wolfstar chin.
Yeah.
What's his Forgeborn? Oh, Demolish. Okay.
Which does nothing, but he could at least activate it to get the Jin a little bit bigger. There's the Talisan.
Okay. There's the Talisan.
Into Twin Strength. Interesting that he chose the Mauler since it doesn't have breakthrough, and he could have potentially.
I think that's good because it like I don't know. Maybe it would have been better to put it on the other Elementalist.
I just think the Elementalist would have been a bigger threat. But I mean, I guess a 22/11 forces a block over there.
Yeah, you were already kind of forced block over there, right? Like
really close because you were at 15 versus
it was still
14.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it should have gone somewhere else. Even the Wisp, like make a 10/10, but the level 2 Elemental is probably the correct play. We'll see what else he does.
Yeah, I think
you really want to replace this Wisp probably.
I think he's trying to with the Wolfstar Jin. Personally, I think that's the second card play here.
Does level 2 Croakius do anything?
Yeah, it's a 0/15 defender.
Well, yeah, but it gains 15.
Well,
like
yes, that's true, but
which is essentially attacking for 15 at this juncture, right? Like when we're on cycle 4, turn 3, like any life gain is like
Yeah.
dealing the same amount of damage because the only thing we care about is
Final life
differential in
total here.
damage.
Right.
But I don't think he like. It's funny. Are you, I don't think you're allowed to army commander your Krogius to just level 2. I think you're forced to upgrade to level 3. It's funny that we're in a situation where level 2 would actually be better than level 3 right now.
Well, I mean, level 3 can still block big damage.
Oh, gains 7 according to Gorman, but still like.
But the level 3 can still block 30 damage, so it can still block any
Well,
one
it can
of
only
these.
block as many damage as the creature it's blocking has power.
Correct.
Doesn't gain him 30, it gains him 22 in this case.
Right.
Which is good. I mean,
yeah.
But the problem is that because that card doesn't have breakthrough, a 2/2 also blocks 22 damage.
Well, because
So,
his hibernating mantis is a 10-13, so he's able to block the 13-10 and the 22 for sure. Then he's got to be able to block the 14-36
but he also has to like +5. So even if he could block all 5 lanes, he loses. So he needs to block all 5 lanes and deal 5.
Right.
That
seems like a hard task. And obviously, Nathis is in the tank trying to figure that very thing out right now.
Right. And he has some free spells to play. Like, that's why. So imagine if we could set up a scenario where he somehow plays level 2 Krogius, which I don't think you can do because I was reading Army Commander and I think you have to upgrade it to level 3. But if he could play level 2 Krogius and like, okay, or this is a 10-point life swing, so there's that. So can he like play a Circe's Call or Infernal Ritual to clog the other lanes?
But he's still going to take, in this case, well, he'd still take 2, right? So Circe's, I think he's out of Circe's, though. I think he used the level 3 Circe's already. I don't think there's a Circe's left. So there's the Jin. We knew he was going to probably replace that.
Are you allowed to activate this?
Yeah, for no effect.
Okay.
The second card. Like, this could be an Infernal Ritual, right?
That doesn't do it, though. I don't... Well, no, that doesn't do it. It has to be, like, Infernal Ritual plus Circe's Call, I think. And I don't know if he's played the level 3 Circe's or not.
I think he has, but I could be wrong.
Because he can take 5 from the Elementalist, and then they'll go another round.
Right. But they don't go another round. I guess they would because they'd be tied, right? So then you go sudden death.
Right. Okay, Blight Witch. Okay.
There's some...
What are we doing now?
There's some shenanigans happening here.
Blight Witch is a thing that can do a thing. How many cards remaining in his hand are spells, and how many of them are things that matter?
So he goes Blight Witch. Infernal Ritual.
Okay, Infernal.
Zombie.
And Circe's for 3 zombies? No,
Forge Seal.
Okay.
Army Commander. Or no, this will be Life Drain, which will kill the Uranti. He gains 6. Yep, that's it.
And still died. Okay.
Yep.
Too bad.
There it is, everybody. Tater Tot, Eat a Lot, Joel with his crazy Talasan Soothing or Magnivorious Reveler deck, pulling off the victory against.
That was sweet.
It was. There was the Magnivorious Reveler as well. But yeah, I think the Reveler would have been a better card there for him, but maybe he didn't have another spell to play. But then just it punishes Joel if he tries to, or Nathis if he plays a bunch of spells like through the Blight Witch at the end there. So I don't know. Either way, very, very good, very well played. Obviously, Joel gets the victory, remains in to advance to the semifinals. I don't remember who went first here. We will be about ready to advance into semifinals as soon as this game is reported. We've got, so far, we've got Easy to Remember, Ankh, and Gorman advancing, and Joel advancing. So the lower seeds were the victors coming out of this. I know the seeds don't matter, but it's kind of fun to talk about. And Joel upsetting world champion Sam Nathis in the the quarterfinals round to move into semifinals. Alex upsetting Eli. Ben Ankh upsetting Weekend, and Gorman holding it down and that 4 seed spot, moving forward into the semifinals. So that game will be coming here just shortly. So just stick with us.
I'm really interested to know what happened in Eli's game. Like, it must just be he didn't draw a Harvester at the same time as one of the Stitchers.
Yep.
And then his opponent just pressured him to death. But I'm interested in the post-game report there from him.
All right, we will finalize that round and move on to the next round where we've got Joel and Gorman are going to face off, and Easy to Remember and Ben Ankh are going to face off here. All right. Again, there's no timers in Top Cut, so these games won't be pressured by a sudden death timer. So we are just playing them out live as they work. And for us, we're going to be following along with Joel and Gorman here. So we'll get to watch Joel's deck in action again on this semifinal match. And yeah. Exactly how we drew it up, Neil.
I mean, that was a very crazy game where Joel just went from like dealing negative damage. He was like 0, -5, -7, like that's his life total, and then 53.
Yep.
Like,
it was really cool to see it. I mean, it's the kind of thing you want to see work out that way. So, the Walden Twin is Easy to Remember, so that's not our game right yet. Joel and Gorman haven't gotten their game up yet. I'm sure Joel's probably like, "Can I have a break?" After beating world champ Sam Matheson.
yeah, it is. His slave driver Jesse's like, no breaks. Represent Lakehead.
Yep. We're tougher than that. We don't need no stinking breaks. If I was playing, I'd be like, break, please.
How many breaks did the football team take? Is that game still going on?
No, they lost 13-10. Typical Nebraska fashion.
So not enough then.
Not enough. Not enough. All right, there it is. Alex brought the heat last round. I love hearing it, man. I hope did you record it, Eli? Because we would love to watch that game. I really hope it ends up on your channel. So we are getting in. No Gorman yet in this game. Coming soon, I'm sure. That's got to make you feel good, Sam. Means you had a tough schedule. All right. We are ready to kick things off. I'm going to let them know that they can fire off. Okay, so we're entering semifinals, top 4 action. That's awesome. I'd love the highlight vid. I don't always have time to watch a whole game, so the highlight vids are a great idea. I hope that that works out. But yeah, I'm glad that you were streaming your tournament today. So we've got Gorman and Tater Tot Eat a Lot here at table 1, and Ben, Onk, and Easy to Remember at table 2. We'll be following Gorman and Tater Tot Eat a Lot through this game, and then we will switch over to the other game if this game completes and they're still playing. So stick with us through this. We are ready to fire off top 4 semifinal action between Tater Tot Eat a Lot and Gorman. Here we go. There's the Ice Crusher from Joel. We saw the Ice Crushers get a lot of value for him in the previous game.
It's just a nice card. Like, I think as a body, it's a very good forge.
Mm-hmm. I think anytime you've got, summoning attached to about any body, it's pretty solid. So there's a Lightning Brand, seeing that for just a 1/4 sprite. Obviously not the most ideal play for Gorman, because he'd prefer to have a mage, but there's Thundersword coming down right away as well. Is Thundersword going to be a problem for Gorman? Does he have he doesn't really have the strict removal, right? But here's a spell sprite, Burnout.
I'm still bringing up the list, but one thing about the Tater Tot deck is that it doesn't have a lot of ways to self-pump the Thundersword. It does have like a couple pump spells.
And Gorman just playing
And
3 cards here for his first card action or second card action. Like he goes right into a Flame Jet as well, making these spell sprites huge. So definitely going to watch how these spell sprites sort out. Eating Joel's spell sprite and his Ice Crusher, catching both of those cards. It's a really good series of events there.
Yeah, definitely an advantage to Gorman. And like I was saying, Joel has the Nargath Commander, which is an excellent combo with
There's the
Thundersword,
Necrovive
obviously.
into the Thundersword.
But other than that, he has like target dinosaur gets +3/+3, and like Patriarch, but Patriarch has to be in play prior in order for the Thundersword to get pumped. So Gorman has the kind of deck that can kind of ignore a Thundersword and just like let it be, a 3/20 or whatever, and just not play that lane.
And that's what we've seen so far. Is we do see Joel put down a Firehide Idol. He did not play that in the last round.
Yeah, that's a card you really like. If you have it in cycle 1 and it's convenient to play, you should probably. But like, it's not a card that's good if you ever draw it off cycle.
So we'll see what Joel's
because the level 1 just
is.
takes so long to charge up.
I mean, Joel's follow-up could very well be a Talasan. We saw him play tons of Talasans. Could also be a Magnivorious Reveler. Both would be pretty good here. But you would assume that if he had Magnivorious Reveler, he'd probably try to play it into the Fireheart Idol, especially when he's got an empty board, so it turns down a lot of the spell power on your opponent's side. I mean, Zarath's Will and things like that. Yeah, I imagine we won't see Firehearts hitting Thunderswords this game, but who knows? It is an interesting potential out for your Thundersword if you need it. So there's a Spite Maiden.
It feels like you have to be pretty far ahead to be Firehearting your own Thundersword.
Right, into a Pyre Song for no value, I guess. Destroys his own creature.
He paid some life to upgrade his spell.
Right.
And he got, even though he killed his own guy, he got more stats out of it because of the spell sprite pump.
So Joel's going, is it my turn to go now? um, there is the first Talisan into a Everflame Phoenix. That's going to give a Nuterra Charger, which is going to eat that that other thing. Where did he pull the? Oh, they added dice. I didn't know they did that. That's nice. So Joel taking 6 here, losing the life battle just a little bit, but and a little bit of board advantage. But Joel did a pretty good job of sort of offsetting the fact that Gorman played his entire hand last round.
Yeah, I mean, it's roughly the same board state we saw before. It's just he has a Phoenix instead of 2 spell sprites.
Right.
The Phoenix is probably a little less threatening than 2 spell sprites, but those spell sprites were like half cards, kind of.
Right. So there's the Magnivorious Reveler. Love this card because if Gorman cannot kill the Reveler, then the Reveler is going to get pretty big here. Or Gorman can choose not to play a spell. And
Gorman's deck specifically, like, I think it's going to be a rarity that one of his cards, like one of his turns, doesn't have at least 1 spell.
Right. And this is gonna get the idol really close to triggering, which is an advantage for Joel as well. It's not there yet, right? Because you have to play multiple spells.
It's a nice little removal spell. Like,
so we know even Spirit Leash takes it down to 2, but then it's going to get to.
I think it gets its 2. No, it gets its 2 after. Yeah. So
and then Savage Oath back into it. If it's a warrior, it gets +3/+6. Not a warrior, so didn't get the extra +3 life.
Is it a mage?
It's a mage.
It's a mage. Okay.
So it's a 5/5. But good series of events there for Joel. I mean, if he's got another spell play here, like Disintegrate, then he gets to trigger the Fireheart Idol and probably kill something and deal a fair amount of damage to Gorman here.
Right. There's a
Stormcaller
with the Phoenix in play. You have a good target for.
I think if I'm Joel, I just take this damage from the Stormcaller. I don't want him to play a spell.
I would never let a Stormcaller resolve unless I was going to die to it.
The only
advantage, not ever.
Yeah, the only advantage he gets off of letting the Stormcaller resolve and play a spell is the Magnivorious gets a little bigger, and if you have a removal for Stormcaller, then you're probably okay. But you do risk like a Necrovive here.
Never ever.
Stormcaller might as well just print come into play, deal X damage to a target player. But it is an interesting decision point. So Joel does take that damage. Second card from Joel here.
This card, if I was at 3, I would consider taking 3 of this and conceding rather than letting my opponent play a spell.
So he's able to Aether Mecha Mage away the Everflame Phoenix. Really interesting that he chose to do that versus killing the Stormcaller and actually connecting damage with the Reveler.
I mean, I would pay 5 life to kill the thing rather than waste my let my opponent have a Phoenix, right?
Yeah. But I mean, I'm just saying.
In fact, you're not paying 5 life. You're actually gaining 1 because the Phoenix would 6 you or whatever.
So we do start cycle 2.
Right?
So they're so you've got Blast Wave online now into a Spite Maiden. So we're gonna see. Okay, so he's not Spite Maidening the Flame Jet, I guess, or is he? Oh, he is. Okay.
But which is better? You have to pay life into it either way. Which is less? You pay 5 to the Spite Maiden, or you pay 7 to the Flame Jet.
Yeah, you play 5 to the Spite Maiden. So I think Gorman should be at 35, right?
I mean, he triggered the Dark Heart also.
Oh, which would have been plus.
My life totals are screwed up. The numbers look weird.
It's 27 to 40 right now. I thought Gorman was at 40 before he played the Spite Maiden. So there's the Reveler again, level 2 Reveler. So he's going to play a Disintegrate and then deal 6 damage with the Fireheart Idol. deals 6 damage to Gorman. So 34. I feel like he's supposed to be a 31, but I may have missed it. Yeah. It's 27-34. Favor of Gorman right now.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to hope that they got it right because I'm not sure.
I don't know if anybody can go back on our stream and go backwards on the live and see if Gorman was at 40 when he played that Spite Maiden or what his health was when he played that Spite Maiden. That would be the only way we could do it. So here's level 2 Fireheart Idol. Staying on time with the Firehearts. Maybe the way he wins this game.
Once you get the level 1 leveled up, the other ones are
the Necrovive
are easier, right? It's the amount of time it takes to charge it that really is the problem as you miss them on curve. So once you have the first one played, you can pretty much play the second one almost any time.
But when you have double Taliesin and double Reveler, you probably have enough like card play density in general outside of creature play that you can still underdrop this for value if you wanted to. So Combat Glider. Yep.
Glider's such a good card.
It is. So there's the Spell Sprite getting our first trigger on the new idol. This one takes 3, so we're 1/3 of the way there. He was at 40, so he should have taken 3, right? He should be down. Gorman would take 5 from the main, then heal 2 from the Dark Heart, so he should be at 3 down from where he's at.
I wonder if Joel took the Dark Heart damage.
I don't know. What was? Well, that'd be really hard for us to back that up. So how do you want me to proceed with correcting life totals or leave it as is? Because I don't know.
I'll type them here.
For sure, we know Gorman's supposed to be down 3 life from where he's at. Eli's saying that he took the appropriate damage, went from 36 to 27, which is 7 plus 2. So just Gorman down 3 is what we need to correct here. You can run into their game if that helps, Neil.
Again, what?
You can jump into their Discord game.
Hang on, let's see what.
I mean, you can if it's easier to talk to him about it. I just want to get it right for him. Because this game's going to come down to the wire. I think he's supposed to be at 31. He was at 40 when he played the Spite meeting. Do you want to jump into the room with him?
I'm watching the bot. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, Spite Maiden. Is that 40? Then Thundersoar. Then
Mike and Eli are both saying just missing the Spite main damage, then Darkheart heal.
I'll go jump in their game.
Yeah. Thanks for bearing with us, guys. We'll get it all sorted out here. We just want to make sure the game state's correct. That's why we do these with table judges where we can. Because
hey guys,
Neil, can you mute your Zoom?
Yeah.
So we're just going to work through this and make sure we get the life total correct. Obviously, I don't think this is an intentional misplay or anything like that. I want to be really clear about that. I think that at the end of the day, you get to moving really fast with things, and you don't sort that all the way out. So Neil went back and looked at the VOD. One of the beauties of streaming like this is that we have that option. So it gives us an outcome.
Okay, I'm back. You got me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yep, they just fixed it and moved on.
Yep, that's perfect. That's what we want.
They think the discrepancy actually happened when Gorman was trying to calculate the Fireheart idol because they have the same glitch on the table life totals as we do.
Right.
And
that's fine.
So it just got awkward, but it's all good now. So
big Circe's call here. Big
massive Circe's call.
The ruling on the field is challenged.
The 3-3s. The 3-3s are like not that big a threat, but it makes a big just a big roadblock for a while for
especially when Joel's deck doesn't really have great ways to connect when level 1 and level 2 Thundersoar have just been immediately removed from the board by Gorman. He's not been able to really establish a board presence, and it feels like Joel's deck wants that.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw against Nathis kind of hasn't happened against Gorman here, where he just hasn't like gone Taliesin, 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 right? Like
Right.
where
What
that's
what really would help him get back in is obviously if he's got level 2 Utera Charger, he could catch this. He could trade with the glider and kill 2 zombies, and
right.
that's one way he can get back
Yeah,
into this.
not drawing Charger on curve every cycle also is different than the Nathis game.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
So this would
but
be
it
really an opportunity if he's got it.
the Circe's call like this with the big 3/3 board state, like that's the kind of thing that get some good value here with the Elementalist.
And does Ras will?
Yeah. Um, that's the kind of thing that the Taliesin play is good against, because if he has a full board of guys or whatever, and you activate Taliesin, you know that you're like getting a little extra value because whatever he plays, unless it's a spell, kills a 3/3 along with it.
Here's
This is really good, right? This is like kill the whole board.
Good. Yeah.
Kills the whole. Well, it doesn't kill the glider or the Aranti, but it kills all the 3/3s. Does a bunch of damage to the Aranti and the glider, and doesn't hurt his spell sprite. Elemental Strip is a hell of a card.
The blast wave just kills the rest of the board.
Yep, very good. Like just clean all that up nicely.
Yeah, yeah. And Joel's still got 1 card left. While, well, I guess if you play an Adept for free, you're good.
Is this free or did he just play it?
Did
he play 2 spells this turn?
No, I think he didn't. He just played it. So there's Taliesin. So now he's going to get to play one of those 2 cards, which is a Frankenbaum.
Well, that's good. That's really good for Gorman there. We'll see what.
If Joel plays a spell off this Taliesin, though, it's not. Yep. So there was Azir Mecha Mage, triggers, Fireheart Idol.
Woof. Wow.
And the Fireheart connects for 7.
A lot of value from.
Did we get the 7 off of that? Fireheart to the player?
I'm not sure.
Because we saw 6 damage, 7 damage. Did we see up there? They're getting it now. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, that's a ton of value for Joel there. So the level 3 Ice Crusher coming in here, making a Spell Swarm minion now. Joel has flipped the board in his favor from being down 5 to 1.
Yeah, I mean, the Circe's call essentially was like a 1-for-1 trade with the Elementalist Ritual.
Right.
The additional guys dying to it was pretty big, I guess, from the Blast Wave. But that's just Blast Wave trading for guys like it always does.
Right.
The Taliesin was insane. Like,
yeah. So here is the Taliesin activation. He's going to go ahead and use it here. Let Gorman play a card.
Because Azir Mech Mage is also just a very good card. I don't know if we talked about that very much in this match. I don't know if he played it against Nathis or we watched him before. But Azir Mech Mage is just an extremely good card, right? Like, it's not a new Terra Charger, but it's close to a new Terra Charger, right? Like, it's like just coming to play blast something for 4 and then 6 and then what, 8, 10? I don't know what the level 3 does.
Joel is at that point where he's starting to pressure
4, 6, 8
and put Gorman on his back foot.
Yeah, the damage curve of this game has been a lot more normal.
Quick update on table 2. Ankh Ben has successfully defeated Easy to Remember and is moving on to the final round. So whoever wins this match will be facing off with Ankh from Ankh Gaming, and we'll see how that all sorts out. So
yeah, obviously congrats to Ben on making the finals there. And
I think more than most is extremely handsome and also extremely cool. Just an FYI. Eli.
I don't know what's going on here anymore.
Like chat.
Wait,
got a twin strength?
I mean, Okay, so level 1 Trin Strength, not the greatest. He does have a Spell Swarm that's going to get him. Having another Azure Mech Mage activation is very good.
So he took just dealt 6 damage directly to Joel. So he's just pushing that Mech Mage.
Yeah, getting second Mech Mage activation is pretty damn good.
Yep.
Uh,
We're getting a bunch of hearts over my comments, so it must have been good.
all right.
You're welcome.
I didn't think I'd be quitting the Shuffle Bus right before the finals, but I'm out, guys.
This is
you can have Eli on to do.
It was all part of the plan.
It
was all part of the plan to replace my co-host. Let me tell you. Yep. Nope. Not part of the plan. You better not quit on me.
You have Eli now. What do you need me for?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it's just a series of handsomeness, right? Like there's a whole bunch of it going on around here.
You pack your bags. I'll inform Betsy for you, so I don't need to deal with that, and just move to. I don't know where Eli's from, actually.
You see a spell sprite come in a burnout, level 2 burnout, making that 4/4. So not catching the Mech Mage yet. That could be a problem.
He's gonna trade with it, like
not yet. He's got to play another spell for second card.
What are you talking about? It's a 5/1.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I'm backwards. So then there is the big buff to everything. Cycle 3, putting that pressure on.
Yeah, I mean Gorman might be dead.
I mean, I think he's not actually dead. I don't think, because he's at 20, at 13, at 12, and right now, if he can block 2, he's not dead. If he can't block 2, then he is dead.
He's got Gathering Storm, but he didn't do it before, so you don't like.
Tater's favored because of dinos again, according to Newt. Sure. I'm not sure the dinos actually mattered in this.
What he game. Played just Ice Crusher, I think, was and the only dino game.
And Thundersaur.
Oh, he did play a Thundersaur early on.
2 Thundersaurs. He played a level 1 and a level 2. They just got blown up immediately.
Yeah.
Wolfstar Jin doing work as an underdrop here.
Necrovived. Wolfstar Jin being a 8/8 or whatever, like always.
Yep.
Now he's been leashed. Okay, so he did Gathering Storm. So he played the leash and Gathering Storm something, I think is what happened there. Took some damage, egg down, Ice Crusher in play, and 9/9 Spell Swarm in play.
Yeah.
The dinos exist in the deck, that's all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Just gave him the motivation to play his non-dino cards in the correct sequence.
So there is a free Necrovive. I mean,
that's a good start for Gorman here.
Yep.
I mean, 27 is a lot more than 3, but
here's the Gathering Storm.
Okay, so he didn't Gathering Storm last turn, I guess.
But if he just played Necrovive, why didn't he Gathering Storm before Necroviving?
I don't know. Maybe he did.
Joel didn't take any damage, so
they're just maybe he did it last turn, like I said, and they just forgot to tap it, so he tapped it now.
Yeah.
Because I think he did it last turn. But so Necrovive is a good start. 27 is a lot more than 3, but it's not like infinite more than 3. There are definitely sequences in Gorman's deck where he can come back here.
There's the
Blighter's fine, just like a reasonable guy.
Yep.
Fire Hideout is going to make it difficult though, because that puts him on a clock of like just a couple cards played.
Right, especially if one of these is a Reveler. If he's got level 3 Reveler here, like it's GG, right?
Well, it's not GG. It takes 3 counters, doesn't it?
2.
Or does it take 2?
It takes 2.
Okay, so yeah, a Taliesin or a Reveler and a spell in hand will kill him.
Yep. So there is a Cutthroat Geist. I don't think Joel cares about this at all.
Okay,
because
so there's the
Taliesin.
Taliesin. Does he have? I assume he has a spell because he just like threw it into play.
Yeah, I mean he's got the win figured out here.
Yeah, and he's gonna die by more than more than 3, so the life total debacle will not have mattered. I mean, what? Let's see what does Gorman have anything that he could play off Taliesin here that would gain him some life. Have to gain him 6 life. Probably not 6 life.
Fireheart Idol was my MVP at Fuse Fest.
The card is pretty good, honestly.
Yep. There's the Spite Maiden, but can't imagine he's going to take the Spite Maiden damage unless he just wants to murder himself. So just second Taliesin.
Oh, right. So yeah, it didn't have to be a spell. It could be any card because he could replace the Taliesin in that lane to get him.
There we go. So congratulations, Tater Tot Eat a Lot Joel, for making it to Shufflebus Championship Finals. Lincoln representing. We are moments away from the finals match.
A very good, again, like all props to Gorman. Always plays great, and a very good tournament showing from him against semis there. But yeah, Joel against Ben in the finals here is two great community members, obviously 2 great players that deserve to be here, and
Joel is a Shufflebus champion. He won the spring qualifier.
This year. One of the early ones with the deck he traded to you.
Yeah, he did it with the suppressing Sonic Burst stabilizing deck that is now in my possession. And then a mage heavy red side with Rumble Spark, but he's anti Rumble Spark now, right? So
well, yeah, he doesn't like things that are good.
But apparently he finds stuff that is pretty good because he's made it through Shufflebus Championship with something that's a little unconventional.
Well, he doesn't like things that other people think are good. That's
yeah.
I think, which is, I mean, he's got a Thunder Sword. Everybody thinks that card's really good, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so let's finalize the round. Let's give Joel five-ish minutes or so. 1 second here. I'm going to jump over there and talk to him.
Okay.
Other part of me that I have to play my best.
Yeah.
You can't throw a game.
I totally get that.
They're going to get this thing up and going here, and they're ready to play right away. They did not want to take a minute, so totally fine.
I'm good with that too.
Me too. I mean, I'm happy to watch the games get completed and
so, like I said, congrats to everybody that made top 8 today. Like, obviously, we're going to watch the finals here between Ben and Joel. Extra congrats to them for being finalists, but everybody in top 8 obviously had good decks. Everybody in the tournament was good players, so I think it's been a good event all around.
Yeah, it's been a fun tournament, and obviously the outcome is a little unconventional from what we thought would be some of the favorites. But it doesn't take anything away from those decks that we thought would be favorites, right? I still think they're very, very good decks. Like Eli's Infinite Stitcher deck is extremely good, right? And extremely consistent.
Yeah, I mean, if you had asked me to bet on who was going to win, I would say Eli today, but
and obviously we knew Rumble Sparks and the Rumble Heart decks would still be around. So
and the Rumble Sparks performed well, like we thought it was.
Yep. We even saw the Army Commander Krogius stuff show up. I mean, we got a little bit of an unconventional Echo Pup deck here from Ankh that we saw do some pretty amazing things earlier.
Ankh's deck is everybody's saying the word unconventional a lot. I think Onk's deck is pretty much like the standard purple green life gain deck. Like it has Carnivorous Terror, which is essentially Kindred Creature. It has Swamp Moss Lurker. It has Zrath's Will, Dissient Siphon, Shambler. Like I feel like this is as close to like, you know, that archetype, that set one life gain type deck as we get. You know, besides like Ryan Creech's deck or whatever.
Right. Right. So we're off to the races here with Ankh being on
just
Forge
firing off
with
his
a Shambling
Shambler.
Drake. Yep. Tater Tot answers it with a Disintegrate, which I mean, leveling Disintegrate's always very good. Into a Swamp Moss Lurker for free, and then into a Feral Instinct. These guys are playing with a lot of speed and intention here. So this will probably be a fast match. Just everybody buckle up and hang on. Joel.
Well, yeah, obviously, like both these players are very experienced. They play a ton of Solforge. I'm excited to see Ankh play here. I don't know if did we have Ben on stream?
We had him on an earlier round. I think he actually lost that round, but I think that was to Eli. Remember, Eli went infinite.
Right. It was round 2. He played against Eli and got comboed. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm very interested to see Ben's deck sort itself out across the stuff. So Sam saying Ben's deck has some nutty draws.
Yeah, for sure. And what Newt's saying there is absolutely right. Like the life gain decks with the free cards in them are the ones that I think are, well, first, the best versions. Obviously, like free cards are the best cards in the game. But the life gain synergy ones are all very good. Like Swamp Moss Lurker is absolutely busted. Zrath's Will is very, very good.
There's the Echo Pups.
And it's just like, it's like it's just a lot to deal with, right? And because you gain life, the game tends to be a little longer, so you have more time to deploy these like additional card advantage plays against your opponent.
Right.
So it's like a lot of pressure over a long period of time. It just adds up.
So we just watched a Necrovive get played.
And some combat happens. Thundersoar has flipped his power toughness as he does.
Yeah. We'll see if we get the twin strength play. We have seen Joel do that quite a bit on this Thundersoar.
He's gonna have to do a lot of things to make this Thundersoar survive. I don't think he's gonna get there, but it is gonna do a lot of damage to.
There's a Dissient Siphon
to him if it's not dealt with. Dissient Siphon sacking one of the pups to play a Gloom Hag for free. Yeah, he has the Nargath Thundersword thing going. And looking at Ben's deck here, he doesn't really have like a nice way to clean up that Thundersource, so I think he's probably going to take a bunch of breakthrough damage here.
Yeah. The real question would be, since he's got last action, you can Nargath. I mean, it's worth 2 extra damage points. You might as well do that.
100%.
He's going to swap that. I'm not sure.
I would have activated it before.
There's a spiked Carapace.
So he's actually trying to save the thing. And this will save it, barring... I mean, I guess it will save it because of the armor.
Wild. That's an interesting decision point for Joel there. I guess that makes sense, but there's the Necromancer.
Yeah, doing it as your like first action phase, I think is a little weird. I
mean, you could have done that same play now, right? And you would have
because you give
there's Talus
Ben the chance to do something about it, which Ben didn't do.
But probably more for Will. No, it's a minion. He can't do any value out the minion. So
that would have been an incredible blowout if that was a
There's the Charger. Killing that guy, going down by 3.
gotta do Terra Charger's so good.
It is. Lots of trades happening here.
Well, the Hag's gonna live and the Thundersword's gonna live. Oh, and the Talisman, yeah.
And that
The
goes up by
Thundersword's
7.
like a 21 power or something now.
Yeah, that's crazy. Obviously, I don't think it's going to survive through this round, but
Well, so
because it's got life drain on
like I
now.
said, Ben doesn't have a lot of clean ways to deal with it.
He's got life drain to deal with it now, though. He can just life drain it.
Oh, is that life drain? Okay, yeah, that's fine. That'll do. That'll do.
But this Hag
Unless he has Dinosaur Thing right now. He can play Spike Carapace again right now, and then
yeah, if he
that
does have
saves
that,
it, right?
that's probably rough, yeah, for Ben.
he has the Talisman in place, so he can't Neck Revive it, and Neck Revive is kind of like the only hard removal. It's interesting that like
It's interesting because he's going to let Ben
A
play a
lot of-
card here on this
a
Talisman.
lot of the decks that we saw in this tournament were not heavy removal decks like we had been seeing
Right.
previous
So we get
in the meta.
We get a bidding by Bartok. Not great here on start of cycle, where you're not going to get the deck cycle on the biting part, but
That's a fine free card though. Like he plays another large man.
yep, off the Talisman
As this
play.
deck does.
So now it's his real. Now it's his real play, because that was his free play off Talisman, and that's going into a Nargoth Commander. Probably not going to use a Nargoth though.
Nargoth Commander not friends with Thundersword right now.
Yep.
But he knew that it was going to get life drained like we talked about. So he has an empty space there to
Wonder if this is going to turn into a Cycle 2 Thundersaur.
to Nargath.
Yeah.
Does Nargath deal extra damage or does it just pump
No,
extra life?
it's always 2, but it's pump extra damage.
Okay.
So that's what makes Nargath kind of interesting.
Card's good. Like it's not like a huge body, but
Oh, big Utera Charger here.
does he shoot again?
He's got to. I mean, you've got to, right?
I don't know about got to, but he.
Why not?
Wait, what happened? It hit the Shambler and it went to 5, and then it did what? Why is it at 1?
I don't know. He's gonna blast wave this. It was pumped by the Bartok. That's why it was bigger.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Keeps the Terra Charger in play because that's the only way you're going to get a real 2-for-1 probably. Well, you could have gotten a 2-for-1 the other way, but there's Wrath's Will, so he did gain life, so that was free into an Ardent Raptor.
The difference is that like you can double fight and get a 2-for-1 that you know about, or you can fight once and leave it there as the next one and make your opponent like spend a card into it.
Mhm.
And when you're ahead on board, like when you can deal with the cards that you can see, I think that you should do like Joel did, where you just fight once and make them spend a card. Because you'd rather have a card out of their hand than a card in play, unless you're gonna win or.
Probability for Cycle 2 Thundersaur is 50-50 right now. So he might have the Cycle 2 Thundersaur here for the Nargath, which would be pretty good, but he would sacrifice that Colossus to do it. And that's an interesting consideration to make.
Unless he has Spike Carapace. That card is so funny. That's like not even a card like I considered being like
if you play Dinos,
a
it's
huge
not bad.
deal. But
there's the big Drake. Middle Drake, not the big one. We're not to Cycle 3 yet. Shambling Drake, but there is the big Thundersword.
God, does he have the Spike Carapace?
If he has the Spike Carapace, like it's kind of nutty, right?
Yeah, because then the Colossus doesn't die to the Nargath commander thing. Oh, okay.
Colossus will die here.
It runs the Drake away to guarantee the Colossus kill. Plays Necromancer, okay. upgrade something. Necromancer is a card that we like. I think it was only in Onyx deck today, which is crazy because that card's
I thought
very good.
I thought Nathis had it too.
No, that was one of the things that was different from his World stick.
Yeah, I swear somebody else was playing Necromancer today besides Honk. But maybe
Potentially
it's
one
just-
of the red purple decks did, but I don't.
I mean,
remember
Necromancer is
it
such a
being-
great card.
Yeah, it's busted. It's not actually like broken because it's level 1 and 2 versions are
I was
just
letting you
little
sit on
value
that
guys.
for a while.
But the level 3 version is absolutely bonkers.
So he's upgraded
right?
a Shambler into a Swamp Moss Lurker. Gets to play that for free because he's over 40.
Swamp Moss is actually, but Swamp Moss is the reverse
There's
of
the Spike
Necromancer.
Carapace.
Yeah,
This-
I mean, moving the Drake makes the Spike Carapace less important because the Colossus doesn't connect and doesn't survive combat. So it's still good, obviously, but the Necromancer is like the reverse Swamp Moss Lurker, where Swamp Moss level 1 and 2 are absolutely broken, and level 3 is just okay, whereas Necromancer at level 1 and 2 are okay.
Oh yeah, because it had 3 armor. They did live through that Drake.
What? How big was the Drake?
3, 6.
So it went
Yeah.
to 5. It took 2 from the that Colossus should be dead, right?
No, it's not.
Am
'Cause
I-
he took 3 armor. He took 3 armor.
Right, and 2 of the armor got eaten by the
So he took 3 damage.
The
but
Nargath commander.
The Colossus had 4 life.
Colossus had 2 life and 3 armor on it. It took 2 damage going to 2 life, 1 armor, and then
Okay.
took 3 damage in combat.
Hold on.
Am I wrong, chat? Somebody tell me, chat.
Thunder missed a buff as well, but
Unless he didn't activate
So Thunder needs another +6.
from the Spike Carapace.
Yeah, well, he got the Spike Carapace to buff it, right? +6.
Oh, he
But
took
then-
back the Nargath. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Yeah.
That was the part we were confused on.
But
So-
did the
So now Joel is on Forge. We've talked about this a couple of times. We're like, you know, he's got some time on this card play with this Nargath, right? Like he can wait till second card turn to activate it and then replace it. Like, so I mean, he's got some different play patterns here. I mean, obviously Elementalist here.
Elementalist has been
Going into Fireheart
We-
Idol.
has just been great, in all day, like in a lot of decks. Like I know the card's good. We never really like, at least in games that I've covered, just seen it be great. You just like assume that it's great. Today, in multiple matches in multiple different decks, it has just shown its power.
I really have always liked the Elementalist. I don't have a really good
Yeah, it's a-
Elementalist deck, but
It's a great card. That's like Cody's favorite card.
I have considered trying to play it with my Drix, my blue Drix deck, because I have a pretty decent spell density with it, and obviously the replace synergy on cycle 1 gives you a little bit more relevancy. But I've not actually explored it too much because I don't feel like my red half has been very good for that. Another Gloomreaper Hag. We know the second Gloomreaper Hag is not as good as the first one.
The second one is like passable,
Yeah.
but the third one's really bad.
Yes.
And passable isn't good. It's just like fine.
So he is going to eat the Nargoth here. Makes sense. That's going to buff the Thundersoar up by 2. Turning it into an 820. Might it go 4? Oh, yeah, because the Nargath gives +2 as well. Into a Talisan, which we have seen him do this a few times. We'll see what how Ankh responds to the Talisan.
It is kind of crazy that like Joel's deck is just like points
Into
of
second
life
Taliesin.
on creatures. That's like the whole deck. He just like puts creatures with life points in play and says, "See if you can beat it."
Now, is he gonna? Here's the question: is he gonna Taliesin again for his last card?
Taliesin into Taliesin is like they get worse the more you activate them.
I know.
I assume not, but maybe. I mean, depends on what his last card is. If it's really good, then
Right.
he will.
Well, because he gets another charge counter on Fireheart if it's a spell, or he can. And I mean, I don't think he's gonna replace the Taliesin there, but there's Feral Instinct.
That card also is very good.
Yep.
It's not like a flashy one. It's just like a good solid card.
On to 38.
I guess it's kind of flashy because like after level 1 you let you play cards for free, but
And he gets to play off the Feral Instinct. He gets to play the Dissian. Is that what happens? 1 or 2 card for free. Yep. Okay. So he plays the Dissian
yeah.
and makes a Wisp.
Right. So the Dissian he sacked his guy to play a level 1 card off the Dissian and played Gullhive Nursery.
Pretty good.
Yeah, he played a lot of cards. He's like, I see your Taliesin, I'll raise you 4 cards.
Yeah.
Like just and he's still at a very respectable life total. Joel hasn't gone off yet to where he's like really filled the board with unkillable guys. He has a strong Thundersword, but not an unbeatable one.
There's the Carnivorous Tarot.
Yeah.
Upgrades the Tarot.
Immediately Necromancers it to level 3. Big old Thunder Dead now.
Yeah. Thunder Stomper. Into the second Nargoth Commander, because you can't have too many Nargoths here.
Nargoth Commander's a really good card. Like, obviously the Thunderstorm makes it even better, but like, just in general, it's just a very solid guy and a large amount of stats.
Into a Spite Maiden. Into a Botanimate, which
Got
is
him.
how you get it. The Wisp should be back row 2, right? Because you replaced it.
I think they just don't care because it's going to die.
Yeah.
Because they moved the Nargoth back, so they obviously know. Yeah, so we're gonna see oh, he's doing okay. Neat. Sacking the Gloom Reaper Hag that's gonna die, buffing something, Necromancer or Wisp. And then that's also gonna pump the Tarot a little bit off the Hag drain.
Yep. Big Utero
Oof.
Charger.
See if he decides to fight twice. I would fight twice.
I'd kill that Tarot if I'm
because you want the Tarot dead.
Yeah. He chose not to. I guess he wants to kill that Wisp over the Tarot. Seems like the Tarot's a bigger threat.
He just I guess he just really wanted to put the Nargoth in the front row there and 9 him.
9 has a value on the Swamp Moss, right? Level 3 Swamp Moss.
Level 3 Swamp Moss doesn't care about your life total.
Okay.
Level 3 Swamp Moss is like power equal to your life total or whatever.
Right.
And it's not ever free. So it's like a must block threat, but it's much worse than the level 1 and level 2 versions.
Right. Well, we're back to a board state where there's a small advantage maybe to Joel, but
Yeah, he has a pretty significant creature advantage here. The 915 is obviously much better than the Tarot. Yep, and has the potential to Nargath whatever he plays even better if it's a Thundersoar.
and we're early in, like, he could have Botanimate. Botanimate level 3 would be really rough for Joel here.
Well, he played Botanimate last turn,
Well,
which
we're in
is the
cycle.
same cycle.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. He's
So
he's
he
a
can't have
cycle behind on
Botanimate.
it. Right. Yep. So there's the
Um,
level 3 Shambler. What's he getting buff from? Oh, it's got a deploy effect on it. It's the Forsaken.
Okay, Forsaken deploy. Okay, so here's a Reveler.
Ooh, it's gonna get spicy.
See, I think Joel was a little premature with the Nargath activation. Because he could have put that Reveler in the Fireheart idle lane and pump Fireheart idle and also like Nargath to the Reveler.
You should tick up the Fireheart idol by 1. It should have 2 counters on it.
Is it a must do it? Yeah.
The activation is not a must, but I think the counter is a must.
Yeah. Yeah, they fixed it. All right, so
Drake.
2 level 3 Shamblers in play, and Joel at 17. Like that's a little dangerous by itself.
The thing is that right now the health totals are pretty tight, right? So as long as Joel's not actively killing creatures and just letting his creatures chump and die, he's in a position where the Fireheart idol could actually matter in the win, and the Thundersoar matters with the breakthrough. It's a weird path. It's not an easy path.
I'm looking at Ank's list here. Ankh only needs to sack 2 creatures to win.
Right.
Like just so it's like Dissian Siphon that sacks a creature.
It's I mean, I'm not saying it's a safe play, and you probably don't want to leave these Shamblers around, but I don't know how much you can really take off these Shamblers either. So
but he didn't have a choice in whether the Shambler died that turn because Ankh was off Forge and played him off lane.
Right.
Just like we know that
Necrovive.
Yeah, the Necrovive the hard way at level 2. That's tough. When you have to spend your action to play Necrovive, it feels bad. But it is good that he got to both the Nargath Commander and the Thundersoar were big threats. So it was a good value Necrovive at least.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there was no doubt that Nargath was going to trigger again. There's the Feral Instinct.
So this is kind of nutty now because obviously the Shambler. Oh, I guess it's the next time, so it can only go off once, even if he shambles more than once. But he will get to play a card for free if and when something dies.
Right.
And Joel's staring down actual lethal now.
Right. Yeah.
Before he was a couple damage short, but
with the 5 breakthrough
on the Shambler,
right? 5 breakthrough from the Shambler plus the,
and also the Shambler is like trading, so we'll get 2 Shamble triggers.
The Shambler didn't trade because it had the armor.
Oh right, okay.
Then he gets to play the big swamp.
So he just chumped the 8, took
right.
6 and then some trample from the
right
Shambler there, and then the spell for free off Shambler was
Swamp Moss.
Swamp Moss Lurker, which is still a reasonable guy, but it's like the smallest level 3 Swamp Moss I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because he's only at 13.
So thing is oh, Like the 6 and 8 is lethal from the Thundersword and the Fireheart Idol if the Thundersword connects for the full 8. It won't.
Yeah,
but-
he's in a situation where no two creatures can hit him.
Right.
Unless he gains some life somehow, which I'm not sure he has that ability. And also, there are 2 Shamblers in play.
The Shamblers don't matter though if you take the opponent to 0 before during combat. They don't.
But it does matter if he sacrifices 1 creature anytime before combat.
Correct. That's true.
Not
replace.
Which, like
sacrifice.
I said, he has a Dissian Siphon.
Right.
Or he can death touch his own guy.
Yeah, he could.
So he has the win on board, assuming Joel doesn't gain 5 life somehow.
Well,
or deal 13.
I was gonna say I don't think Joel has 5 life, but if there's a there's a way, this is it.
So this playing Elemental is to trigger Fireheart. If he has a burn spell, okay, that's not good enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, Spike.
If he had a burn spell.
He does the Fireheart Idol to himself, which makes sense, and deals 6 damage to Ankh. So this is where Eli was talking about using the Fireheart Idol on yourself.
Well, excuse me. I am just losing my voice from all day. This is actually not a good play.
Why?
Because he's dead before combat, so it doesn't matter that he targeted his own thing.
How did he deal damage to himself? Like,
what do you mean?
I'm confused. Like, he had the 2 Shamblers, which was 6, right?
Level 3 Shambler deals 5 each. Oh, wait.
No, it's 3.
Never mind. They deal 3 each.
Yeah. So he had the death touch, but that wasn't enough with Tooth.
He was at 6 though.
Yeah, but how did he get to 6? He must have taken just enough damage coming out of turn 2 of cycle 3. I just missed that.
Also, he was going to take 90 million if they just went to combat in that state. But that was a sweet game.
I just said he needed Elementalist Ritual. Maybe, but you can't kill those Shamblers out of combat because he was going to die to that, right? He was going to take 6 on each Shambler death.
Yeah, he started this turn or ended this turn at 6, so he died to the death touch his own guy. Yeah, that was a sweet game. He just played like 3 level 3 cards that turn. He played level 3 Shambler, level 3 what is that pump spell? Let's see. Feral Instinct and level 3 Swamp Moss Lurker off the Feral Instinct.
Yep.
So sometimes you just play a bunch of level 3 cards all at once and beat your opponent.
Congratulations, though, to Ankh Gaming. Obviously, one of the best in our community, and not somebody that is obviously very deserving of the high praise is Ben. And I'm super happy for him that he was able to pull off the win today. That was a close game right down to the end. A very interesting finals. Obviously, not like we said when we drew it up. It wasn't exactly how we would draw up a finals, but it was still a great finals. And
if there was nobody in the tournament I wouldn't have been happy to see in the finals. Everybody was like, obviously all the players in this tournament are very good.
Eli says, I guess the Citra deck needs to play in 2 more events to level out of bronze. So that could make the difference, Eli. Like if your consistency is 1 out of 5 games it fails to trigger, a bye is going to matter to the success of that deck in a larger format. Obviously, this is still a smaller format silver event, right? Like it's a championship level event, but it's done specifically with a limited pool of participants. So, yeah, Mike, thanks for joining us on stream tonight or today and watching the games. I would have loved to have you playing with it, but maybe we'll get you in next year. Definitely something that we're going to do a bunch more stuff with, and then we'll invite Ankh on in a future episode to talk about his deck and really break it down. That's one of the things we do with our Shufflebus champions is invite him in to do those kinds of things. So we're not going to do that today. He's had a long day of gaming, and we've had a long day of streaming.
Yeah,
so at the end of the day, we will try to cover that on Wednesday night stream. If not, we'll definitely do our best to bring you as much additional coverage on this event as we can over the coming weeks. Just an FYI for you all, if you're new to the Shufflebus, we take the month of December off. We always do it every year. It's a time we want folks to enjoy time with their families, and also we want to enjoy time with our families. So we don't want to add any additional stress into the holidays trying to make event coverage and things of that nature. So we've got just a couple streams left this year, and we will be returning in full force in January after that. So congrats to Ankh, who wins an entire booster box of first edition. So I'll be sending that out shortly. I'll connect with him. And then congrats to Tater Tot Eat-A-Lot Joel for getting 2 boosters for his play today. Everybody else that participated will get the Shufflebus Forge card. That's going to be coming hopefully soon. We're just waiting on those to be delivered by Stoneblade, so we will keep you all informed on that as we know more. For the minion cards, everybody that top 8'd today, we will give you some quantity of minion cards. It just depends on how many we get sent, so we'll at least have one for everybody. We'll see if I get enough to give you a full play set. So that would be 5 copies for everyone. I just don't know how many they're going to be sending out to us. So once I have that info, I will share that in stream or through our Discord, so just stay tuned there. Obviously, if you see me around or you want to play a game sometime, just casually, I'm happy to oblige and do that, whether that's in the new app if you're an app tester or whether that's on Tabletop Simulator. Otherwise, we appreciate everybody who has spent time with us this year. I think it's been phenomenal response from the community, and their Wisp Minion and Oakfather Minion, they are in the Discord under tournaments, I think. Maybe they're not in tournaments. Where did I put those?
I don't know. They're sweet looking. We
Yeah.
talked about them on stream last week.
Yeah, where did they go?
The images are also in the splash for the tournament.
I will repost them to our Discord just for safe measure. I thought I put them in the tournament channel, but I guess not. So, but if you look at the splash image for the tournament announcement from 11-4, the Oakfather is on the left of it and the Wisp are on the right. So they are... the cards themselves will have the Shufflebus logo in the card text area as well. So big shout out to Stoneblade for that support and helping us get those put together, even though we didn't get them in time to ship them right away. I mean, it's just the way the logistics sometimes work on that. But yeah, there was an Oak Daddy comment last stream, I think, from
Yep.
you, Eli. So, but he's a big old beefy Oak Daddy. And yeah, it was a kind of a my call out to like a Dark Forge drained Oakfather, which is one of my favorite things to do in this game. So, anyways, Neil, anything else we need to wrap up on today? Or I think we've got there.
Just congrats to Ankh and congrats to all the top 8 players. It's been a good tournament and a good year of Solforge for us.
Yeah, I'm excited for the future, what it looks like, and how the app plays out in terms of developing the online organized play methods. So looking forward to seeing more of that shape up from Stoneblade, but also just know that Shufflebus will be continuing that. The good news is we are, I think, all set now that we can start running sealed tournaments with some regularity, which I think excites a lot of the community. Obviously, there's a lot of administrative work and logistics involved in sealed events, so we'll continue to evaluate the costs on those events and keep them as cost effective as possible, but know that part of the reason we charge what we charge is also to incentivize our prize support, because this championship event was completely free to the participants. Everybody that was invited was able to play for free and earn the prizes without any monetary investment to play. So we want to continue to do that with Shufflebus, and we want to continue to do that for our Championship Invitational. And in order to do that, obviously, we have to price structure and charge accordingly in order to make the Shufflebus events as good as possible. So yeah, that should cover everything. So Neil, it was a pleasure spending multiple hours with you today talking Solforge, and we'll see you on Wednesday night for a recap of the event and the deck lists, and we'll spend some time talking with hopefully Ankh on that night. If not, sometime in the next couple of weeks we'll get Ankh on the show to chat about his results. So okay, thank you everybody. You are the best for sure, and I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and we'll see you all Wednesday night. Take care.